matkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Sajanne mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Morjes, mä oon Jalmari, ketä sä oot?
Moi, mä oon Emma.
On muuten tosi hyvää jäätelöä täällä Turussa. No, tämä vuosi on Euroopan osaamisen teemavuosi ja erityisesti digitaalisten taitojen kehittäminen korostuu nykyyhteiskunnassa, niin miten me voidaan taata sitten eurooppalaisten jatkuva oppiminen tässä alati kehittyvässä digimaailmassa?
Niin, meillä on lähivuosina sellainen tavoite, että 80% eurooppalaisista olisi hallussa tällaiset perusdigitaidot. Ja EU vaatiikin nyt merkittäviä investointeja näihin digitaitojen kouluttamiseen, mutta sen lisäksi esimerkiksi toimiviin verkkoyhteyksiin, laitteisiin ja alustoihin, jotta tämä oppiminen olisi mahdollisimman helposti lähestyttävää ja sujuvaa. Sen lisäksi EU:ssa halutaan luoda turvallista digimaailmaa, esimerkiksi EU-lainsäädännöllä ja direktiiveillä. Ja EU tukee jäsenmaita myös jäsenmaiden välissä yhteistyössä, esimerkiksi liittyen koulutushankkeisiin. Ja Suomikin tekee tosi paljon yhteistyötä muun muassa muiden Pohjoismaiden kanssa sekä Baltian maiden kanssa liittyen digitalisaatioon.
No, samanaikaistahan vihreätä siirtymää ja digitalisaatiota kutsutaan kaksoissiirtymäksi. Ja Suomella on varmaan ihan hyvät edellytykset kumpaankin ja uusia investointeja tehdään koko ajan. Tulisiko Suomi sitten toimia esimerkkinä muille EU-maille ja miten se käytännössä tapahtuisi sun mielestä?
Joo, ehdottomasti Suomella on tässä suunnannäyttäjän paikka. Meillä on tosi paljon asiantuntijaosaamista ja todella teknologiamyönteinen yhteiskunta. Mutta meillä on tiedossa datatalouteen liittyvää EU-lainsäädäntöä ja direktiiviä aika paljon tulevina vuosina. Ja jos me halutaan olla edelläkävijöitä, niin Suomen täytyy osata ennakoida näitä aloitteita sekä olla mukana määrittelemässä niiden sisältöä. Ja Suomella onkin käytössä nyt tällainen kansallinen digikompassi, jolla luodaan sit visiota EU-digikompassin mukaisesti. Ja yhtenä tavoitteena on esimerkiksi viedä tämä datatalous sinne Euroopan kärkeen, ja se vaatii todella paljon investointeja sekä esimerkiksi eri toimialan rajoja ylittäviä käytänteitä.
Tule mukaan keskustelemaan ja kuuntelemaan näitä aiheita Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne Turkuun joko paikan päälle tai sitten virtuaaliselle tapahtuma-alustalle elo-syyskuun vaihteessa. Eurooppa on muutoksessa. Turvallisuustilanne on vaikeasti ennakoitavissa, ilmastonmuutos vaatii toimia, teknologia kehittyy nopeasti ja taloudelliset muutokset vaikuttavat yksilöistä yhteiskuntiin. Eurooppa pyrkii kuitenkin aktiivisesti keksimään ratkaisuja erilaisiin haasteisiin ja kehittymään yhä kestävämmäksi ja turvallisemmaksi. EU tukee jäsenmaitaan kohti vihreää siirtymää. Turku valittiin mukaan EUn 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missioon. Mission valittujen kaupunkien tulee olla hiilineutraali vuoteen 2030 mennessä ja toimia esimerkkinä muille. Miten tämä näkyy tai tulee näkymään Turun kaupungin toiminnassa?
No, tämä missio on meille ihan loistava mahdollisuus. Tässä on koottu yhteen 100 jo vahvaa ilmastotyötä tekevää kaupunkia, kuten Turku, ja me voidaan oppia toisiltamme hyvin paljon. Erityispiirre tässä missiossa on se, että hiilineutraaliutta tehdään vahvasti yhdessä yritysten, kansalaisten, yhteisöjen, koko kansalaisyhteiskunnan kanssa, mukaan lukien tietysti korkeakoulut ja innovaatiotoimijat. Ja tämä tulee vauhdittaa meidän vihreätä siirtymää entisestään. Meillä on tällä hetkellä jo toista 100 yritystä ja yhteisöjä ilmastotyössä mukana omilla teoillaan, ja tämä vahvistaa pohjaa entisestään. Me pystytään myös yhdessä vahvistamaan panoksia ja investointeja kaikkiin vihreän siirtymän osa-alueisiin, erityisesti niihin, joissa Turku on vahva ja jotka on meidän kärkialoja.
Energiakriisi osoitti, että vihreä siirtymä on välttämätön Euroopan energiaomavaraisuudelle. Miten EU saa jäsenmaat toimimaan vihreän siirtymän mukaisesti?
No, tässähän on paljon muutosta jo tehty, ja se tehtiin nyt pakon edessä. On nopeutettu siirtymää pois fossiilisesta energiajärjestelmästä, vahvistetaan EUn strategista autonomiaa. Kaupunkien näkökulmasta esimerkiksi 100 hiilineutraalin kaupungin missio on tällainen toimenpide. Energian käänne fossiilisesta uusiutuvaan energiaan on eurooppalaisissa kaupungeissa ja useissa maissa jo pitkällä, ja on koko EUlle erinomainen tilaisuus ottaa loikkaa eteenpäin sinne puhtaaseen, kestävämpään toimintatapaan ja ympäristöön, mitä me tarvitaan koko maailmassa.
Suomi on liittynyt huhtikuussa Naton jäseneksi monen muun EU-maan tapaan. Miten tämä liittyminen vaikuttaa sitten Suomen strategiseen rooliin kansainvälisessä yhteisössä?
Suomi on strategisesti tärkeässä sijainnissa ja NATO-jäsenyys vahvistaa meidän puolustus- sekä kriisinsietokykyä Itämeren alueella. Myös Ruotsin liittyen NATOon se nostaa sitä kynnystä käyttää sotilaallista voimaa Itämeren alueella, joka parantaa alueemme pitkäaikaista vakautta. NATO-jäsenenä olemme myös artikla 5 eli turvatakuupiirin suojamana, joka vahvistaa meidän puolustuskykyä sekä ennaltaehkäisevää puolustusta. Suomi myös osallistuu Naton yhteiseen päätöksentekoon, jolla on valtava poliittinen painoarvo globaalisessa yhteisössä.
Sigyn, mainitsitkin nämä turvatakuut, niin mikä merkitys niillä on, jos suurin osa EU-jäsenmaista sitten kuuluu NATOon kuitenkin?
Euroopan unionin turvallisuuspolitiikka on rakennettu alun perinkin hieman erilaiseksi, johtuen juuri siitä, että suurin osa unionin maista on alusta asti ollut NATO-jäseniä. Eli unionin turvallisuus keskittyy rauhanturvaamiseen ja unioni toimii tämmöisenä demokraattisena mallina, joka pyrkii sitten levittämään demokratiaa ja sen myötä myös rauhaa tänne lähialueille. Ja samalla logiikalla turvatakuita ei ole rakennettu päällekkäiseksi Naton kanssa, vaan niiden avulla on tarkoitus osoittaa, että kukaan unionin maa ei jää yksin tänne ja antaa hieman erilaista tukea kuin mihin Naton turvatakuut pystyy, esimerkiksi taloudellisen avun muodossa.
Hyvät Eurooppa.
Dear participants of the Europe Forum, welcome to our second day this Thursday. My name is Tapani Mylly. I'm the Communication and Marketing Manager of Turku Science Park. I'm the moderator for this morning's session. This morning we talk about the new geopolitical situation in Europe and its impacts in economy, in businesses and industrial transition. First, I'd like to welcome Minna Arve, the mayor of Turku, to give her opening remarks. You have the floor.
Hyvät Eurooppa-forum.
Dear participants of the Europe Forum, warmly welcome to Turku. It's a bit rainy, but yet warm. Today our theme is Europe in the World, and after my opening remarks we will hear the keynote speech of Jutta Urpilainen, the Finnish Commissioner for International Partnerships. This morning we will also discuss European economic policy, industrial policy and progress of the green transition. So very interesting topics ahead for you, dear participants. Thinking about world politics and geopolitics and ideological conflicts have been frequent in recent times. There are sanctions in place against Russia due to aggressive war of aggression in Ukraine. China is looking for a new role in the world politics by Belt and Road, for example, and in America, America first thinking is stronger than ever. In Africa, the average age is approximately 20 years, whereas many Western countries are facing the burden of aging populations. At the same time, we are faced with biodiversity loss, climate change impacts, and all this will impact our everyday lives. Last July was the hottest month ever on the globe, so that tells us something. We are approaching the point of no return of our ecological sustainability. At the same time, some powers question the meaning of international cooperation. Recent crises have set global politics to a new setting. Changes that have progressed slowly have now progressed in a very fast pace. Traditional political policymakers and politicians do take their decisions very slowly, it seems. Global crises need quick reactions, and everything is not only black and white, but also many shades of grey are in place. For Europe to succeed in this turbulent world, Europe has to be strong inside before it can be strong outside. Last years have shown that mutual strength is not built on economic cooperation only. Internal strength need common values as its basis. European Union is community of values. Its stability is built on democracy, human rights, rule of law, equality, and rights of the minorities. We have a strong common value basis, and this is the criterion for European prosperity. Economic values are very important nowadays. We keep talking about net receivers and net payers, and people have even asked whether European values should be more flexible now that we are faced with economic crisis. Of course, economic development is very important for the future of Europe. We cannot think about the economy only. Economic key figures are not the only indicator that we should use. The European competitiveness requires reform of our economic basis towards circular economy. We have to take care of our security of supply. Raw materials do not flow in to Europe as they used to do. In other parts of the world, decision makers have thought about how to react, and our partners in the world do not follow the same rules as we do. Rules-based international order is at risk. The European Union should not give up. We should take care of our common values, protect them and cherish them. We have to advocate for human rights globally. It's not a good idea to look for quick wins. We need common values. If we don't have common values, everything is at stake. Common values are the key for Europe, and our competitors can take advantage of the situation if Europe loses its common values. The European Union has to be present. It has to be a strong partner for developing countries. We all know that if there's a power void somewhere, it will be filled very quickly. We have to be careful not to give power to those parties that maybe do not share the common values that we have. And as a mayor of Turku, I have to highlight the fact that European cities can contribute a lot to international debate and international development. Cities have, throughout history, played a major role in economic development and development in society. Cities are places where people live. We know that we have to develop all the time, we have to change, we have to stay open to new requirements. Legitimacy is the most important building block of freedom. Cities are very well networked actors in a globalized world. We work actively in different networks. For example, Turku has a cooperation agreement with the Chinese city. We have a lot of cooperation in circular economy with Japan, and we talk about urban citizens' participation with our American partners. Cities play a major role in promoting democracy, human rights, and European values. This world that we live in is constantly questioning human rights and rule of law. We have to have the courage to promote our common values, including human rights. I'm very proud of cities around the world. Cities around the world protect human rights also in difficult situations where democracy and human rights and rule of law have been at stake. This is something that we should support together. For Europe to prosper in the changing world, we need common views and common will to make an impact, to take action. The European Union can be a strong international player if it has the courage to protect its own value basis that unites us European countries. I hope that this Europe Forum is one contributor to this discussion, and with these words I'd like to wish you all warmly welcome to Turku. Thank you.
Kiitoksia.
Thank you very much, Mayor Arve. I'd like to remind you, not only here but also those viewers online, that you can put your comments online. We have a message board for questions and comments. The link is available on the Europe Forum website. During the last years, we've experienced tremendous changes in the world. What does the European Union do in this geopolitical run? And the keynote speaker of this morning is Jutta Urpilainen, the EU Commissioner responsible for international partnerships. You have the floor.
Arvoisa pormestari Minna, dear Mayor Minna, and dear participants in the forum, dear friends, good morning to everybody, and my warm thanks for Turku that annually you invite us here to discuss EU matters. It is important that we have these topical discussions on the future of EU and its place in the changing world, but also Finland's role in the EU. One of the main themes of the forum and topic today has been chosen quite rightly: Europe in the world. The EU is a very central international policy tool for Finland, and it is vital that we do not, at the moment when international competition becomes harder, as the mayor mentioned, it is important we do not turn our back on the rest of the world. Rather, we intensify our international partnerships. At this time, marked by tensions, tighter competition, and external threats, I think it would be rather strange to hear talks about turning inwards and trying to withdraw from these structures of cooperation. I believe that a strong European Union is the right place for Finland. However, Finland also has to act in benefit of a stronger Europe. Global tensions and geopolitical problems on our continent emphasize a unified European Union as a very important reference point for Finland. Politically, EU strengthens our competitiveness and also our ability globally to influence foreign and security policy. My dear friends, President Mauno Koivisto, who was from Turku, described development in the following words: "Movement is everything for me. Goal is nothing. It is not important when we arrive, because we cannot arrive without direction. It's the direction that counts. Effort and movement." And when I was preparing for this Europe Forum and I was thinking of what to say here, then I thought that this idea from Mauno Koivisto is very suitable for the European Union as well. European Union is a process. Perhaps it's never finalized. It's never perfect. Generally important is the direction and that we strive forward. So I thought that in my intervention I would look at our direction through 3 dimensions. First of all, I want to think about where EU is going as a community of values, on what basis are we building our economic growth, and thirdly, what type of security order are we going to have in Europe? Values, economy, and security. Those are 3 central pillars which are important, a solid foundation for any nation state or an alliance of nation states. First of all, values. Finland's direction is based on European values and the concept of human being. And this, according to this concept, every individual is valuable, all have equal human rights, and we take responsibility of ourselves, others, and the rest of the world. Human values, human rights, democracy, equal rights, and international responsibility, joint responsibility are on the basis of these values. However, these values cannot take and be for granted. They are being challenged all the time. Open society and individual values, individual freedoms, well, they can be replaced in some third countries by authoritarian systems, hard leadership, and limited freedoms. We have to defend these values both far away and nearby, and Europe has to act as it preaches. Therefore, the European Union, with the leadership of the European Commission, has taken a tight stance on glaring insufficiencies in some countries, on considering the independence of the judiciary and the freedom of press. Only internally strong EU and unified EU can be externally strong and have an impact. However, not all agree on this. Some seem to think that less cooperation would mean more benefit for themselves. In the case of the UK, saying take back control would be reality for those who think like this. But it's not. I'm urging you to contact London and ask them. those communities that would only produce maximal benefits without any obligations and any compromises, this doesn't exist in reality. EU membership, therefore, is a choice as a nation. Do we believe that international cooperation and strong and viable European Union is the best bet for a future of a small nation? Or do we believe that a small country can make it on their own and turn inwards? Well, I myself choose cooperation both in the EU and internationally. And I actually do believe that a very big majority of the Finnish citizens think like this. We collectively choose the European Union and international cooperation. Therefore, I urge you all, bearing in mind what President Koivisto said about movement. So if our direction is wrong, if we think that development is going in the wrong direction, then it's important to explain how to turn the course. But an idea that it would be in Finland's interest to leave the EU, I think that's inconceivable. So my first message to you is crystal clear. I say no to all fix-it dreams. We cannot benefit from turning inwards, and we should not forget our values. These values are the basis for our economy as well, and EU has chosen a sustainable economic path where we go towards carbon neutrality by 2050. This will create a viable environment and also an advantage economically. Responsibility and sustainability pay off, and I'm sure that the Finnish tech investor community can agree on this. Economic challenges are not small. The pandemic and war on the European continent have weakened our growth perspectives. However, the latest figures give us some hope. Inflation is slowing down and unemployment reached a record low 6% level this summer. The Commission's spring forecast indicates this year 1% growth and growth of 1.7% for next year. So the course is right. However, the tempo is very slow. With joint action, we want to enhance this growth. During crisis, we have allowed easing for member states' budgets and also possibility to support their companies. And we have to take care of the level playing field principle, which is striving the single market. And I think that Finland has been very active and very logical in this. On the long term, and talking about innovations created by the double transition, of course, they cannot be created only with public money, but in competition with private companies. We are building our basis for economy on a long term also through the so-called strategic autonomy. Strategic autonomy does not mean EU turning inwards. Trade and world trade integration have always benefited Europe. It's part of our DNA. EU and Latin America Caribbean Summit, which was held this spring, indeed discussed free trade agreements, i.e. Mercosur, how to strengthen them. So our challenge is now how to take care of Europe's competitiveness. Energy crisis and inflation due to the war have been hard on European industry. At the same time, the US established their own Inflation Reduction Act, IRA program with protectionist elements. The US is an important partner for us, but also a competitor both in economy and in technology. Dialogue with the US, however, is very intensive. Together we assess support for green transition and we try to minimize damage for each other. So Green Deal industrial plan is our response. We want to limit trade limitations from certain countries. We are getting ready with our stock, and also we form strong strategic partnerships. We are intensifying critical raw material cooperation with many partner countries within the Global Gateway investment strategy. Critical raw materials have been on the agenda when I visited this year, for instance, in Namibia, Congo Democratic Republic, and in South Africa. The Global Gateway strategy will mobilize by 2027 300 billion euros worth of investments for critical infrastructure, education, research, and beneficial environment in partner countries. These are also available for Finnish and European companies by investing better business environments, regulation, and training of employees. So my other second message this morning is we have to strengthen autonomy, strategic autonomy, in order to support economic growth. We need trade, investment cooperation, and we need promotion of green and digital double transition, both in Europe and in our partner countries. Economy creates security. In Finland, we are always worried about public and private debt, and this is well grounded. We have to also take charge of debt management and public finances. Dear participants, the third question about the direction of Europe is to do with security. 24th of February this year changed our times. The Cold War time is ending, and Chancellor Olaf Scholz wrote and talked about Zeitenwende. Our peace project has been successful, and we have been able to respond to the security threat posed by Russia. We have condemned the war of aggression, and at the same time we will support Ukraine as long as is needed. Our support to Ukraine is already now more than 50 billion euros. It covers humanitarian help, macroeconomic help, and military equipment help. Military equipment help has been historically financed from outside the EU budget, European Peace Fund, by several billions of euros. Also, member countries have supported Ukraine, as has Finland done. On the longer term, we need a development on the basis of strategic compass for our security and defense policy. So we have the EU and the NATO, two important pillars of this cooperation. The Union is not a military defense alliance, and it does not have its own army. Our defense dimension, however, is in the interest of the NATO, and in the beginning of this year, EU and NATO signed a joint declaration on this, where they want to intensify and deepen their cooperation linked to geostrategic competition, critical infrastructure protection, and this, of course, cements our relationship and makes it deeper. Europe's direction and vision on security is not based on front lines within which the big states force the smaller states to act. We want a rule-based international cooperation where countries are committed on these rules and international cooperation led by the UN. Also, the European continent needs international cooperation to support it. One day, also in Ukraine, the war will stop and peace will have to be dealt with from the Ukrainian perspective. However, we have to remember that reconstruction of Ukraine will be a huge challenge, and in that the EU must have a significant role, but Europe will need their international friends in this work. Dear friends, the basis for our viability is linked to our values. We have to guarantee our values, our economy, and our security, both in Finland and at the European level. Perhaps to finish, I could introduce you to a thought that I mentioned already earlier here in Turku. And as I have followed what's been going on in Finland during this summer, and perhaps European discussion is not held enough in Finland. Turku is a pioneer in this, and we come together every year here. And I would like to leave you with this thought. In Finland, we could organize in the near future a seminar on the national attitude towards the EU. This would be a cross-sectoral, cross-political seminar involving also the trade unions, all the political parties, associations, where everybody could discuss what is the future of the European Union and also what is the content of the next European Commission. Because I think that with this type of national holistic discussion, we can then participate in the EU and have our say, bring in our ideas already at an earlier stage to those plans that are being drafted in Brussels at the European Commission. And also at the same time, we could incite this excitement and commitment for the European Union after such a long time that we've been members there. I think this is needed. So thank you very much for Turku for organizing this forum once again. And perhaps to Petteri Orpo, our Prime Minister from Turku, just an idea. Perhaps it would be time to organize this type of seminar maybe in Turku or elsewhere to try and find consensus and discuss priorities, national spearhead themes that Finland should bring forward, forgetting party lines for the benefit of all Finnish citizens. So these are my final thoughts, and with this I would like to begin our discussions today here. And of course I will be happy to reply any questions you might have. Thank you.
Kiitos, ja meillä on tosiaan mahdollisuus.
Thank you very much. And we also have a possibility to take audience's questions. So if you have something in mind, please raise your hand, wait for the microphone, and then please present yourself first before asking your question. While the audience is thinking, I'd like to put my question first. Well, Europe is in front of big changes. There are big changes coming up. How do you see the role of the industry and businesses? This is something that we'll talk about later on. What is the businesses' role as drivers in the green transition? So what do you think of this? Well, in my opinion, the role of businesses and companies is very central. As I said in my opening remarks, during the crisis, during different crises, not only the pandemic but also the war in Ukraine, we have made changes so that state aid can be given with less stricter criteria than usually. We've thought that it is important that states are able to support their businesses, and it is well justified in this situation, although there were some critical voices as well, as we discussed this in the Commission. But investments are not made by public money. As I said in my opening speech, economic growth is created by vital companies competing against each other. So we have to make sure that the operational environment is good for our businesses so that they can invest in product development, in employing new people and to innovate. So we have to create the framework and conditions so that businesses can prosper and contribute to problem solving. And well, I'd like to call for more open attitude in business and in society. We should share knowledge, share information and best practice. What are our key skills and know-how in solving green transition questions? I've been around Finland and I've seen fantastic projects of new energy sources, of new technologies, and I must say that they are not very well known outside of Finland. I'd like to encourage all Finnish companies to be more open, be active. Do not always ask or expect Brussels to do something for you, but be active yourselves. As far as I've understood, more than 100 billion euros are being invested in Finland in new technologies and innovations. In Ostrobothnia region, my home region in Finland, I've seen fantastic big investments occurring at this very moment. So we should share our ideas and knowledge to other players in Europe, to Brussels and elsewhere. So be open, be active, share your best practices and innovations, and this creates prosperity. And also cities and regional councils should be active in this. Any questions from the audience? There's one here in the middle. If you could please bring the microphone.
Tietenkin on keskellä, kun saa mikrofoni. Hei, Marja Nyruus.
Marja Nyruus, I'm from the entrepreneurs in Finland, and thank you for highlighting the role of entrepreneurs. I'm an expert in digital and innovations, and I've noticed that very often, regulations protect citizens, but they should also focus on smaller companies. We have to remember that 95% of Finnish companies have less than 10 employees. They do not have resources for all these regulations and bureaucracy. They are very dependent on what comes out of the EU, what is told to them. How would you see the situation in Finland now, considering that we are a country of SMEs? How could SMEs do better with the EU? How could they benefit more from the EU, and how could they be more open towards Brussels? And what is expected during the next Commission term? Well, thinking about the next Commission's term, and this is of course very important, and this is something that should be discussed in Finland in different ministries and in the government. But also, public debate would be a good idea as well, to ask different stakeholders to join, like the Finnish entrepreneurs or the Business Finland or whoever, employer organizations and so on. I am sure that on the next Commission's agenda there will be not only green transition but also digital transition. They are very important transitions and with ambitious goals and a lot of regulation. So in the Commission we've completed a lot of initiatives to make these transitions progress as smoothly as possible. Thinking about Finland, Finland is a very digitalized country and a pioneer in digitalization, in how to use new technologies. I think we have a lot to give, how to make digital transition progress in Finland, in Europe and elsewhere, globally as well. I know that Commission is very interested in this and have discussed with Finnish ministries of how Finland and Finnish expertise could contribute to digital transition. But it's not only the public authorities that should discuss this, but also ordinary companies and businesses, and how to take things forward, how to communicate even in a more direct manner with Commission civil servants and other stakeholders. Well, this is part of the Finnish strategy and Finnish attitude, how to be more proactive, how to give more input to the European Union. We should be more proactive instead of being reactive and just waiting what comes out from the Commission. So we should have an impact already in the preparatory phases when new legislation is being drafted in the European Commission. Directives are drafted through trialogues, and during this long process, different stakeholders may bring in their input. So already in the preparatory phases, we should be more active. And this is a big national question as well, how to be more proactive in Finland and make sure that our voices are heard already in the beginning of the legislation process.
Ainakin yksi.
More questions, please. Well, at least there's one there. You have the floor.
Hannele Räikkönen, Tampere.
Hannele Räikkönen, EU Liaison Officer. Thank you very much for your excellent speech. And as you said, we have to stick to our values either here or on the EU level. You mentioned security and defense very strongly in your intervention. Now, when we launch the next budgetary and program period, and thinking about reconstruction of the Ukraine and defense policy activities, what kind of impact will they have on other fields, for instance, RDI investments, agricultural funding, for instance? Thank you. Yes, this is a huge question because it's also very closely linked to whether member states are willing to pay more into the EU budget. Are we willing to extend the EU budgetary framework? And this is one of the reasons when I was speaking in the hearing for the Finnish government, I tried to say that we should not rule out totally EU lending, new lending. Of course, I'm very critical about that because when we think about the reconstruction of the Ukraine, and the World Bank is estimating 350 billion euros and the war continues, so the final figure will be bigger. So when we talk about such extensive projects, it means that it will require other international funding, not just EU funding, a type Marshall Plan type of funding or system, and possibly some creative solutions must be considered so that we can do all this. But the impact on other programs that you asked, well, that is also an open question, and it depends on how the reconstruction will be carried out in practice, what the EU's role will be, and could we consider an additional debt instrument for this. And then on security, perhaps one aspect which is quite natural for our Finns, this sort of holistic security ideology. In Finland, we are raised to think that security involves many different perspectives, not just the fact that we have a well-functioning military defense system. We talk about other aspects as well in this relation. And after having worked in Brussels for 4 years, I've noticed that this is not the kind of idea that other member states have, as Finland has on security and defense. So therefore, it's important that when we draft the next Commission work program and we talk about security and defense, well, this type of holistic view on this matter that we have in Finland should be introduced there in those talks, because it always raises interest. People are curious about this type of thinking. Security of supply, maintenance, all these sorts of things, they should be introduced into this discussion, and it's something that we can actually export from Finland, and collectively we should try and keep discussions on this. Thank you very much. A warm hand to Commissioner Jutta Urpilainen. Thank you very much for this.
Hyvä yleisö, pääsemme nyt kurkistamaan EUta.
Now, let us go to the core of the European Union and to the future. We have Helsinki Graduate School of Economics Professor of Practice Vesa Vihriälä, macro policy, and such topics are now in his presentation.
Okei, joo. Selvä. Kiitoksia kutsusta Turku.
Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the organizers of this Europe Forum. I hope you can hear me well. I caught a flu, so my voice is not perfect this morning. So, the Commissioner Urpilainen already made some very good remarks, and it's good to continue on that. What about the economic policy in the EU? Where are we heading to, and what are the emphasis of it, and what could Finland's role be in this? Well, my background is in the academics, and my starting point is sometimes very academic. So first of all, we should ask ourselves a few questions. What are our objectives? Our objectives are similar to many other countries' economic objectives. Long-term thinking is needed, how to promote long-term prosperity and well-being, and how to make sure that macroeconomic stability is in place, how to avoid crises and recessions, and third, how to make sure that countries are prosperous and everybody can join the good economic development and nobody is left behind. So thinking about the European Union and the basic objectives of the EU's economic policy, there are different policy fields in the EU and we have different policy tools to guarantee long-term economic growth. So long-term economic growth and its objective means that we should use our resources efficiently. Internal market should function well. It guarantees good division of labor. Competition policy is very important, and also state aid policy, restricting excessive state aid to companies which may destroy free competition, and also avoiding disturbances and mitigate their impacts. First of all, monetary stability is very important goal. That was not the key priority in all European countries when integration was deepened. And common economic and monetary policy, of course, common monetary policy. And then, of course, all member countries were asked to drive a stable fiscal policy, a responsible fiscal policy, which would not disturb other countries' economic policies. And then, of course, making differences smaller, cohesion policy and agricultural policy play a central role here. I like circles, as you can see, so there are 3 circles closely intertwined, so macroeconomic stability, cohesion and long-term economic growth. Thinking about the world of Maastricht in 1990s, even in the beginning of the 2000s, the focus on EU policy was on long-term objectives and on the other hand in cohesion. And this could be seen in money use as well. A lot of funding was directed to cohesion and agricultural policy, for example. So my next slide, well, this is the next step then, Euro crisis, when priorities were shifted a little bit. So the first priority was then macroeconomic stability. We were threatened by a very severe financial crisis and deep depression similar to 1930s depression, the Great Depression in Europe, and therefore new measures had to be taken, especially in fiscal policy. We created stable and permanent crisis management mechanisms in order to be able to stabilize macroeconomic policies in short term. That was temporary, however, so money was lent to different member states to enable them to meet the criteria, and a lot of conditionality was put in place, and conditions were set to member countries of how to take care of their national economies. And the EU became a stronger player in the economic policy in the European Union, and a big role was given to the European Central Bank as well, making sure that all countries could participate in the financial markets, and those countries who did poorer in their economies were not left behind. So this changed the European economic policy and its focus points very clearly. If you remember what we discussed some 10 years ago, we only talked about the euro crisis, about support mechanisms and support systems and state aid and so on, and there was a lot of political debate in Finland as well as to whether we should pour money to poorer Southern European countries and what is to be expected in return. So that was the situation during the euro crisis years, and then after that, in addition to crisis management, we started to think about other issues as well. We thought that prevention is key. Crisis prevention became very important to improve financial market regulation, capital market union, banking union. They were new instruments in order to avoid fragmentation of economic policies, and also support systems were reformed. So the first great fiscal policy arrangement was to make sure that countries could borrow money if they needed to borrow. And we also wanted to establish a permanent mechanism to make sure that fiscal policy measures function well to stabilize macroeconomic policies. So the tendency here was to take care of stability and strengthen Europe's fiscal capacity. At the same time, other crises stepped in, and one of these phenomena was that, well, in long-term politics, we had emphasized making good conditions and creating good conditions for economic players. And in Lisbon strategy stated that Europe should be developed into the most progressed economy in the world. And the idea was to create horizontal principles to support all enterprises, all companies, without choosing the winners. And then, after the financial crisis, we started thinking about whether we should allocate funding in a more selective way. And at the same time, climate change progressed. European Green Deal was established in 2019, and geopolitical changes were significant in the early 2000s as well. China became a systemic rival for Europe. And then, of course, we were faced with the pandemic, a single massive shock. The immediate political reaction was to ease macroeconomic policies in the same way as we did already during the euro crisis. Well, of course, we had learned something during the euro crisis. We immediately eased monetary policy, and at the same time, member states could get more independence in their fiscal policies. And also the European Central Bank was very flexible in terms of interest rate policies, and interest rates were historically low. And of course, the recovery fund, New Generation EU, was a very important instrument that was established, and that created new fiscal capabilities for the European Union. So that was a massive fund in 2018, approximately 750 billion euros, even more in present money values, and comparing this to EU's annual budget, 150 billion euros, that is a lot indeed, and approximately 5% of all EU countries' annual GDPs. So Next Generation EU is a massive financial instrument, including not only lending but just giving support to different EU countries, and it was also financed by common debt. And the justification for this Next Generation EU was to facilitate the crisis situation, to create new conditions and new opportunities for economic players. It was also called a crisis fund. Well, in the end, it didn't become a crisis fund, first of all, because money was not used when we faced the crisis. The money was used only in 2021 and 2022, and at that time European economies were already recovering at a very fast pace without the NGEU monies. And a second impact was that Next Generation EU monies have been used as instruments in green transition, also in digital transition from the beginning, and certain criteria were set for using these monies for these two transitions. So we reacted to crisis by establishing a macroeconomic instrument to tackle the financial crisis, but in fact it turned out to be an instrument for structural policy to support EU's long-term objectives. At the same time, we understood what kind of permanent capabilities are needed in Europe. After the pandemic, Russia attacked Ukraine, as we all know, and it led to another macroeconomic shock, great uncertainty, rising raw material prices, energy crisis, rising inflation rates, and so on. We all remember what happened. The macroeconomic policies were very light in the beginning, but then when inflation rates started to rise, then of course we needed to tighten monetary policy, raise interest rates, and also in some countries fiscal policies were tightened. And at the same time, we had this new shock, the pandemic, leading to certain reactions. At the same time, we also understood that the long-term trends were being strengthened, the long-term trends that we already knew from the past. As Commissioner Urpilainen already said, climate change is here. The impacts are felt everywhere. We have to react to climate change as well and do climate mitigation. And at the same time, we've understood that Europe's competitiveness is weakening in the areas of new technologies, in artificial intelligence, for example. And if we see where AI is being developed right now, it is in the United States, in China. Europe has not been present. And it seems that whenever new technologies are being developed, they are quickly scaled. US is always the first, China is often second, and Europe is somewhere on the fourth or fifth place. So this is worrying, and this is due to the structures of the US and Chinese economies, but also policy reactions. The US quickly adopted Inflation Reduction Act, a special legislation to support companies, and this has greatly strengthened USA's competitiveness. And then the third element is the economic safety or security. Economic security is at risk due to massive geopolitical changes. Energy prices have risen, raw materials are in short supply, and so on. So, what are the responses to all these questions now? As we already heard from the Commissioner, the Commission has been very active. As we just heard, a lot of new initiatives are in place. New legislation is being drafted, and the first thing that has been done is to redraft state aid rules so that the member states have been able to support their companies during the energy crisis after pandemic, and also private households. And then secondly, climate policy, Fit for 55, new steps have been taken. Objectives have been strengthened and specified. New mechanisms are being developed, such as carbon border adjustment mechanism. And then new principles have been adopted. Net Zero Industry Act, for example, was released this spring, and also on the energy policy side, Repower EU, and then there's the Critical Raw Materials Act and Commission communications related to all these legislative acts. And then, of course, at the same time, we've supported Ukraine in all possible means, both in military ways and economic ways. So a common consensus is now that in long term, Ukraine will be a member of the European Union. And then, of course, economic and other instruments are being redrafted. Just a few examples of Net Zero Industry Act. What does it include? First of all, the strategic technologies and strategic objectives are determined. What are the strategic technologies? Solar power, wind power, and so on. And then also extensive coordination between member states. But of course, funding is very limited in this instrument. Well, all in all, where are we now? After all these developments and after all these different phases and crises, in some way we have come back to the Maastricht world. The most important question seems to be in long-term objectives. Not only long-term economic growth, but long-term sustainable economic growth, something that can be sustained for decades, taking all well-being and welfare aspects into account, and also making sure that our immediate environment can follow us in this development, not only Ukraine, but also other neighboring countries. Of course, some countries are stronger than others, and some countries have better possibilities than others. And we have also talked about whether we should strengthen solidarity between the EU countries, and of course, strategic autonomy of the European Union and climate objectives as umbrella objectives. So the world has changed somewhat. We now have a more long-term perspective, not only in economic policies, but in other policy fields as well. So this is the situation now, and the new orientations have not been easy. There are a lot of open questions related to new objectives and new orientation before we can see some concrete results. One big question is, of course, how to finance all these big initiatives, energy transformation, strengthening European competitiveness, defense, Ukrainian reconstruction and cohesion support to Africa and other global South countries to avoid them being embraced by China. And then, of course, industrial policy, a selective instruments, a selective element, how focuses are chosen, and what are the how does it support long-term development. And also we have to think about how much we put emphasis on economic efficiency. What about security policy? And as you can see, we use two different new terms in relation to China, decoupling and de-risking. De-risking meaning that we reduce risks related to China. In my opinion, the latter opinion is the only possible one. China is too big. We cannot decouple ourselves entirely from China. But of course, we have to think about what does it mean in practice? What are the things that we have to think differently? Economic effectiveness, in what fields we have to work closely together with China and Chinese companies in order to be successful, and what about the political implications of all these political decisions? They may be difficult in the future. So a few figures and numbers here. Thinking about funding needs in the EU countries, if we just calculate a little bit, we quite quickly come to the conclusion that in the EU countries, public sector and the EU should use maybe 1.5 to 2% more money of their GDP to the things I just mentioned. So these are quite big investments. Thinking about the EU budget, now it's about 1% of the GDP of EU member states. And then, of course, it's easy to understand that we need more money, more funding. Existing budget frameworks are not enough. We do not have enough money in the EU budget to take care of all these new projects and initiatives. On the other hand, we know that there's no political will to enlarge EU budgets. And this was clearly visible this summer when EU budget, the midterm review, was released and discussed. The Commission proposed 100 million addition for the last 5 years, and member states, including Finland, quickly said no. And at the same time, we have to think about how much money we are able to invest in Ukraine. So a lot of funding is needed to many different projects. And then what is the solution to these big financing questions? Well, one solution could be to make member states pay more. And to make this possible, we've eased the state aid rules and also reformed the Stability and Growth Pact. In that pact, the rules for borrowing money have been made lighter now if member states use their money for green transition and digital transition and long-term economic growth. So this perspective has now been chosen, and because we've been forced to do so, these things have to be done. There's no other possibility. So when every member state thinks about how to use their own money, then of course it's difficult to see what the common interest is. Countries think about themselves, of course. Instead, we should think more at the European level, how we could do more at the European level together in cooperation. So externalities should be thought about. There are many things that should be done in cooperation with others, because the final benefit is better compared to everyone doing their own thing. Of course, member states are different. That is a challenge. And also, as for Finland, if we think that we have financial autonomy, we can do what we want with our own monies, and then of course some countries are bigger than others, and some smaller countries then suffer because they don't have that big resources. So many countries do not have financial flexibility as some bigger countries have, and this may distort competition as well. So how can we find solutions to all these big questions of today? Well, I'm not a political expert, I'm not an EU expert, but I think it's quite obvious that in short term we will not have a change of treaties. The EU will remain as it is. There will be no massive treaty changes coming up in the near future. And it is quite clear that Europe will not have a massive resource pool to allocate funding to different projects. From this starting point, we have to think about member states' own economies and how to attract private funding to gain more leverage effect. So this means that we have to promote the banking union, the capital market union. The progress has been very slow, unfortunately. And then as for Finland, we have to keep our principles, no to distortive competition. And also we have to reallocate EU resources, how to allocate EU resources as efficiently as possible, how to take externalities into account, how to cooperate with other countries, where if the benefits are bigger than if we did everything on our own. So funding decisions have to be taken in a merit-based manner. Funding has to be allocated to targets or to destinations where they can be used in the most efficient way. Then, of course, support to Ukraine, including reconstruction. We need to give reconstruction support to Ukraine, but it has to be conditional. Ukraine has to be given certain conditions to receive EU funding for reconstruction. And then, well, my conclusion is that we have to increase the EU budget as well. This is unavoidable. So is there anything positive in the air at the moment? So is there something that could facilitate this? Well, I found an old speech of Mario Draghi where he said that the macroeconomic argument for the fiscal policy capabilities of Europe is a bit smaller than what we always thought. Well, if this is correct, that means that we shouldn't invest as much money in macroeconomic stabilization instruments. We could also put monies in some other destinations to take care of long-term objectives, for example. And then also, as Commissioner Urpilainen already said, the meaning of the EU. EU is a community of values, and this has become very clear now during the war in Ukraine. Europe is based on its common values, while some smaller groups in Europe maybe think that they could do well with Russia, but anyway, the majority of European countries and citizens think that we are a community based on common values, and it should remain so. So what is our greatest incentive? Is it an external threat or something else? So what could kick off a new orientation in economic policy? Well, think about the US presidential election. What if Trump will be the next president of the US? Getting away from NATO, support to Putin, not ending war in Ukraine, protecting own industrial policy and so on. This is a massive potential threat, and we cannot compete against Trump unless we do it together. And then, of course, Russia's ideas of threatening Europe. And also competitiveness of Europe is weakening, as we can see on this graph, together with the US. Well, US is growing quite quickly, and US is a very dynamic economy compared to Europe. And both of these countries, US and the European countries taken together are smaller than China. And then adding India here and also BRICS 11 countries, as discussed last week in South Africa. Some new countries were invited as well, and according to IMF new World Global Economic Forecast in 2028, BRICS coalition would be bigger than all developed countries taken together. So that is something. So the share of Europe of the developed world is shrinking all the time. Unless we can work together in a coordinated and coherent manner, we can't do a lot. We have to stay united and work together. Thank you very much.
Kiitoksia, Vesa. Meillä on muutama minuutti aikaa.
Thank you very much, Esa. We have a few minutes left. We can take a question from the audience. If you have something in mind, we'll get a microphone to you. Well, if not, perhaps I can pose a question to you. We have new government and a new program. In your view, how this program will promote SMEs, competitiveness, innovations, and mitigation of climate change on the basis of the economy? Well, as often things have positive and negative sides. Well, the good thing is that the government is committed to increasing development funding. Also, certain economic policy reforms are positive. They will help the investment environment to develop in a way that we receive investments. However, if I were to mention a couple of problems, considering budgetary pressures and adjustment is focused on cutting expenditure, then it means that they are very critical about increasing expenditure, which are important for growth. For instance, education and increasing study places at the universities. We need them in the coming years a lot, and there is no new funding for that. And another matter which has been under discussion is the migration policy. I think it's quite clear that we cannot survive without significant migration to Finland. When we look at Germany with the turbulence in the politics, however, they did decide about new guidelines for migration by which they actually compete with others of the labor force coming from other countries, and we should do this. And then another matter I didn't mention, something that Commissioner Urpilainen mentioned about going forward. We should think what we want to do in Finland. And of course, we have wanted to maintain the EU budget as small as possible since we are a net payer. However, I was trying to say that this is not a realistic option if we want to achieve good joint results. So we should discuss to what extent we can increase the EU budget. And this is linked to prioritizing. What are those matters we want the EU to do, and what the EU could then do away with when we talk about cybersecurity, defense, security investments, and then on the other hand, cohesion policy and agricultural policy, perhaps they need cuts or reorientation. So these are the matters we should discuss. And the idea of organizing a seminar, for instance, in Turku to find a national consensus, that's a great idea.
Kiitoksia.
Thank you very much, and let's give him a hand in the end. Okay, well, thank you very much. Our next keynote speaker is Ilona Lundström from the Ministry of Labour and Employment, and she will talk about the renaissance of industrial policy, the competitiveness of companies in new geopolitical reality. You have the floor.
Kiitos.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. Well, I have the feeling that after two excellent interventions, when I come to the stands, it's difficult to think of what to say to add. In my intervention, I promised to the organizers to produce a couple of slides. And I thought that when I come to the fore, thinking that we have a new government and we are well underway implementing that government program, and we have an idea of our industrial policy, and I would have two fresh new slides about what will happen during this government program. However, those slides are still under construction, and instead I came here with these prints and some notes, and I'm now trying to make this into a coherent speech about industrial policy, about Europe, geoeconomy, competition and technologies, and Finland's position in all this. What does that mean concretely? If I were to use a slide here, I would give you that last slide from ESA. How does Europe look like in a global context? When we prepare our industrial policy strategy for Finland, we are at a stage where we have very good guidelines in the government program, and on the basis of that we are preparing this, and we are all now trying to acquire the latest information on what the others are doing. We have the major trends that we can all recognize that have been mentioned here already. However, when we look at writings from US think tanks on industrial policy, trade, geoeconomy, competition, value chains, well, in those writings, Europe is not even mentioned. And this is the framework where we try to form our industrial policy, and we're not even mentioned in a footnote in those texts. Well, that's quite revealing on the focus point in this matter. And what about Finland? How do we position ourselves in this situation? How do we reform industrial policy? How do we go about with this renaissance, which is based on green transition or clean transition, however we call it? Well, in principle, we are quite well positioned in Europe. We are a technology nursery. We create research. However, we do not commercialize it here. And if you look at statistics over time where expertise is created, Europe is a good contender. However, China is also very strong. Earlier, we in Europe produced a big part of that knowledge and technologies and innovations that then were commercialized by the rest of the world. Part of that is commercialized here in Europe and also in Finland. However, we actually are losers all the time, considering how much information we produce, then on the other hand, how much we can benefit from that. So this is something that we have to change. And now we have a wonderful opportunity, and this is my first point, which is that we have to invest during this government and also during the next government by 2023, 2030 on R&D investments. We are committed to that so that by 2030, 4% of our GDP will be spent on creating that new knowledge, new information. And this is the basis which has shown its success, and we have to improve on this, be better than before. And this is not only investing in expertise. This has to be solid and resilient. And we have to know where that expertise is used. But also we have to build on skills so that we can commercialize this information, this knowledge, and use it, for instance, on reducing our carbon footprint to make it into our carbon handprint. What does this mean in practice? And this comes to my second point, which is funding. So the R&D funding, even though it has on the public side a certain impact, when we look at OECD information, and it means that we have to have a certain amount of euros from the public side and private side. And also our 4% objective is based on this. But when we talk about private funding or public tools, and when we look at the global south, where the reality is quite harsh. This spring I was able to visit Tanzania and Kenya, and there we discussed, this was a Team Finland mission, we discussed on how the Finnish companies can participate in construction, in exports, and the harsh reality is that the Chinese have built their schools and roads, and after that they build their mobile communication networks, their harbors and railways. And how can we participate in all this? We have an alliance now with the Danish, and we are there with them to build. So Finnish and Danish and European companies are there building the required infrastructure. That's part of the partnership. We have to remember that in Africa, development cooperation have been carried out for a long time. It's also a huge market, and it's also somewhere where we have a lot of labor force. And that's exactly what Commissioner Urpilainen was saying. We have to be able to do this over there, be competitive, how we can fund activities there. And then another thing that I have to mention are investments, international investments that we have to have here in Finland. And Commissioner mentioned the investment potential, and we will be reporting to that to the committee, how to attract this investment. State aid competition is not very helpful here. We do not want to play the state aid game, which is going on now with the leadership of France and Germany. We cannot afford that. So therefore, we have to build new types of competitive advantages linked on expertise, operating environment, linked to migration in terms of labor force availability and expertise. And this is something that cannot be done away with state aid. And we have to talk about domestic investments, not just foreign investments that are coming here. We have to talk about incentives for investments here, incentives for businesses looking towards future. And when we have some lessons to do, some homework to do. Investments in digitalization is one such thing where we do not have enough investments. Tech-savvy people, yes, that we are. We individually want to use technology and devices. We are very good at that. But when we look at investments into digitalization, well, compared to other countries, we are lagging behind. And also, immaterial and material investments are important because they allow us to impact Europe. And then we have two technology strategy on AI, one of the first ones in Europe. So we wanted to see what the utilization of AI means for Finland, for citizens, for our expertise, skills, and as a potential for business activity. And of course, it's a huge technological family which is expanding all the time. And Pekka Ala-Pietilä was the chairperson at the European High-Level Group on AI. This was the basis for the work which is now the EU AI initiative, the legislation. So there we were able to have an impact on how these technologies will be utilized in Europe. However, the result was not what we actually had wished for. We wanted to have benefits from this technological change, but it looks like now we are actually creating regulation which will stall the development of this technology, and this is bad for our competitiveness. Of course, we have concerns, but we have also many positive factors because we have the real, genuine possibility to have an impact. And what are the tools for this? Well, they are linked to the national strategic political will. What would be the consensus on how we can develop competitiveness on the long term? So national industrial strategy, well, this is an ancient word, but we have to create new content for that. And that means that we talk about ways to modernize our industrial policies. We are able to create a level playing field for all actors here in Finland and also in Europe, so that we would be relevant in this field, so that we're not just a quaint outdoor museum somewhere here in Northern Europe. Rather, we are an active operator which is needed in these value chains for these new products, for problem solutions that are necessary for everybody. So this is what we want to build here. And this will not happen top down. It happens from bottom up. And for this, we have wonderful traditions of low thresholds to contact each other. We have all the necessary mobile numbers, we can talk to each other. And we do not want to over-regulate, so that investments would become difficult. So we have to guarantee that this expertise that we have in Finland, that's undisputed, and in certain fields is the best expertise worldwide. So we have to use this as our springing board to go out into the world. And this our wonderful Finland, as wonderful it is, but it's not enough when we think about our own domestic markets. Sometimes we talk about Nordic markets. It's too small, and therefore the European single market, those are our markets. So therefore this has to work for our benefit in the European markets, and then Finland can also be relevant globally as part of relevant Europe. Thank you.
Kiitoksia ja pyydän.
Thank you very much. Ilona, would you please sit down for the panel? And now we move on to our panel discussion. The title is Green Transition, Companies as Drivers for Change. And this is organized in collaboration with Turku Science Park, Turku World Trade Center, and Turku Chamber of Commerce. And the moderator is Linda Fröberg-Niemi from Clean Turku, Kenneth Ekman, Head of R&D and Concept Development, Fortum Battery, Jussi Ylinen, CEO Green North Energy, and Petri Tolonen, CEO of CH Bioforce. Welcome.
Hyvää aamupäivää, arvoisa.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here with this panel. It's good to discuss the future of Finland and Europe and what is the role of businesses in this. We heard Ilona's introduction that was provided a very good basis for this panel discussion. We talk about green transition, and just to make sure that everybody is on the same page, I have a short introduction to our theme today. Well, as we all know, the environmental business is more important than ever. Environmental business is a major competitive factor in global scale. And of course, we all know the reasons for that. Sustainability challenges are massive nowadays: climate change, overuse of raw materials, challenges in energy production, and so on, and biodiversity loss, of course. So this means that we have to change our ways to produce and consume energy, raw materials, and operational models of circular economy are key here to make sure that we have an impact. As Ilona said, we need to have an industrial scale of products and services have to be scalable, and innovations have to be turned to commercial action. And also we need a systemic change. Redrafting a single piece of legislation is not enough. Finland, Turku region and Europe have been active in this theme. We have drafted a Green Deal and Turku Climate Plan, for example, and the Green Deal of Europe touches all of us. And implementation of the Green Deal means massive investments in industrial facilities, in wind power, solar power, in product development and innovation. In practice, green transition is visible in bioeconomy, in circular economy, and in new technologies. And this will lead to growth in employment and in economy in general. So bioeconomy, circular economy, and clean technologies are well present in this panel. Your companies, the companies that you represent here in this panel, present a different field, and you also aim towards an industrial level production with scalable technologies that enable experts. The companies present in our panel are in a similar development phase, and now let's start talking about their views and perspectives. What is the operational environment for these companies nowadays, and how will industrial policy change, and what are the funding sources, and so on. So I'd like to wish you all warmly welcome, our panelists, Ilona, and let's have a short round of introduction first. So at what stage are you in at the moment, and how does your solution contribute to green transition or bring solutions to global development challenges? My name is Kenneth Ekman. I'm head of R&D and concept development in Fortum Battery Recycling. Our mission is to produce sustainable battery chemicals, meaning nickel, cobalt, lithium and manganese salt. These are our raw materials, and we use battery chemicals out of them, and we produce them sustainably, either by industrial side streams or other sustainable sources, not sources from mining. And then Jussi, Hello everyone, Jussi Ylinen from Green North Energy. We are developing a hydrogen production plant. Hydrogen is processed into ammoniac, and our first plant is being developed in Naantali, Turku. And ammoniac is produced from natural gas at the moment, and it creates 2% of global greenhouse gas emissions, so that is a lot. And ammoniac would be a good solution for many other sectors as well to reduce emissions. Our expectation is that by 2050, ammoniac production will be tripled. So we are in the core of development here. We aim at industrial scale and scalability of our solutions, and this greatly contributes to what Finland can offer to the rest of the world. And then Petri. Yes, good afternoon. Petri Tolonen, CH Bioforce CEO. It's good to be here. It's important to discuss this important matter. We operate in Raisio near Turku, Raisio Industry Park. Our pilot plant is there, and the laboratory is in Raisio Business Park. Our business is to fraction, i.e. separate pulp, hemicellulose and lignin from pulp mass in a sustainable, environmentally friendly way, in a competitive way. In these polymers, biopolymers can be used in many different applications, and they replace fossil-based raw materials. Well, thank you very much, Petri. So green transition means that we are heading towards something new. Where do we come from? What is left behind? Well, I hope that the linear model that we have now, that we have used raw materials without any concerns, that has led us to sustainability crisis. Europe and Finland can bring some solutions. And Ilona, what does green transition mean to Finland? Well, during the past government term, we worked very hard. Well, also some other European countries did the same. For example, Denmark. All industries made a low carbon map, and that concretized what green transition means to their businesses. What does it mean for authorizations, for funding, for investments, and so on? So what do we do at state level in addition to EU and private companies? Of course, state's role is big in funding. The state of Finland finances innovations, and we also have finance climate actions, and now we also have a merger project going on. Maybe some of you saw it already in the government program. And then, of course, we take maximum use of EU instruments. Indeed, well, funding is a very important element in industrial action, industrial scale action. So let's move on. But before that, maybe it's good to explain to our audience what is required from companies when you scale your activities towards industrial scale. What are the different steps towards industrial scale? Maybe we start here. Well, that is a very difficult question. Well, from Finland's point of view, it is important to support startup companies to keep Finland competitive and make sure that industrial action remains in Finland. We have to launch new projects. One good example is, well, our projects here. We have a very good set of examples here. We are key persons and key companies in this matter, and it's important to launch these projects. Then when we move a bit further, the states we are in, hundreds of millions of euros is needed in investments. We have to think about how to source raw materials, how to recycle them. And well, the thing is that we have to expand. our northern location is too little. We have to expand our activities to Europe. In the startup world, we need more information and we need more muscles. If we have 1 million euro research project, we need to make it 500-fold, 500 million euros. So we need expertise, we need mobility of experts, and people have to be mobile all over the world, and in that way make sure that massive projects can be implemented. Well, my company a few years ago employed approximately 20 people. Now the first phase investment is being finalized in Harjavalta. Very small, that is 25 million only, but still we now employ close to 90 people, and most of them are implementing this investment project. And this is something that we frequently forget in Finland, especially in manufacturing industry, that the game is being changed. Game changes when we move towards industrial scale. And this is something that we've been missing in Finland. It's easy to find small funding for projects, and we have excellent researchers and so on in Finland and all that, but we need to think bigger. If we don't do it, other parties take advantage of us. We have to have the skill to commercialize our findings and innovations, and this has been the situation for the past 30 years, and nothing has changed so far. Well, maybe it all boils down to lacking cooperation.
Ja tartun tuohon startup.
Yes, let me talk about startups. There are different types of startups. If it's a digital startup company, you can just manage with your computer. But when we talk about startups in circular economy or in hydrogen, well, that's a process industry startup. We need laboratory facilities and staff. These processes need to be scaled, and expertise is needed. So, Petteri, you have scaled technology. What does that need? Well, it needs a lot of R&D. We have invested a lot in this, and we are now at the top of the green transition because we use industrial side streams from agriculture and other fields. But this requires new technologies, new processes, and developing those is very expensive. We have now worked 5 years intensively to have this Raisio plant going. Product development work is very intensive, and it's wonderful that we had funding for this. And then what Ilona and Kenneth said, the commercialization phase, we are now planning investments in industrial scale bioprocessing plant. It's a demonstration plant, because now we first have to show our customers that this process actually works 24/7 and product quality is high. So commercialization then needs more funding. And when we talk about industrial investments in processing industry, so this is a capital intensive field, and it poses a great challenge for us. Well, of course, Europe, that's our home market, not just Finland. When we talk about the scale, raw material production and customers, so in that sense, Finland is too small, so we have to go straight away to Europe and then work globally. But once we finalize the first step here in Finland, we have the know-how and expertise and good infrastructure here, so this is a good stepping stone. And the next phase is Europe. When we talk about these industrial side streams, for instance, from agriculture, the volumes in Finland are not big enough. And then, talking about scaling, of course, the high level of technology. We have to demonstrate that it works, but also all the supply chains must work. We need raw material in the right place at the right time, high quality raw material, and then those customers who have tested our products and with whom we then draw contracts. So we need a lot of good people, expert labor, and in terms of chemical industry and in Turku we have plenty of those. Yes, then the next one. I'm sure that we are in the same situation where we all try to do something new. We take technological risks. Our product has to work technically, but also on the long term. So these equipments have to be able to run for a long time in markets which are just emerging. So we take this type of risk, but also a commercial risk. And with certain support mechanisms, we can have an impact on this. But in green transition, we have to trust in the principle that polluter pays. And as we go along with this transition period, then the operation becomes more and more beneficial, also commercial, and also how the solution developers can survive with their solutions and compete with the older solutions. Yes, so new industrial activities are being developed, and with the companies this is done, and this is new when we think about the industry which was built in the 1950s and 60s in Finland. The raw material base is now different, and companies tend to choose industrial side streams as raw material or underused biomass. And also energy production solutions are different now. Operating environment has totally changed. So in what way this discussion on industrial change, which will happen in Finland through information technology, information society, but what role do we have? Ilona already mentioned this. How does Finland look at industry at the moment, and what does that mean for Europe? Yes, we are talking about a neo-industrialization era. We've come back to certain raw materials. It's true that when we look at economy, so most part of the growth comes from information technology still. But at the same time, also the computers are produced with a certain raw material. So the microchip is produced in a way that we need a certain raw material. But of course, we would hope that we would not need so much virgin raw material. And when I looked at Helsingin Sanomat today, and there was a news about a report on how to save the world, it's not very easy. It's not straightforward. We have to make some concessions, and we have to do some things which produce unwanted environmental impact. Well, for instance, having electric vehicles for everybody is not possible when we try to mine new raw material at some part of the world. So when we look at the supply of raw material, there won't be enough of that if we want to consume as we are consuming now. And actually we have to think about this degrowth ideology as well. Some of that is over-exaggerated, but there is some truth in that, because we are now talking about a difficult balancing act. So strategic autonomy, independence. We're talking about doing away with certain dependencies now. And this is something that we want to strive for. But if we get this wrong, and then we end up with certain technological blocks, and that would be so expensive that nobody can afford it. And Esa very well put it concerning our strategy towards China. We have to build those necessary links very carefully. We all need them in order to operate. Indeed, and when we build these links, then production and supply chains and value chains have to be thought differently. And when we talk about electric vehicles, for instance, we know that one solution is not just the right one. We have many different solutions, not just one. And if we think about the construction of new industry, then the operating environment is very important for companies, whether it be in Finland, in Europe, or elsewhere. And so that we can scale these Finnish innovations here first and create green transition jobs here in Finland. Well, what type of operating environment Finland should be? What do you think you are planning at plant? What do you need as an operating environment in Finland?
Well, Finland has some very good elements. Operational environment is good, society is stable, processes are well visible, and the education level is high. Of course, we now have to attract foreign labor as well, and we have to make sure that foreign labor can come to Finland. And then, of course, when we talk about process technologies, one of our strengths is energy. So cheap energy, that is a clear asset in Finland, very important to our competitiveness. And then, of course, there are some weaknesses as well. Well, first of all, domestic market is very small. And then, as Ilona said in her opening remarks, the financial market and capital markets are very limited in Finland. It's not easy to attract domestic funding for big industrial investments. As for raw materials, I'd like to add something. Linda, you also mentioned the criticality of raw materials. When we are talking about green economy in Finland, if we define forest industry as green industry and green economy, and that is fine, but it's all based on wood, the use of wood. Now, the trend all over the globe is that our customers ask for more sustainable raw materials. People want to preserve forests as carbon sinks, as sources of biodiversity and sources for recreation. In Central Europe, people see forests very differently from us. Already now, textile industry is asking for new materials. They want to use something else than wood-based pulp-based materials for their clothes. And then we have to get rid of fossil fuel-based materials, and also bio-based textiles can replace cotton in textile making, and fields can be put to food production instead of producing cotton. So we focus too much on woods, and wood can be used for different raw materials. Of course, it is difficult. Well, that is true, and our industrial structure is different, and of course, all actors have to play together in order to achieve a successful green transition. What about Fortum? What are your ideas about the operational environment in Finland? Well, thinking about Europe, how people see us from elsewhere, how other countries see Europe. Well, Europe is often a problem solver. Well, very often Europe doesn't see Finland as a source of solutions. We have cheap raw materials sometimes and energy, but very often Europe is ignoring us. Europe doesn't understand that Finland would be able to provide solutions. And Finnish companies, well, knowing that We have many different industries, chemicals, forest industry, traffic, and everything else. It is very important to cooperate, to have a bigger voice together. And also public sector has to be taken on board. We need to cut emissions together, for example, and also public sector has to have a shared objective that Finland is a problem solver in green transition and Finland is able to produce green solutions. It's important to bring this message forward. In Europe, it's important to find projects and investments that could generate public good. And we could do this as well. What are the Finnish projects? What are the Finnish assets here? What can Finland offer to other countries in order to reduce the carbon footprint and implement green transition, and how to reduce our own carbon footprint and create new industrial operational environment? So what are our key assets and what are our priorities, priority industries and so on, and put our focus on them? So creating that kind of system, we could bring our message better forward. Well, very good, very exhaustive answers here, but if I should add something, I'd like to say that if we want to attract more investments in Finland to develop our own innovations further, it's very important to make sure that we have skilled people. That is a growing concern in many companies. For example, we have very complex chemical processes and very complex technologies. It's difficult to find experts to these tasks. You cannot train somebody in 2 weeks for such a post. We have to anticipate in society as well, and authorizations are very important, and permissions. For example, in Harjavalta we have a very difficult case. It's sad to say, but this investment will not lead to very good result to Finland. And then, as Jussi said, when we develop something from scratches, when new innovations are being developed, they always include a lot of risk. And of course, funding bodies are interested in our risk management, and none of us has the crystal ball. It's impossible to tell to funding bodies and that this will work, this will be scalable, this will be a success. There's always risk involved, and society should also bear part of this risk. We have support systems in place, but society should also be involved in risk bearing and risk management. We can fail also. Well, in general, we've been very successful in Finland, but there's more uncertainty and people are more concerned. They are more careful. People do not want to be involved in projects that include a lot of risk. Well, here we could be pioneers in Finland. We should be able to tackle these risks and create a better society for all. Maybe it's better to borrow a lot of money for better risk management and then achieve something bigger in the end. So this could be a way to promote Finnish innovation. As Petri said, it is a fact that Finnish market is too small. In battery making, in battery chemicals, in many other industries, we have to collaborate with others. And Fortum is a good example of this. We already have one plant in other countries, and others, and other investments are in the pipeline. Of course, we will always develop our activities in Finland and remain here, but we have to expand. We have 4 different locations in Finland as well, also in Lapland. So we are not leaving Finland, but we have to see ourselves as Europeans, not only Finns. And Jussi was correct here that we shouldn't leave Finland out of the battery map of the world. We have a lot of battery expertise in Finland, in Sweden as well. Well, we are a bit far away from many other countries. Ilona.
Jussin ajatuksesta olla.
Perhaps I may comment. I'm very pleased with the comment you just said, Timo. Important project of common European interest, which was also referred to in the Commissioner Urpilainen speech. We have to ease state aid rules because there are certain talents there that we want to promote in different member states, and they need more funding than others. So I like the idea that we would have these important projects of common Finnish interest, and battery chain is one of those. We have a battery strategy, and we are always happy that we have a strategy, and then we think that, well, now we've done it. But then it's the implementation that counts. So there are certain exceptions in terms of implementation. We have to find research expertise and companies who can do it. And then we have also the Finnish iron ore processing participating in the investments, and also the climate fund has done its part. Hydrogen chain, that's production chain, which is also very important in Finland. And then we can really talk about an important project of common Finnish interest. And what about others when we form our industrial strategy? We have to make a list, but it's never a finalized list. But we have to start from some certain projects in Finland. Yes, indeed. Petri, perhaps I may add, it's an excellent discussion on risk management and how to bear risks. And a big thanks, of course, to the Finnish state. We've been able to participate in many Business Finland projects and also in European-wide projects. And when we talk about funding, we talk with the climate fund and with public fund sector. But this public funding, it's usually giving support. They give support if we also have private funding already guaranteed. So therefore, I actually would like to ask for more risk taking from public funding as well. So we could reverse this. Perhaps these public funds could act as leading investors. They would look at the licensing, and they can see that, okay, these guys really know what they're doing, and it's a good project, and this would then increase credibility in the eyes of private investors. And I think Jussi mentioned it already, that this industrial scale investments, and Kenneth mentioned this already, that this always involves a risk, and somebody has to take this risk. Yes, indeed. So funding has been mentioned on several occasions, and at the moment this funding consists of public and private funding when you apply for it. And as Kenneth said, at the moment the private funding is in the leading position. However, Ilona, it would be interesting to hear what you think, because we are facing new challenges, building new industry, and it has to do with Finland's competitiveness towards the EU. So how does this sound to you? Well, perhaps a comment to funding. We are in Europe Forum, and we haven't talked so much about utilizing European funding. So we have to utilize European funding as part of our national toolbox, rather than setting ambitious targets on how to repatriate European funding. Well, as a leading investor in the public side, this is an idea that we actually have to think about. Usually this fixed rule based on economic liberalism is that this funding cannot be substituted. We actually think that we follow this principle that first public money follows private funding. However, as you said, we are facing new challenges and we try to balance things. I trust the bottom-up approach, and I trust that the private funder has information which is useful for the public funding. But of course, then when we talk about startup funding, and in Business Finland, when we have seen what the team is and we trust in that project and we can give them tempo financing. And this has then worked as a recommendation for the next phase and funding on that. Indeed, so if we look at private funding and venture capital funding, what about those markets in Finland? And when you look for funding in Finland for your operations, is there enough funding available for you? And do we have good enough contacts outside of Finland for funding? When, as Commissioner Urpilainen mentioned, over 100 million investments in Finland, mostly in renewable electricity, but what that production needs, it needs more flexible consumption, and we are all participating in that, surely. On the scale that we have in Finland, it's difficult to find venture capital. It lies abroad. So therefore, our exports, and is Finland a good country for finding solutions? So it's actually more about creating access than creating solutions. So Finland is the one creating solutions, and when Finland is known as a country, then it's easier to start talks with those who provide industrial scale funding. Those are abroad, outside of Finland. Yes, and I would like to say that private investment funds do exist in Finland, but they actually concentrate on investments that pay back quite fast. And when we talk about processing industrial investments with long-term payments, it takes 2 years to start the project and then 3 years to start the operations at the plant. And at that stage, some of these funds already require their money back. Well, there are some exceptions. We have some patient investors who might allow this, but actually most of these investors are outside of Finland, in Europe. Yes, we are talking about very long investment cycles, even up to 20 years. And when we talk about funding and quarterly economy, well, then the cycles are very short in comparison to this. Perhaps I may add, Commissioner Urpilainen said that in her hometown, Kokkola, they received 2 billion euros. It's true, and we might ask why. Well, the reason is that they already have the infrastructure in place there. And who built that infrastructure? Well, it was the Finnish state. And the same goes for Harjavalta. So when we have a big enough project where money was already invested a lot, then it's easier to get these large-scale industrial investments, because it's about scaling the existing operation to please the market for commercialization. Somebody said that 90% of our companies are small companies, SMEs. So we really have to think how we can find investments for those small companies. Big companies like, in our case, Fortum or others, it's quite easy for them to look for funding, 100 million or 200 million investment funding. But an SME with 10 employees finds this very difficult. So I think this should be developed. And Finnish entrepreneurs as an organization should also take a look at themselves, how they should go about with this. Yes, we are still talking about the commercial environment, how to develop it, taking into account this new industry which is being built. So the role of companies and the role of the state has been mentioned many times here, but perhaps now, before we finalize, we talk about leadership. Green transition needs leaders. How is this done? We have ambitious objectives that we should put them in practice. As Ilona said, perhaps first to Fortum, a question. How do you think green transition should be led, in your opinion?
Kysytään nyt minulta ensin.
Did you ask me? Well, indeed, what is the role? Well, it is quite clear who should be on the driving seat. That is businesses and companies. Well, such transition cannot succeed without contributions from us all. Well, as we've discussed, we are a small country, but we are a good country because we can innovate, we can explore. We are always complaining that we don't have money, we don't have as much money as in Germany, for example, but we have to be creative. We have to change our leadership structure. Instead of dividing responsibilities, we should maybe have shared responsibilities. So responsibilities and leadership should be shared maybe to different actors, to many actors. State plays a central role in Finland. People are educated well, and as I said myself about risk sharing, we have to contribute to joint risk sharing and risk management. Well, how to lead green transition? Well, it's easy to move on from Kenneth. So businesses and companies should be on the driving seat when implementing green transition. And it's always a good idea to share knowledge and information instead of keeping it to yourself. So collaboration between companies, with universities, with research institutes, and so on. And find those companies. For example, when we are talking about new bio-based polymers and new raw materials, we have to find those early adapters who are willing to try new raw materials and bring them forward. We have to find other startups. We have to find an ecosystem that together develop new products from hemicellulose or lignin or some other bio-based materials. This is how we achieve growth, but we need muscles for that. We need big companies with big resources, with open mind to embrace new products and bring them forward. Excellent. Ilona, would you like to say something? Well, the state shall not disagree in this, of course. I believe in a sort of lighthouse theory. I'm not for central management, but I believe in, when something big happens, when a big step is taken, it happens in different places at the same time. We have to recognize each other in those positions where change is taken forward. And this is how these lighthouses see each other in the darkness of the night, and they can then act together. You don't have to be very close to other lighthouses. You can just, if you just check every now and then where the other lighthouses are, you can move to the same direction, and then every single lighthouse take care of their field, make sure that risks are being taken and so on. In that way, these lighthouses mutually support each other, and this is the way to lead green transition. Pioneers get support from other lighthouses. Well, that is a very nice story about lighthouses, and this fits really well to our panel group this morning. One lighthouse will be put in Turku region, I believe, because we have a lot of risk takers and pioneers and early adapters in Turku region. Well, my last conclusion here is that we all agree that Finland and Europe and Turku region need industrial activities also in the future, because in that way we can commercialize the excellent work and expertise that we do here in research institutes and universities, and in this way we can create prosperity for citizens in Finland and Europe. Global competitiveness will be achieved by high-level special expertise and products with high value. And, well, we are far away from the core of Europe, but we are well and closely integrated into Europe now and in the future. Europe is also the most important market for Finnish companies, so let's continue good European collaboration and innovations and come.
Hyvät ystävät täällä Sigyn salissa ja
Dear participants here in the Sigyn Hall and also those participating remotely, a warm welcome to the Turku Europe Forum. Now we have Esko Antola lecture. Bank of Finland has traditionally organized this in the Europe Forum in honor of Esko Antola. At this stage, it is important to take a look at European values, and this is our theme today, the value of Europe and European values. I'm Elisa Newby, and I'm Head of Department at Bank of Finland. Now I would like to ask Tuomas Välimäki, the member of the board of Bank of Finland, to give his speech, and he will also present Erkki Liikanen, the person who will give the speech at this Esko Antola event. He just made it barely here on train, which was a bit late. Tuomas Välimäki. Dear audience, dear friends, I would like to warmly welcome you to this event, which is carrying the name of the patron of the EU research, Esko Antola. Bank of Finland made an initiative in 2018 to launch this Esko Antola lecture series as part of the Euro Forum. So now we have the great pleasure and honor to organize this lecture as part of the Euro Forum. And this year we are talking about the European values and their importance in Europe at times of crisis. Esko Antola has analyzed in his research the development of the EU and its decision-making processes on the basis of values. And 2 decades ago, he challenged the Finnish, saying that Finland's EU policy was not prepared to EU's development into a union of values. And this type of discussion only comes about at a moment when new members are being taken into the EU. The EU's enlargement rounds at the beginning of this millennia were important. We got new members in the EU, and this has shaped communities in a deep way, these states under socialism. Now, 20 years ago, we were not prepared for these new countries, Hungary and Poland, where major parties have been curbing democracy and human rights. They do like the EU money, but not the common values. The EU has experienced a decade of crisis. This has had an impact through financial crisis, Brexit and Corona. It has made an impact on these values and unity. And crises do not always take countries in the same direction. When the banking and debt crises seem to divide countries, take them into different directions and weaken solidarity, then Brexit and especially this war has unified troops. When Russia started its illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, it was not totally clear that member states would react in a determined and unified manner. In Europe, it was thought that this Russian war of aggression was not just attacking Ukraine, but also against European values. And now, after 18 months starting this attack, Ukraine is still defending European common values. EU will continue to give its support to Ukraine in the form of humanitarian, economic, military and energy sector measures. In order to solidify the Ukrainian economy, we can then build and reconstruct their society. And the EU leaders last June adopted Ukraine and Moldova as candidate countries, even though parts of their territories are still under Russian control. European Central Bank and the Bank of Finland, as part of the euro system, share the value of the euro and solidarity. And in the financial markets, large sanctions have been put in force against Russian banks and central bank, and this means that they are refused to enter into Western financial markets, and this has prevented Russia from using currency reserves. Now, if these values were measured in monetary terms, then we would use euro. It was launched as our common currency 21 years ago, and today 20 countries belong to the euro region, and this is the only currency young people have ever known. And according to the Eurobarometer, 86% think that the common currency is a good thing for Finland. Perhaps because we are a small country, we can understand the value of our euro integration. Now, the ECB and Bank of Finland strive for maintaining price stability and upholding the value of euro, and this is promoting monetary policy and creating jobs and economic growth. By this we mean that we operate on the basis of our common forms. We have to continue reforms in the EU and also use euro as the main mode of payment. Euros in cash is one of our central unity symbols. The euro region central banks are now developing a digital euro, which would be used alongside with cash. And this allows for more versatile modes of payment and would reduce euro area's dependency on external actors. Also, notes and coins are being reformed, and today you still have the possibility to have an impact on the designs on these new notes and coins. There's a questionnaire on this on the Bank of Finland website. My dear friends, I have the great pleasure and honor to invite to the stage President Erkki Liikanen, who will today hold the Esko Antola lecture. Erkki Liikanen, if anyone, knows the value of European values. He steered Finland to the EU in the 1990s and acted as the first Finnish commissioner. From 2004 to 2018, he acted as the governor of Bank of Finland and as a member of Board of Governors in the ECB. He's still active in international organization. He's the chairperson of the IFRS and also the board chair of the Bruegel think tank. Erkki, you have the floor.
Kiitos. Kääntyykö tämä? Sitä ei toimi tämä. Niin. Historia on.
History is present here and everywhere. Last week, Kjell Wester's book about the war years was published. Its names in the original language in Swedish is Kymnik, Twilight 41. In Finnish, the book was published as Molly and Henry for some reason. This book tells about an event in the summer of 1940. A Russian fighter had shot down an aero passenger plane on the way from Tallinn to Helsinki. All passengers went missing. The newspapers were not allowed to tell how it was. Hufvudstadsbladet, the Swedish newspaper in Finland, hinted that the disaster was caused by someone unknown factor. According to the information received later, there were 7 passengers in addition to the pilot and the radio operator. The previous week, the Germans had marched into Paris. Lithuania had surrendered on the same day. Soon, Soviet troops entered Estonia and Latvia. Then I quote the moods described in the book from Kjell Wester. Thousands of sparse but summer-decorated dinner tables. People, both old and young, poor and rich, had looked at each other, nodded thoughtfully and said it could have been us. In May, Henry Kissinger turned 100 years old. In his well-known work, Diplomacy, Kissinger has dealt with Stalin. Kissinger wrote, Stalin was a monster, but in the conduct of international relations he was a supreme realist, patient, shrewd and implacable. Stephen Kotkin was an American professor and one of the most well-known supporters of Stalin. He challenges Kissinger's views. Kotkin wrote that Stalin was a gambler. Stalin's four gambles were collectivization of agriculture and dekulakization, led to Red Famine in Ukraine. Second, the cleansing of the party and army before the war. Its famous victims, one of the famous victims was Marshal Tuhasevsky, Red Napoleon, and supporter of composer Dmitri Shostakovich. Thirdly, the treaty with Hitler and the division of Europe, and fourth, the Soviet invasion of Finland and the resulting Winter War, at the same time underestimating Finland and its defense. I met Kissinger and Kotkin in Lisbon in May. Mauno Koivisto's book, Idea of Russia, will be published in English in mid-October. Professor Stephen Kotkin has written about the book and the recommendation for the book. One of the big questions in the history of Finnish foreign policy has been, could the Winter War have been avoided by agreeing to Stalin's demands? Mauno Koivisto wrote about this in his recent book, The Makers of History. He wrote, so far there's no evidence that the Soviet Union had different plans for Finland than for the Baltic countries. So in the fall of 1939, wars had to be fought first in order to be able to agree again, who knows. In November, we celebrate 100 years from Koivisto's birth. J.K. Paasikivi spent his summers in Naantali near Turku in summer 44. He wrote in his diary, "We have trusted in the power of justice and fairness. There's no ground for this in history. Reading history, one becomes pessimistic. States act according to state reason, the interest of the state. It is horrible, blood red. So far, we haven't found any system that would inhibit state reason and protect other states against it. Inhibiting it, its relationship to moral, that is the question to be solved to define the future of small states, but also in the end, the success of bigger states and the entire humankind." In the beginning of the year, Osmo Apunen's postmortem book was published, Paasikivi Long Line. It contains a lot of new information on discussions of Paasikivi, Mannerheim, Ryti and others. When Paasikivi was in Naantali, Mauno Koivisto was 21-year-old and participated in Rääpyrannankangas fight in northern Karelia. He wrote to his father in Turku, "Now it feels that the attacks of the enemy have become weaker everywhere else except here. I hope that the Ruski moved their focus to the south against Romania or something. The plot against Hitler was not successful, I heard. If it had been, the Allies would have easily won the war. But the moment of peace is not here yet and we cannot provoke it. We cannot shake the course of destiny, but the one who stays strong will be saved. My own father also participated in Rääpyrannankangas fights. At the same time, elsewhere in Europe, Jean Monnet was thinking about the future of our continent. He was convinced that interdependence between nations is a fact and that unchecked nationalism is the root cause of war. In Monnet's opinion, both Europe's political security and its economic prosperity require the creation of common free trade area. Monnet emphasized that there can be no peace in Europe if the states are rebuilt on the basis of such national sovereignty that leads to prestige politics and financial or economic protectionism. If European states are to protect themselves against each other again, the creation of large armies will again be necessary and the end result is war. Paasikivi's and Monnet's thoughts have a lot of common denominators. After the war, Paasikivi was first president and then prime minister. In September 1946, President Paasikivi invited the U.S. ambassador Max Hamilton to his place. The USA had refused credit negotiations with Finland. The reason is probably that the peace treaty negotiations were in progress and the amount of the war reparations was also unclear. The the ambassador had brought up the international bank, the International Monetary Fund, and but Finland's joining was not clear because joining the Bretton Woods organization would require capital and take time. Finland had neither capital nor time. Paasikivi also said to Hamilton, "We want to get rid of our difficulties while maintaining our freedom. That is why we have turned our eyes to the west instead of east. We don't want to turn east." Paasikivi's words had a strong charge of value. The order presented by Paasikivi, first the UN, then the IMF and the World Bank, expired in 2 days. It was decided to admit Italy first, even though it had not signed the peace treaty. Paasikivi set things in motion. In a letter, Matti Virkkunen, head of department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, asked for the Bank of Finland's position on possible membership of the IMF. And 2 weeks later, the Bank of Finland, led by Sakari Tuomioja, gave a comprehensive response. The recommendation was that Finland should apply for membership of the IMF. Finland submitted its membership application in April 1947. The Prime Minister was Mauno Pekkala and the membership was approved in September. When the matter came up for consideration by the Parliament, it received strong criticism from SKDL. Tuomioja emphasized that Poland and Czechoslovakia were also members and that the Soviet Union was still possible to join. What about Sweden? When Finland joined, Sweden had not yet applied for membership. It first wanted to make sure the Soviet Union's position. Sweden applied for membership in the summer of 1950 and it joined 3 years later than Finland. At the same time, however, the Swedish Ivar Ruth became the CEO of the IMF and another Swede, Per Jakobsson, followed him in this mission. Marshall Plan Aid was negotiated at the same time. Paasikivi says in his diaries that they were in disagreement with K.J. Stolberg on 2 issues, Marshall Plan Aid and cooperation.
Paasikivin kanta molemmissa oli päivä.
And the cooperation and support agreement. Stolberg supported Marshall Aid and opposed the agreement. Paasikivi's position was against the both. It had been considered that Finland had to refuse Marshall Aid for political reasons. The situation was tense. The communists had seized power in Czechoslovakia and USA reassessed its policies. Countries neighboring the Soviet Union wanted to be more careful because they feared that Marshall Aid would give them a reason to interfere in countries' internal affairs. And then in 2019, a researcher once wrote, Finland would only get warm messages of support and respect towards a special position of the country. So, as late as 1952, the National Security Council stated that one should beware of any clear measure that would give reason for drastic actions by the Soviet Union that would be harmful to Finland's independence. How big was the Marshall Aid? The aid received by Norway and Denmark is roughly the same amount as the war reparations paid by Finland. So Finland paid and Norway and Denmark received. Well, Finland was excluded from the organization OEEC, later OECD, established by Marshall Aid. However, the membership of the IMF led us to GATT, which was important to foreign trade. World Bank loans also played a big role. Finland only became a member of the OECD in 1969, 3 decades later. Urho Kekkonen was in his 3rd term and Koivisto was prime minister for the first time. The years after the war were tense. Mauno Pekkala's People's Front government was followed by Fagerholm's minority government. President Paasikivi wrote after the war that only SDP can prevent Czechoslovakia-like development in Finland. Paasikivi diaries vividly tell about that time. Paasikivi also emphasized that to avoid unnecessary noise, the cabinet should be erected as quickly as possible. The government program also told about the political atmosphere. It emphasized that Finland is a free Nordic state. The most important task of the government is to strengthen the democratic state order. The elected bodies must be given peace of mind and the independence of the judiciary must be maintained. So, value questions were strongly featured in the government program, and these themes are very familiar even today in the EU and in the world. In 1950, European Coal and Steel Community was established, or initiative was made. Finland followed this from far apart. However, the first report from the Finnish embassy in Paris arrived in Helsinki only in September 1951, 4 months later. In 1953, Robert Schuman was left out of the French government. At the same time, the Foreign Trade Association in Finland was looking for a well-known speaker for its event, Heikki Proterus.
Heikki Proterus katsoi tilaisuuden tulleen, tapasi Proteruksen Kviekarian tilaisuuksessa eroisen jälkeisenä päivänä, pyysi Helsinkiin. Loistava ajoitus. Kukaan ei ole niin vapaa kuin juuri hallituksen jättänyt ministeri. Kalenteri oli tyhjä, hän suostui. Mutta vaikka ulkomaankauppa-liitto oli sitä ihastuksissaan, ulkoministeriö ei. Kansliapäällikkö syytti Proterusta omavaltaista toiminnasta. Ulkoministeriö pyysi Ranskan Helsingin lähettilästä peruuttamaan Schumanin vierailun Suomeen. Paasikivi toteaa päiväkirjoissaan Ralf Törgrenin ulkoministerin viikoittaisen käyntinsä yhteydessä todenneen, että ulkomaankauppaliitto haluaa tehdä Schumanin vierailusta suuren jutun, mutta hallitus ei pidä päivällistä eikä osoita muutakaan huomiota. Schuman saapui Suomeen vierailulle ja se sai suuren huomion lehdistössä. Ja hän piti historiallisen puheen. Hän kertoi, että kaikki sodat ovat saaneet alkunsa juuri näiden 6 valtion piirissä, ja lainaan häntä, tekemällä vaarattomaksi tämän sotapesäkkeen olemme tehneet jotain todella oleellista Euroopan raudan hyväksi, lainaus päättyy. Presidentti Paasikivi oli esitelmätilaisuudessa läsnä ja otti myös Schumanin vastaan. Hän kertoo päiväkirjoissaan sympaattista vaikutelmistaan. Schuman oli uskonut, että antagonismi Saksan ja Ranskan välillä saadaan vähitellen pois. Paasikivi jatkoi, että minä selvitin hänelle omaa kantaani ja Suomen asemaa. Hän ymmärsi sen hyvin. Schuman on tosiaan intelligentti ja miellyttävä mies. Vuonna 2017 ilmestyi teos Varjo Suomen yllä, Stalinin salaiset kansiot. Kimmo Rentola, Turun entinen professori, toimitti sinne osan, jossa julkaistiin V. Zenihovin muistio keskustelusta pääministeri Urho Kekkosen kanssa. Näihin tiedusteluväen muistioihin pitää aina suhtautua varauksella, koska ne ovat vain yhden puolen selostus. Mutta mitä hän kirjoitti? Ja lainaan. Kekkonen oli kuulemaan suoralta kädeltä hylännyt mainitun Rytin ja Kahman, olivat siis ulkomaankauppaliiton johtoesityksen, mutta nämä silti olivat häpeämättömyyttään kutsuneet Robert Schumanin Suomen ulkomaankauppaliiton nimissä. Kutsu oli ilmeisesti esitetty J.V. Stalinin sairastuttua. Presidentti Urho Kekkonen teki vuonna 1962 valtionvierailun Ranskaan presidentti de Gaullen kutsusta. Hän tapasi siellä Jean Monnetin. Miten se oli mahdollista? De Gaulle ja Monnetin välit olivat huonot. Niistä kertoo yksi episodi, kun Yhdysvaltain presidentti vieraili muutama vuotta aikaisemmin Pariisissa. Hän otti puheeksi Monnetin. Kertoi, että Jean Monnetia arvostaa Yhdysvalloissa suuresti. Ja mitä hänelle kuuluu, presidentti? Hän kysyi de Gaulleilta. De Gaulle piti tauon ja vastasi, Monnet tekee kuulemma hyvää konjakkia, miksi hän ei keskity siihen. Kekkonen ja Monnet tapasivat Alain Raallon suunnittelemalla Louis Carrén talolla Pariisin ulkopuolella. Niin sanomat kertoo yhden päästä uutisella siitä, että Kekkonen oli tavannut Euroopan isän. Tämä oli pirteä ikäisekseen. Mutta miten se järjestettiin? Miten Suomen presidentti saattoi tavata Jean Monnetin? Kysyn asiaa tuolloin Pariisin lähetyksessä palveleilta, nyt edesmenneiltä Ossi Sunelilta ja Matti Häkkäseltä. Monevien arvio oli täsmälleen sama. Jean Monnet sattui olemaan galleristi Louis Carrén naapuri. Carré oli yksinkertaisesti kutsunut naapurinsa kylään, ei lähemystyllä eikä Suomella ollut sen kanssa mitään tekemistä. Maiden Gulliksen istui samassa pöydässä. Raporttia keskustelusta ei ole. Euroopan hiili- ja teräsyhteisön pohjalle rakennettiin Euroopan talousyhteisö, EEC, vuonna 1957. Se osoittautuisi suureksi kaupan vapauttajaksi ja menestystarinaksi. Ulkopuolelle jääneiden oli pakko tehdä jotain. Britannia ottikin johdon ja sen mukaan liittyi puolettomia maita. Tammikuussa 60 allekirjoitettiin Tukholman sopimus. Mukaan tulivat Britit, Ruotsi, Norja, Tanska, Itävalta, Sveitsi ja Portugali. Suomessa seurasi asiaa pitkä prosessi. Ensin tarvittiin yhteinen käsitys siitä, mikä on Suomen tavoite. Ja sitä vartaan asetettiin erillinen ulkomaankaupan neuvottelukunta. Ja siellä päätiin.
A separate foreign trade advisory board was established where a consensus was reached.
Yrittävä pitämään.
It was necessary to protect Finland's commercial interests and at the same time try to keep border protection as high as possible. The problem was the attitude of the Soviet Union. According to it, the EEC was an ally of NATO and EFTA was not spared from criticism either. And it was asked that Finland should not join this club. And however, to guarantee Finland's commercial interests, FinEFTA was later developed. Finland got access as an associate member to EFTA market, but no place at the decision table. Kekkonen got the Soviet Union to accept the solution first at Kekkonen's 60th birthday in Helsinki. This image is from there. Rutsev announced that the Soviet Union has nothing against Finland's EFTA connection. In the fall, it was agreed in Moscow that the Soviet Union received the same benefits as EFTA countries. EFTA was not a permanent solution to Britain, and the country applied for EEC membership only 2 years later. De Gaulle stopped the plans, and after that, Pompidou became the president, and UK joined EFTA, and together with Denmark and Ireland, they joined the EEC, and Finland and other EFTA countries were left out in the dark. The main aim of Finland's trade policy was to achieve free trade agreement with the EEC. Well, these were turbulent years. The idea was to agree a purely commercial agreement, but also for signing this agreement we needed a very extensive government. And the foreign policy destiny of that agreement was open. At the same time, Minister Ahti Karjalainen presented that president should be elected by exceptional statute because normal elections would have created uncertainties. In January 1973, in early morning hours, the Finnish parliament accepted the exceptional statute, and Prime Minister Kalevi Sorsa signed the new law because the president couldn't do it himself, of course. Well, the question remains how these two things are related. I always remember when Kalevi Sorsa once said that the exceptional statute and the parliament's decision to ratify EEC membership, there was a logical connection between these two. I was involved in this process. Well, somebody always says that we shouldn't dig old things, but a journalist called me just a few days ago and asked about these old things. So it's always good to talk about old things as well. And Turku University actually is conducting a research on Teini-liitto, the Young People's Association in Finland. So it is interesting to study old things. So there's always a lot of material for people who are interested in history and want to study it. Well, a lot changed in 1985. Mikhail Gorbachev was the leader of the Soviet Union, and also in Finnish foreign policy we had to think about new values and next steps to join EEC. Austria and Sweden had applied for membership, and Finland and Sweden didn't proceed together. And somebody said that Sweden should have informed Finland. Well, Esko Antola was a significant influencer in favor of EU membership, and also other people were very present. Paavo Lipponen, who said that EC membership would emerge in the next decade. In April 1990, he proposed that all Nordic countries should apply for EC membership. Ilkka Suominen, on the other hand, gave his speech that laid the foundation for EC membership in August 1990, and the place was the meeting of the party's European sister organization EDU in Helsinki. He spoke about the solution to be made within 10 years, but it was important. In connection with that meeting, President Koivisto organized a small-scale reception. Koivisto had seen the speech in advance and said to Suominen in passing in Turku dialect, "Well, you said that, well, we haven't been there in the EC now, but well, I have said that we'll be there in 6 years, not 10 years. Well, Lipponen received very strong critics. That's how people who are considered their own are usually treated. The most important thing is probably that President Koivisto wanted to keep the schedule in his own hands. So things were changing very fast. In 1990, 30 years ago, I moved to Brussels, and I was always the youngest of the crew, and therefore I was allowed to ask stupid questions. What is the raison d'être? What is the core idea of the EU? And the answer was often very simple. Use of force is replaced by use of law. Another colleague said for it to work, EU decision-making needs to be non-hegemonic but effective. That's why qualified majority voting was needed. And then again, we moved forward. In 1991, there was a failed coup attempt in Moscow in the summer, and the Soviet Union collapsed at Christmas. At the same time, the EU progressed towards Maastricht summit in September 91. An agreement was reached on new treaty. Economic and monetary union was established, and also common foreign and security policy. As for joint defense, common defense, it was said to be realized at terme, which is difficult to translate into English. Well, luckily I can use my own dialect here, aikanaan, as we say in Savo region in Finland. Well, however, in addition, the Dutch presidency had already proposed in Maastricht that enlargement or accession negotiations should be started with Austria and Sweden. This was a shock in Finland. What, are we not joining together? So we decided that in 1992 spring we should send our application. Well, the report left in December 91, and President Koivisto had asked about the application, and then we knew that something will happen soon. Koivisto told Prime Minister Esko Aho on January 10th that if the application is not submitted, the cards we should see what happens. At the end of January, he said that he would speak about EU membership at the opening of the parliament. And he said that unity is progressing in Western Europe, and we have to make our choice. We have to make the choice which is best for us. And also, when I met Koivisto, I was the EU ambassador, and he told me that you should tell the others in the EU that we will not bring in our own problems. Well, after this, Finland became interesting in Brussels in a new way. Why is Finland different? Why did Finland strive from the margins of Europe to the core? And then Philip de Soutete once summed it up: when you are far away in geography, it is worth being at the decision-making tables. And then in 1993, Max Jakobsson was asked, why do the Finns support membership, the Swedes are hesitant and the Norwegians are against it? Well, Mark Jakobsson answered, well, Norway has NATO, Sweden has Finland, but Finland is alone. Think about it. Well, the negotiation came to an end in March 1st, 1994. Mauno Koivisto was in office for the last day, and Ahtisaari became president. A decade ago, Mauno Koivisto said, I'm part of the generation that fought for independence. Then I belong to the generation that worked for integration so that we would have more influence. The pessimists were wrong. A toast to peace and work. Well, last but not least, I'd like to bring up 4 value questions that are important for our future. I could talk for hours, but I decided to choose these 4. So 4 titles I have here: the value of the EU and values of Europe, Copenhagen 93, Great Enlargement in 2004. Well, when the enlargement negotiations started, EU had discussed with Greece, Spain and Portugal, who had long history of dictatorship, and therefore EU was ready to set specific criteria for joining the EU. And also China's membership in WTO 2001, a tremendous change. GDP of China is now 5-fold, and exports 10-fold compared to previous years, and also the second biggest economy. ICT, well, of course, global supply chains are the benefit, but also at the same time ICT is more used in monitoring and control. And third value question, as Tuomas mentioned, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. Here EU has worked in unity, in cooperation and collaboration, and important decisions have been made by qualified majority voting. Maybe we should have decided on qualified majority voting already in 1990. Well, let's think about Finland next. The second time for decisions was faster than the first one. In Windsor, in 14th of June 2022, and 3 questions were asked. Why Finland has to join NATO? 3 P's: Putin, people and politics. The 3 P's behind Finland's NATO membership and application for NATO. Very good summing up. So my thanks and regards to the President and the government. And now rebuilding Ukraine. This is also very much a question of values. Gorishenko, an economist, has written a great report, Rebuilding Ukraine, Principles and Policies. And he also wrote a very good report of the Finnish Great Depression, From Russia with Love. And that was actually the original title of a James Bond movie, but it was considered too dangerous then, and it was called James Bond in Istanbul or something like that. So the idea is to build a democracy with strong institutions and strong values, and values are key here. Well, next, European values and climate. Now the Ukrainian war risks to divide the world in 2. Russia has condemned the attack, but still, Europe has condemned the attack, of course, but most other countries didn't. So global South against the others, and China against the others, and so on. So there are big divisions. And climate is in crisis. We need a shift towards carbon neutral economies. We need funding. We need policy making. And the EU has to act in a way that we build a global basis. And on top of that, we have to build our other solutions. We cannot threat global rules-based world order.
Lämmin kiitos Erkki.
Many thanks, Erkki, for this excellent lecture. Many interesting thoughts. Now then we have a commentary from Johanna Rainioniemi. She works as the professor of political history at the University of Helsinki at the Political Sciences Department.
Kiitos Elisa.
Thank you, Elisa. And many thanks to the organizers for inviting me, and warm thanks to Erkki Liikanen on his interesting and a very topical and lecture, which also was very professional in terms of history of politics. There were so many interesting points there and very challenging to analyze as a professional, but I would like to highlight 3 items from that lecture, especially considering what is the theme of this event. It's the values of Europe and Finland as a part of that value system. When we look at all these different time periods referred to and to values that Erkki Liikanen referred to, law and rule-based system, we can think of these rules as standards as well, and that brings us closer to values. I think we're closer to values in a sense also as to how they have been understood already for a long time in Finland historically in a practical manner, in a way that these values are sustained by certain practices and institutionalized solutions. That is to say, they're not just backed by empty talk. And as I myself am a researcher of history and have been carrying out comparative historical research, societal history and development of different countries, it's quite clear that in the Nordic countries we have a particular historic development based on certain values and based on the trust and respect that we have for public institutions. And this is linked to the standards that I just mentioned, and they are very close to values. Then these practices that we have supported this value and standard basis which has offered Finland in many ways to rise from a very poor and structurally dependent country and to become a success story as a country. And essential here is also an understanding on the level of processes what we value. We value rules as a basis and the rule of law. This is very valuable for a small country like Finland. Also internally in Finland this has helped us to organize matters in the society. I participate now in a project on recovery from pandemics, legitimate governance and lessons from history. This is an interesting project and it's called Jure. And in our own think tank we look at how crisis management has been historically carried out, and particularly in Finland it's clear how law and order and the understanding of law and legislation has been understood linked to politics, how it is legitimizing political power, whereas perhaps in other countries since the 1960s legislation has been used to carry out societal reforms. So for a long time in Finland, we've had this rather outdated way of thinking about how everything has to be based on legislation, and eventually this will set certain limits to what can be done in politics. So crisis preparedness that we talk about a lot is not based on our experiences from the war, Second World War, but also on our experiences from the First World War and the internal war that we had in Finland at that time. And then thirdly, from Erkki's speech, we can look at this so-called reference group policy. It's very important for a small country like Finland. We are also a frontier country. And that means that if we look at Finland's history, so our territory has been the target of many different interventions. And those interventions haven't been done in order to improve conditions here. So then we can think what kind of activities are in the center of our society and what is our reference group that we have wanted to be seen a part of and to be acting as a part of. And here I think that this reference group has been very important when we have been doing this balancing act in terms of how our policies can be taken forward. So Western values, Nordic values, and also European values and the European Union. In 2014, when Russia invaded the Crimean Peninsula against all international rules, then we started a project to investigate how this will impact the European value basis. I was interviewed in this connection when I was drafting this report together with Kari Möttölä. I was one of the experts that was interviewed at that time, and then I stated that in Finland, the 2014 events did not change the fact that in Finland we've always been on our toes or slept with one eye open. And therefore, the events in 2014 from Finland's perspective looked very different as what they looked from Austrian perspective, where I have worked for a long time. So what did actually 2014 mean for Finland? What was the challenge? It was not that my generation wouldn't have understood the possible tensions geopolitically from this. Rather, it is that in 2014 what we saw was a result of a development that had already started earlier, challenging the European Union's values. So many sectors were involved here from the Finnish society, and it involved certain hopes and visions for the future. The European Union and the unity of the EU and its optimistic atmosphere since the financial crisis and even before that was under a great risk. And I thought that for Finland, this type of cooperation and economic stability and peace, this whole project that we had witnessed for many decades, even regardless of the Cold War. But that everything became to a crisis point and did something to the bedrock of stability and security, including economy. Now, when we talk about values and the quote from Paasikivi saying that in Finland we've always trusted in justice and fairness. Well, I think that as historians we become more like Paasikivi, or Paasikivi was molded by his research of history. But I think it's important to say that we have to look at values in the time they exist in a modest way, because the best way to guarantee those values that we want to hold up are those practices and institutions that actually uphold those values and that are linked to everyday reality, even though some might have different opinions on what is wrong and right. But we have these institutions and processes and practices. They create these strong forces that guarantee values, that guarantee such values that that actually can survive even if the realities change. Now, a book from 2016, The Global Transformation, is something that I've been reading now a lot. And the writers talk about growth and stable economic growth, which has been a long-term way for Western societies to calm down these disparities and inequalities that inevitably exist in this type of economy and power structure. And in this book, we take a look at what happens if certain limits come about concerning this economic growth. And according to this book, there we have two different types of democracy systems. We have the more liberal and social democratic option, but also when competitiveness becomes harsher, where security and economic questions come to the fore, then this sort of competitive authoritarian system which limits the role of politics in economy and at the same time makes use of a capitalistic model. So it's interesting to see how economy, security, and values, this triangle, makes an impact on future. And at least we have now the European Union and its values, and I hope we will have them in the future as well. Thank you.
Lämmin kiitos, Johanna.
Many thanks, Johanna. Well, after this commentary, it's now wonderful to try and have a discussion on the value of Europe and European values. And dear participants, you have the possibility to participate in this discussion. You can send your questions to the message wall here in the event hall and transfer those questions to the panelists. First of all, Erkki, your Esko Antola lecture clearly showed us how the European Union was created based on values, based on peace, and economic values had an indirect value in this building process. I would like to ask you all, how do you see this? Is this the basis still, the foundation in today's Europe? What about objectives and values? How are they positioned nowadays in the European Union? Erkki Liikanen. Regarding what Johanna just said, how to say it diplomatically, values have always been important in the EU, but they were put aside in Finland in the 50s and 60s. If we look at wordings in the EFTA, we always talked about clear economic values. And in 72, the same. So we wanted always to say that we don't want to go to NATO, but we were just starting with this kind of politics. And when Gorbachev took over and we talked about EU's membership, and in the same way as the Brabant cars were used in the DDR, our past is also quite somber. So these EU values for us as such are quite new. Now, if we look at China, China is a huge economy, a huge success. I'm reminded of a story from Pekka Aro, an ILO official who deceased in China from SARS. I went to visit a colleague in the ministry telling about this sad news, and a colleague there in the ministry said that, well, that's very sad, but that helped us a lot in solving the crisis. And I said, why? He said, well, since we were able to use the system, we were able to then trace back all the sources of the disease. So here it's the same. This control and monitoring is something which is used. We have to think about this in terms of values. Is it something that we go along with? We cannot forget values, but we also have to make some choices and concession. And Johanna, maybe I remind you of my original question, European Union as a community of values and economic values. Are they tools? Well, perhaps I can support what we just heard. I think in Finland, values have been a bit problematic. It's always been linked to this balancing act between the East and the West. So we have somehow managed to go around this. It's like when we were talking about gas pipes, it was always only about economy, there were no politics involved. So this has been a long tradition in Finland, and if you look at Sweden, it's totally different. They're not afraid of talking about these matters. And now for a while now, we have been forced to learn to talk about these issues. It's always been a bit hidden behind the scenes. Your question was a bit complicated. What is the value order really in the European Union? And values concretely, actually when somebody challenges those values, we see them more concretely. And I think that the rule of law has been challenged in the EU. And then for others, not the challengers, but those who have been challenged, then realize how important as a value this is. Well, I don't think that objectives have changed. When I voted for Finland to join the EU in '94, it was a vote for peace. Now it's been on the back burner for quite a while, but in recent years, peace has really come to the fore. And for that, we need stability, stable conditions inside a country. Stable economy is the best thing for peace. And therefore, I still believe that economic values do matter. And the work that we do here locally on price stability, for instance, it's very important. And then, Tuomas, if you continue, what about the significance of the EU? And is it linked to its prosperity? Actually, I have a picture. If I could show it to you, I was looking at this on my way here. The world map with each country with their GDP. And it reflects very well our discussions, what we see in the news, on different continents. And if we look at other parts of the world in a certain manner, and I'm sure they in other parts of the world look at Europe in their own manner. Well, economic success and its significance should not be forgotten. And we are in competition perhaps with other countries and with their economic systems. So European success speaks for our values and their success. In the past 5 or 10 years, we have seen many ways how to operate, and we can take a look at what are then the values of human rights and freedoms in those systems. So economic prosperity in Europe has its significance. Erkki, yes, this is very important. Now take a look at our country and how we operate. Now climate is the mega trend. And well, we try to be the best in the world, but we are not perhaps always solving the problems. So we should create a global system and build on that. So we're always competing about matters. That's not enough. So economy is enough, and attitude, and then values. Well, when we look at China, US, Europe, Global South, we will be confronted with major value questions. Economy is not enough, but we have to be practical here. I could go into detail here, but we don't have time for that. Well, from the academic world, I could say that we have seen a phenomenon from the US. People are moving out. They want to come to Europe because they greatly value the living environment that can be offered by European countries, Finland included. It is seen as interesting, and this is not a small matter in these times of uncertainties. This type of possibility to plan and to forecast what is going to happen. What type of prosperity are we talking about? We're not just talking about more and more material things. Rather, we're talking about crisis situations where certain things are constant, of high quality and quite expensive too.
When Americans have been interviewed, they often appreciate Europe's calm and peaceful life. But if we think what lies behind this calm attitude to life, it's about values, and there are other strong values than only capitalism. And now I would like to ask some questions from central bank representatives. So central bank activities aim at keeping money value constant. Well, you are not a monetary expert. You work in the university. So what do you think about preserving of the value of the money for central banks? Keeping money valuable is often one of the key targets. So do you think that this means that some other more important values are put aside when we are focusing on tackling inflation, for example? Well, that is a very important question indeed, and because political economy and related sciences, we've discussed this a lot. What is a good policy? Should we have austerity or not? Should we have tight monetary policy or more relaxed and so on? Well, in my opinion, inflation, let's put giant inflations apart. They have had tremendous effects in a global scale. But for me, inflation or value of money, preserving the value of money, always has a great impact in stability in societies and also in international relations. And this is something that people usually forget. So what is at stake here? it's not only about money. Well, money does not have value as such. It has more extensive impacts. So I think it's quite easy actually. So monetary policy has strong connections to society and its stability. Well, I followed discussion in X this morning. They were economists, well, not from the Bank of Finland nor the central bank, and they discussed the fact that steering rates and their increases has been very difficult for ordinary citizens in Finland, especially. What about you, Erkki? Well, what Johanna mentioned is absolutely correct. Inflation has had tremendous effects in Europe, for example, if you think about the Great Depression in Germany, for example. For central banks and for economists alike, it's important to separate fact-based analysis and value discussion, so we do not have mandate for that. Well, price stability is very important for societal stability as well. Just one thing, I'd like to comment Johanna's one comment. You mentioned the creation of values, and also you mentioned internal civil war. We have very good science of history and research of history, but also books are being published, and they are very interesting, and you learn a lot from different books. Well, we have all learned a lot from Väinö Linna, for example, but Kjell Wester's book is very good, and also Sirpa Kähkö recently published a very important book. And well, people read less and less, but they shouldn't. Think about literature and history. They create a very strong connection, and they also create a very strong basis for understanding the world better and understanding our common European history. Tuomas, what would you say? Well, Johanna mentioned hyperinflation and deflation and what happened in Germany between the wars. Well, now things have changed, and Germany is very much for price stability, as we all understand. And price stability is something that is preserved and monitored in European Central Bank. So that is something that we want to maintain, of course. Well, thinking about interest rates in Finland, of course, Finland has a different situation when it comes to mortgages and how people buy apartments, and what is the effect of rising interest rates here. So the impact has been stronger in Finland than in other countries. So this has created insecurity and instability. Well, that is clear. But then other countries have different difficulties. For example, in Germany, people have fixed interest rates, and of course it depends when you take your loan how beneficial it is for you. So there are different situations in different countries, and there are good and bad sides of every situation, of every solution. So we cannot say that the Finnish system is outright bad. Well, as Johanna said, this is an important question to communication of the central bank. Well, also political communication is here important. Well, indeed. So let's come back to Jean Monnet, the father of European unity. He has said that Europe does not need to change for free movement of goods. Change is needed for changing the relationship between people. How do you see this? Do you think the European Union has been successful in replacing nationalistic and individualistic thinking by more united and democratic thinking? Well, from a personal point of view, well, I started my studies when Finland joined the EU, and I'm definitely a representative of the Erasmus generation. I did my PhD around Erasmus program, and I saw that people have created a lot of contacts through Erasmus programs. And unfortunately, cheap flight tickets, well, they were too cheap, but still people could create connections and establish connections. And also traveling and study international study programs have been very important in creating connections between European people. So this is a very good question. Are people as closely connected as they used to be a couple of decades ago? So it's an interesting question. My generation has always been very international. Well, this is a question of different generations. Tuomas, what about you? I agree with Johanna. So at individual level, this is true, but I don't know how the situation is at national state level. If you think about the past 20-25 years, states do they show more solidarity to others than before? When Finland joined the EU, Jukka Pekkarinen did publish the report, or together with him we did this, and we said that Finland will see shocks, these asymmetric shocks, which are something that it has to solve on its own. So Finland was concerned of its own shocks in the beginning, but then when other countries were faced with similar asymmetric shocks, we didn't want to help. So I don't think anybody thinks like that in reality, in insurance, for example. So we should have finalized the banking union with instruments that add stability. So we should always be willing to help others. We never know what comes to us. So there's a very good question from the audience, and this is a good conclusion to our discussion. And this question is as follows. There are common values in both Europe and Finland. What about those outside of Europe? Are these values shared also outside of Europe? And if not, to what extent should values be taken into account when we cooperate with China and the US? Erkki. Well, I was recently in Zimbabwe and I spoke about sustainable development. On the way from airport, I saw a giant poster of Lukashenko where he gave tractors to local people. And I asked somebody, a CEO of a big company, that what do you think of this? And he said that, well, when we needed help, East gave us help. And when we needed money, when we needed arms, Western world didn't help us, so we turned our eyes to the East. So this is something that we should keep an eye on. So we are part of the very small block in the world, just the Western world and the European countries. We have to show solidarity to African countries, for example, and help them. It is not easy. So the idea of just staying in Europe and taking care of Europe's affairs is not right. It's not enough. Well, of course, we cannot think like that anymore, that we are the ones who have the right values in the world. There are different values in the world and we can have different opinions on other values, but we cannot think that the European values are the values in the world. On the other hand, we should remember that Europe does not own its values. We have universal values. People want to live in stable societies where their basic needs are met, for example. This is not something purely European. So there are some values that are common all over the world, but on the other hand, we cannot teach other people that our values are the only possible values, and climate change has to be taken into account as well. Tuomas, well, I believe that everyone thinks that we should share our values, and everyone in the world thinks that their values are the only correct values in the world. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Esko Antola. Presentation was given by Erkki Liikanen, and then our other speakers, Johanna and Tuomas, our panelists. Thank you very much.
tulee pääsee tänään intistää sitten.
Hyvä. Me voimme aloittaa.
We can start. Good afternoon and warmly welcome to Europe Forum, both here in the venue hall and those viewers following us online. We will start to look for the unity of Europe. We have a panel discussion coming up with very prestigious and interesting guests. As we all know, EU Commission's term is approaching its end. A new Commission will enter into office in a year's time in autumn 2024. This term has been full of surprises: the pandemic, Brexit, immigration crisis, energy crisis, and Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. However, the Commission has operated at full speed and has been able to find effective solutions to all these challenges in a very quick manner. Well, we can all conclude that these measures have made the EU stronger, but also we can ask whether they have also strengthened its unity. What are the assets of the EU now that this Commission has only less than a year left of its term? What are the future challenges of the Commission, and what should be on the Commission's agenda on the next term in autumn 2024? So these are the questions to be answered during the next 45 minutes. We have Professor Alexander Stubb here, Commissioner Jutta Urpilainen, and Finnish Minister for European Affairs and Government Ownership Steering. Warmly welcome, and now let's start this highly interesting discussion. It's so good to have you here. Alexander Stubb, you're a professor, so you have maybe a more comprehensive view, more scientific and academic view. Jutta Urpilainen is really working towards European unity as a European Commissioner, and then Anders Adlercreutz has a very fresh view on the domestic side. So I'm looking forward to very comprehensive and extensive replies from your part. Well, we are not the only ones who will participate here. We have the viestisena.fi/TEF, that is the message board that you can use here in the room and online. Please send your messages and answers, and please answer the first question. What are the strengths of the EU at this moment? That is our first question, and we will create a word cloud of your answers and analyze it later on. Well, first of all, let's have a short round of introductions. Well, we all know you very well, of course. You are very familiar figures here. So let's make it in a different way. So what is your personal relationship to the EU at the moment? Is it inspiring, tiring, dear, passionate, irritated, or something completely different? We start with Alexander.
Kanssa tekemisissä sekä
Yes, I've been involved in the EU and in academics as a member of the European Parliament, as an official, and now at the university. So it depends on the situation how I see the EU. Nowadays I can look at it from a distance. I'm not envious of Jutta and the minister. It's interesting to take a bird-eyes view from where I'm standing and to look at the EU. I've been following things very intensively during the corona crisis and what Jutta is doing. And Anders, congratulations. You have the best and the worst portfolio in these matters. Indeed. Well, which one is the best and which one is the worst? Now, Jutta Urpilainen, what is your current feeling towards the EU? You've been a commissioner for a long time with a very important portfolio. I'm very close to it, and I'm looking at it very pragmatically. My relationship to the EU has gone through many phases. We were in the same government with my colleague here, Alexander, and our youthful commitment and enthusiasm was the first phase. We were campaigning. I was in the secondary school at that time. I was campaigning for Finland to join the EU, so it's been very emotional. But being a commissioner, that's very pragmatic, very close to reality. There are tasks I have to do. There are different types of interests that we have to take into consideration. And then as a commissioner and as a college, we have to then mediate between all these interests. We have 26 member states and we have to look at things globally. So one case at a time. That's how we handle things. And then Anders Adlercreutz, you are the fresh Minister of European Affairs. What are your feelings towards the EU? Well, perhaps I'll start from the beginning. In '94, when we voted on the EU, I was an Erasmus student in Barcelona. And I remember that the EU was full of promises, freedoms, and no borders. I was very excited. Of course, by this time now, I'm more realistic and more pragmatic about this. But all in all, everything that the EU offers to us in Finland, and also when we look at all global challenges that we face. So I think that there aren't many of those challenges that could be solved without the EU. We have to solve them together. So I'm very hopeful and optimistic about the EU. The war against Ukraine has shown us also that the unity of the EU is very important. And in a tough place, we are able to make good and also difficult decisions. Indeed.
Täynnä yllättä.
Well, this term has been full of surprises, difficulties, challenges. How has the EU succeeded? Well, let's start with Jutta.
Kun tavallaan aina voidaan
Well, we can always find room for improvement, of course. And very often people think that EU is slow, and it's often about finding compromises between 27 countries, so it takes time, and how to put common interest in front before your own interest. Well, thinking about the past 4 years, well, when the pandemic hit us, a couple of months after our commission started, and then when we got rid of the pandemic, Russia attacked Ukraine, and there was a full-scale war in Europe, and also Brexit was realized during this term. Well, if you think about how we've succeeded in the corona crisis and getting rid of energy dependency of Russia and so on, so we've succeeded very well. I believe in what Anders said. When there are external threats, it forces us to work together. So it has all these external threats have actually strengthened Europe. We work better in unity now, and also in concrete terms, buying vaccines, helping Ukraine, and setting sanctions to Russia. All these measures have demonstrated that Europe can be strong when it's strong inside. It can be strong outside towards the outside world when it's first of all strong inside. Of course, I hope that this strength and unity remains now that we are hopefully moving towards the future, to new crises perhaps. What about Professor Stubb? What are the best success stories and what not so? Well, I've always said also to Ursula von der Leyen that it's not the president of the commission who drafts the agenda, but it's the external affairs that draft the agenda. Well, this has been a very successful commission because it has been able to tackle different crises. Well, there are a few examples. Well, thinking about Euro crisis starting in 2008 or 2009, well, it took so many years to build European unity. We needed a lot of time. We were slow to react. We were not united internally, but instead Europe was divided into North and South. Whereas in the pandemic, we were very quick. In 4 weeks, we got everything done, and everything was dealt with in a couple of weeks in a very good manner, very efficiently. When Russia attacked Ukraine, it only took 4 days until the first sanctions were put in place. I haven't seen such efficiency and unity for a long time, for decades. It will maybe not last for forever, but it's been very impressive indeed. When there's an external threat, like there is now Russia, we can take very quick decisions how to support Ukraine, how to finance Ukraine, how to set sanctions and so on. So this commission has been very geopolitical in nature with strong unity. What about the domestic side? Anders Adlercreutz. So where have we succeeded? Where have we not succeeded? Well, first of all, I'd like to continue on what Alex said about the timeline, how we reacted in 2008 and 9, and how could we see things quickly, how could we analyze things quickly. I think the EU has developed in mental sense, so we have more faith in our own capabilities, and this gives us hope for the future. Now that we already have the 11th sanctions package, if we had known all this in December, January 22, and if we had told this to Russia that this will be in the pipeline if you attack Ukraine, maybe it wouldn't have attacked. Now we are building scenarios for possible future crises. Let's hope that there will be no, but still we have to anticipate, we have to define our future playbook as well. So this might have a preventive effect if we are well prepared. In Finland then, well, it's quite difficult to discuss the EU in Finland. It's traditionally been quite difficult because there's a great distance between Finnish political discussion and the EU. It would be so much better to have a concrete discussion on Europe in Finland. Well, this forum provides a forum for that, of course, and that is a good thing. But I hope that Finnish politicians would talk more about Europe and EU's development, not only how to criticize Europe. Well, we are part of the EU and we can also have an impact. Well, then we ask the audience what are the strengths of the EU at the moment. So we have a fantastic word cloud here, and the biggest word is unity. And cooperation, youth and values are also important key words here. Well, it seems very positive. What do you think?
Yes, indeed. It's wonderful that these values are now in the fore. For me, the EU is primarily a community of values. We share the same values. We believe in democracy. We believe in human rights. We believe in the rule of law, in freedom of expression, in equal rights. So, and these are the values which the European societies are based on, and this is something that we try to offer to our partners in different parts of the world. And of course, then there are different dimensions like security and defense, etc. But these values are in the center, and this sets us apart from authoritarian societies, which with their activities try to have power in the world. Well, it would have been interesting to see what that word cloud would have looked in 2010 or something. Perhaps the euro or something would have been mentioned there. Green transition is mentioned there, but it's quite small, even though it's very important for the future. Are you worried about this? Yes. Well, values and unity, those are important. I would have expected green transition to be more prominent here, because when we talk about big changes, well, this is where the EU has a relatively good position, and especially Finland, if we look at climate activities. And if the EU wouldn't set any standards and meters in this field, well, then our chances of success would be a lot slimmer. And green transition, it does have certain concerns for us in Finland. We have to break away from the attitudes that we have during the pandemic. We have to leave all that behind us, and Finland can compete and be successful with on its own terms, and not on the basis of what support is given to those projects from different countries. And then the unity. We have the following question from the audience. What do you find is the biggest threat for the EU? We will look at the replies soon. Commissioner Urpilainen, you are responsible for external relations and partnerships, and this covers all continents. It's a huge playing field, and Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has greatly impacted your work. What is now central in terms of security?
Ehkä se tosiasia, että vaikka
Well, there's war in Europe, and that is the fact now. But the implications of the war have been global. Thinking about food security, for example, just a few of us understood before the war how important Ukraine was for food security on a global scale as a producer of grain and fertilizers. And African countries, for example, are very dependent on Ukrainian food. Although Africa is a huge continent, it could have possibilities for its own food production. And Ukrainian war in Ukraine has greatly affected food security in Europe and elsewhere, especially elsewhere. And also inflation has been on the rise due to war in Ukraine, and also energy prices have risen. So all these crises have had dramatic implications in our partner countries. So these are consequences of Russia's war in Ukraine. And then Russia and China use their own propaganda to get these countries to join forces against Europe, telling that Europe is to blame for food security crisis and energy crisis and all that. So there are strong geopolitical tensions at the moment, and it's been accelerated recently. What about EU as geopolitical actor? Is it one? It is. EU is a geopolitical actor. And for a long time we thought that there are so many things that unite us: mutual dependencies, technology, food, currency, competitive policy. We thought that all these elements, they connect European countries so closely together that there will never be war in Europe. And now we've realized that these very same instruments can be used to fight the war, to prevent the war and maybe stop the war. So food, energy, fertilizers, food, money, all these instruments, they help us to in our relations to Russia. So EU has very much competence in those instruments that can be used as geopolitical instruments: competitive policy, trade policy, common currency, and tariffs and duties. So all these are geopolitical instruments now. Well, I've been writing a book for the past 3 years. It's about imbalance and disorder of the world. And a couple of years ago, we thought in the Western world that all other countries in the world support Ukraine and are against Russia. And this was visible in the first UN elections, but then something happened. We didn't realize that half of the countries didn't vote, and only 40 countries in this world have set sanctions to Russia out of 200 or something. Well, it's due to our colonialistic past, and other countries think that we have our own interests at stake. And so there's a geopolitical imbalance of who's against Russia and who's not. Anders Adlercreutz, you are responsible for European affairs. So what is Finland's position in the EU at the moment? Finland is now a member of NATO and so on. And now that we have war in Europe. Well, NATO membership has been very important to Finland, so other countries became very interested in Finland, and our importance has risen. And as for Europe, well, Finland has been very logic in its relations with Europe. We do not say no in the beginning, we say yes, but, and then we coherently start improving things. We are sitting at those tables where decisions are made. We are very interested in internal markets, rule of law, sustainable development and sustainable economies, all these central questions. So I believe that we have a very well justified position in the EU, and we have become maybe even more important now. Well, let's put the audience's answers here. So what is the greatest threat to European unity? And here we can see what are the greatest threats to European unity at the moment. Nationalism, populism, and polarization. So not surprising, is it? Well, these are very clear answers now that we talked about Russia. Well, let's think about nationalism, populism, and polarization. Well, these are exactly the instruments that Russia uses in its propaganda. These are instruments that can create divisions in the world and shake Europe's unity and affect Europe's capacity to act in a global context. So it's very important to pay attention to these phenomena.
And then the problems with the rule of law principle and Hungary and Poland. Alexander Stubb, how do you see this trend in the EU at the moment? Well, in my opinion, the basic principles of democracy, freedoms, basic human rights, defending rule of law, and media freedom, they should be defended every day in practice. And we've seen in the past years, and I'm happy that we have the Lisbon Article and Lisbon Treaty and Article 7. It allows to do this, us to do some things, but we also have to realize that the EU has been rather harsh towards Hungary and Poland for a good reason before the war started. But when the war started, we've been a bit more careful with Poland. So this is the core of a national state and sovereignty. Poland and Hungary are in problems. They're trying to handle the situation. They also need support. How far can we go? How strict can we be? Can we then put some conditions on budgets and other things? And of course, it's the Commission which is the bad boy or a bad girl here who has to carry out all these controls. And I think that this is one of the biggest threats to the EU. And it's always linked to nationalism and populism. As a commissioner, Jutta Urpilainen, what type of pressures have you experienced from polarization, nationalism? Well, this is a topic that we discuss a lot and it worries us. I am of the opinion that since we believe in democracy, then people would never vote wrong in a democracy. We couldn't tell them that you have voted wrong, that the result is wrong, because in democracy people have the right to express their opinion, and this is visible in elections and their results. And then, since we have member states where certain types of nationalistic and populist forces are at stake, well, then we face a challenge where we have to see if those countries are actually then committed to the values that this community is based upon. And if we see that certain member states and their governments knowingly, intentionally question these values or carry out measures that attack against those values, then I think that it's the obligation of the rest of the community to react, which we have done towards Poland and Hungary. And this is also related to our how are we taken seriously? And since decision making is largely based on unanimity, and then Hungary, Poland or others have the right to veto those decisions. So this is the kind of hen and an egg situation. How can we increase sanctions without going too far and being accepted in the decision-making process? So I would support taking decision more based on a qualified majority. This would allow us to act more. Well, I'm sure there are a lot of anecdotes linked to this. Viktor Orban, I once asked him in the summit, I asked him, so how are you doing? And he replied, well, probably better than I deserve. So he might be a tiny leader with some sense of humor. Perhaps he was right in saying that. Well, when we talk about the future of EU and its unity, well then legitimacy is very important. And since funds are transferred from one country to another in the EU and we have this joint responsibility, and if then somehow it seems that the rules are not the same for everybody, that some can do something different, they can say that media is not independent or the judiciary does not need to be independent. So then the legitimization of the EU is diminished in other member states, in Finland. So the rule of law is something that we have to be very careful about so that the member states would not deviate from the common standards. And I think the Commission has been quite creative in trying to find solutions to these problems, but there is still some work to do.
Thinking about sanctions, do you think sanctions work? Well, executive institution, well, as for Hungary, well, Hungary hasn't received any monies from the recovery fund because they haven't met the criteria. So sanctions work and money talks. So, well, I think the Commission has, with the competencies it has, acted in a very coherent manner. And as Alex said about Poland, well, Poland has been very active in helping Ukrainians, and therefore we've been more flexible towards Poland. But certain criteria has been set to Poland as well, and we've been strict with Poland as well. So the question is how we should change EU policy making and decision making so that we could monitor how other countries do, and power and responsibility go hand in hand. Well, this responsibility becomes more important than ever when EU enlarges towards new countries. Well, at some states we have maybe 30 member countries, maybe not Turkey, but Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, especially Western Balkan countries. Maybe not Turkey, but the sanction mechanism is a very strong incentive for taking care of one's affairs and following the rules. Approximately 3% of the GDP in Hungary is related to EU funding, and if it's about such important funding, then of course it's in Hungary's interest to behave properly. Okay, well, let's turn our eyes to the future. In a year's time, we have a new commission in place, and if Finland wants to be active, we have to start acting now. Well, maybe we should have started acting already. So what would you like to see in the next Commission's work program? Finland has been a very good student in EU's class. What should we do? How should we be? Could we be more proactive to have more say in the future Commission program? So how we should be more active? Well, that is a complex question, of course, and how to have an impact in Commission's working program is, of course, something that we are discussing actively, and we have a clear plan being drafted. And I would like to emphasize the development of the internal market. This might sound boring, but this is the core of Europe, free movement of people, goods and services. But in Europe, we've seen that internal market has not received all the attention it deserves in many other countries, and the Commission has also not been very active in promoting the internal market. Now, of course, we've had serious crises in Europe, but I hope that we could turn our eyes to the internal market instead. We have to remember that we compete with the US and China. We are not the biggest internal market in the world. We do have 27 countries, but it's not enough in global competition. We should strengthen internal markets to be able to compete with other countries. And then, of course, we have a lot of regulation questions related to digitalization and so on, but that is more of ordinary legislative work. But I'd like to see the focus shifting to internal market, because this also impacts our possibilities to have a say in global politics. So let's see what our audience has said. What should be at the top of the agenda in next Commission's work program? Well, green transition, that is the most important word here. What do you think of this, Jutta Urpilainen? You've been working in the European Commission. What do you think should be on top of the agenda?
Well, it's easy to say that the green transition, which has been the top priority of this current Commission, this has to be remembered, even though we've done a lot of work because of the crisis, the corona crisis, and supporting Ukraine. But still, very determinedly, we've been moving forward the double transition, and the Green Deal is the growth program of the EU. Our priority is to be the first carbon neutral continent in the world by 2050. I agree with Anders. There is a lot of work to be done. We haven't been able to finalize everything we wanted, and green and digital transition will most definitely be priorities for the next Commission. Also, security in many different ways. It was already in our internal discussions via the pandemic from the public health point of view, but economic security, strategic autonomy, how the EU fares in terms of competition, food security, and as Anders said, how to develop the single markets. Are we genuinely ready to move forward with the state aids to the previous situation and what are the competitiveness factors that will help the EU. So these are large themes, and the enlargement, politically that's the most difficult question. There are many countries who want to join us. They have to fulfill the conditions, but the challenge is that the EU also has to change so that enlargement is possible. Alex Stubb, yes, what are the most important portfolios in the future Commission? And that will then determine the agenda. It keeps changing. You were lucky, actually. You talked about three things: green transition, technology, and geopolitical commission. And in practical terms, you have been able to implement all this. And the geopolitical commission then started with you. And I think the High Representative for External Relations is in a very important role. And Enlargement Commissioner, geopolitically and strategically, it's one of the most important ones. Then competition policy. It has to be redefined in this current geopolitical situation. At present, it's too limited. And then Anders said, single market, it's very important. And green transition covers all of this. As a Finnish who believes in the single markets, I think that in the 90s, the pendulum was on the side of liberating the markets and the states. We wanted to do away with states from everything. But now, I think we have the French model, which is more dominant. This sort of more interventionist politics, especially after Russia attacked Ukraine. We talk about different dependencies in relation to China especially. So this type of portfolio should be in the Commission linked to Finland. Well, of course, they have to be very independent and all, but from our perspective, we should have a Finnish voice in this portfolio. And through this, we could get some more visibility. And thanks to wonderful work carried out by Jutta Urpilainen. Yes, green transition, and if I look at this with the Finnish glasses on, then I do hope that single markets and the state aid question, which is very problematic, if it's not enough that our electricity is the cleanest and cheapest and expert labor, but still everything is solved in Paris or in Berlin by saying that megawatt here costs about 50 euros per megawatt hour. So then competition, it's not what it should be. It's not purposeful. And our position will be weaker. Yes, competitiveness is as important here on the wall as the green transition. There are lots of positive items here. And if this is on X, so it's surprisingly positive. There's still the bird logo there, even though it's on X, which is, well, this is all positive. Now, if we think about this as a whole, do you think that the EU's budget is flexible enough? Is it possible within that budget to react in situation of crisis?
Että Suomen kaltaisen maan.
Well, our benefit in Finland is that there is not that much flexibility, so we are for limited flexibility. It's good to have a certain framework, and if something happens, then of course we can take measures, and then of course if there's a massive crisis, then something else has to be done. But now that we are talking about a multi-annual financial framework and its mid-term review, and some new proposals have been made, some new instruments are in the pipeline related to Ukraine, and of course we support them. And these include partly some questionable instruments that are closely related to company subsidies. So I think it's good to remain conservative here and go for limited flexibility, and then of course being able to react to crises. Well, let's come back to the main theme of this discussion, i.e. unity of Europe. How should the EU reform itself in order to be more united and, well, at least as united as we are now? Well, it's a good question, but is it realistic? Is it possible to use a certain mechanism to add unity? I think unity is built on common enemy, of course, and common philosophy, common values, and so on. You cannot force unity by qualified majority voting or by high representatives' work. Europe is always diverse, and it's not a utopian model. Decisions are made in clear three phases: first crisis, then chaos, and then imperfect end result. So that is the decision-making mechanism in Europe. Unity is created by common threats, either Russia as it is now or China maybe in the future. And I think the unity of Europe is not in deglobalization, but I believe in regionalization of globalization. And by this I mean that regional organizations such as European Union will be stronger. Well, of course, it's all based on unity. We cannot be fragmented, but we also have to be realistic. We have 27 countries, everybody with their own interests, so we do not always agree. Jutta Urpilainen, how should EU be changed? Well, decision-making mechanisms should be changed. Now that I've been acting as the EU Commissioner for 4 years, and I've seen situations where one single member country can block an important decision for let's say 2 years. This is not a sustainable way of working. If we want to be a credible actor, we need to be able to take decisions more efficiently and quicker and move towards qualified majority voting, not in every policy field perhaps, but at least in common foreign and security policy. So where does unity come from? Well, it comes from common interests. We have to have a common interest to do something, to deal with corona crisis, to buy vaccines together, to support Ukraine and stop the war in Ukraine. So these are common interests and common objectives, and also make sure that Russia doesn't win the war. So common interests, they create unity. But, well, how should the EU be developed? Maybe we could have a more united national perspective into what we want from the European Union. Maybe we should be more united in Finland now that the government is preparing its opinion on the next Commission's program. But I think we should be more united and get all the stakeholders together, all policymakers, institutions, universities, employers, employees, and so on. So I'd like to see more anticipation and more proactivity. We should be more proactive and send ideas and views to the European policy-making machine instead of reacting when, for example, Baltic herring fishing is under threat. Well, of course, it's the Minister of European Affairs, isn't it, who's responsible here? So, Anders, you should do something. Well, being reactive is not a good idea. Usually it's better to be proactive to make things happen and create change. But now that we have more unity in Europe, it's due to two common external threats. But we should think more positively. Maybe we should create more unity by everyday elements. So thinking about how people live in Europe, and also everyday things could be, or something that we see around us all the time, climate change, developing well-being, promoting democracy and so on. So these could be also elements that strengthen unity. And we need to be clear in our communication, we politicians. So communication is key. Okay, so we are running out of time, and in the end I'd like to put you my final question. If the EU were to organize a demonstration, what would be written on its banderoles? Who would like to start? Minister Adlercreutz.
Suomesta, niin
Well, if this started from Finland, it would say 1995, never forget.
Jutta Urpilainen.
Jutta Urpilainen. Well, I would say that it stated democracy and freedom. They are linked to each other, and I think that this is what the EU is all about. And Stubb, well, looking around here, I could say cha-cha-cha. However, we can agree that this is not a reply. We would say 4 things there on the banderole: peace, stability, prosperity, and security. 4 core values. I'm sure that many of us would join that demonstration. Many thanks to Alexander Stubb, Jutta Urpilainen, and Anders Adlercreutz. Good luck with all your endeavors. We didn't even mention the presidential campaign during this discussion. Many thanks for your comments and questions, and I wish all of us a wonderful continuation in this Europe Forum. Thank you.
Hyvää iltapäivää ja tervetuloa tähän Euroopan investointipankkiryhmän järjestämään keskusteluun aiheesta innovaatiot ja vihreä siirtymä, Euroopan ja Suomen kasvun avaimet. Tosiaan tästä vihreästä siirtymästä on keskusteltu tänään jo ja varmasti keskustelut jatkuu, joten nyt tämän paneelin aikana niin keskustellaan hyvin paljon rahasta ja rahoituksesta, että mistä rahaa saamme vihreään siirtymään ja innovaatioihin. Oikeastaan tämä paneelikeskustelu jakaantuu kahteen osaan, että ensin keskustelemme hieman niin kuin isosta kuvasta ja sen jälkeen siirrymme tosiaan tähän rahaan ja rahoitukseen. Minun nimeni on Jaani Pietikäinen, olen Euroopan investointipankkiryhmän Helsingin toimiston vetäjä. EIP on EUn pankki, jonka pääkonttori on Luxemburgissa, ja EIB-rahoitusvolyymi vuositasolla on noin 75 miljardia euroa. Ja tietenkin vihreä siirtymä, innovaatiot, PK-sektorin yritykset muun muassa on meidän prioriteettien ytimessä. Meillä on hieno paneeli tänään ja minulla on ilo esitellä meidän panelistit. Tässä vasemmalla puolellani on Marjut Falkstedt. Marjut on Euroopan investointirahaston toimitusjohtaja. Euroopan investointirahasto on EIPn tytäryhtiö, joka
So we are focused in SME sector financing. So we provide private equity funding, and we also provide guarantees for banks for financing SMEs. So Marjut started with us, and before that she was working in EIB, and before that in the European Commission. And then we have Pia Santavirta, who's CEO of DESI. DESI is a state-owned private equity investor and developer of the market, and the assets are approximately 2.5 billion euros. So DESI is doing minority investments to funds, and then Finvera is more directly connected to normal financing. And Pia used to work in Finnish Equity Investors Association.
2018.
Pasi Vainikka has been the managing director of Solar Foods since 2018 and is one of the founders. Solar Foods is a very interesting, innovative company. It produces protein with air and electricity, and I'm sure we'll hear more from Pasi how this miracle is possible. Pasi has been involved in various development projects on fossil fuels and renewable energy forms in Finland and abroad. Solar Foods is then one of the spin-offs from this research project. And then we have Janne Peljo. He's the leading climate expert at the Confederation of Finnish Industries. Earlier, he worked at the Finnish Innovation Fund Sitra as the project leader of the Climate and Nature Solution team, and before that, he's been working in the private sector with company strategies and businesses, leadership consultancy and financial services. So we have a great panel with the funders, business representative and a startup entrepreneur who in practice has been in contact with funding institutions. Now perhaps we start with this more large question. Janne, I know that you have looked at the government program, especially concerning the green transition. How does the new government program look in terms of green transition and innovations?
Well, I've read through the government program, almost all of it, and well, it looks good from the perspective of the green transition. Government is doing the right things. If we take a look at other countries outside of Finland, we are in a situation that we invest more and more in green transition, clean technologies, clean industries and new applications. So this will be accelerated over time. So now we have good possibilities to step in and join this train and make concrete decisions like doubling the production of clean electricity, that we become number one in hydrogen production and applications, and in 2030 bio-based fuels are more often used and are captured. And then we have concrete policy programs that will show us the way for the next 10 years, what kind of investments Finland tries to attract and also create stability in the innovation environment and investment environment. So this is exactly what companies need. Interest rates are on the rise and inflation is rising, so we have to be able to anticipate. Businesses have to be able to anticipate and have a secure working environment. Well, that's good to hear. And it's very good to hear that the basis is there and that the direction is right. Now that investments have been promised, there are investment plans, 140 million euros have been allocated. So what about practical implementation? So what do you think? What about turning words into action? Well, this sort of investments and these projects, they need time. Preparing them needs time before implementation. When we are talking about long-term government programs and long-term perspectives and projects, we cannot expect quick wins and quick results. So we have to wait a little bit. Well, thinking about the European Union and thinking about the green transition that is going on and thinking about Paris Agreement where member states have joined and committed to, and thinking about how much we've already achieved, new investments in energy efficiency, renewable energies and so on. Solar power, wind power, water power, and so on, and in research as well. We should not forget the importance of research and innovations. Research and innovations, they help us to look for new perspectives and solutions and possibilities instead of just focusing on something that is self-evident and leads to short-term results. We need long-term thinking here. And I also wish that we have enough money in the government program for research and innovation, because research and innovation bring us forward. For example, in hydrogen technologies. Well, time is a critical resource. Decisions are taken in time, and also investments and government programs are made in that time where we live in. And comparing the previous government and the present government, the difference in government programs is big. But, well, thinking about green transition, climate targets and environmental targets, the basic idea remained. So we still share this basic philosophy that we have to do something for the environment. So we've widely accepted the direction for the future. So all political parties agree on the direction where we are heading to. Of course, there are some technical differences, but they are not so important. And also from this side, I'd like to emphasize research. Well, research is very important because research brings us new beginnings. Of course, we can reform industries, but I very closely follow RDI because these activities, they provide possibilities for new companies and also help in attracting new companies to Finland, deep tech companies as they are called, so startups based on research. Only 36 of them are focused on environment and energy. Well, we talk a lot about environment and green transition, but still we have relatively little green startups for the time being. Of course, we have some good examples here, but we should attract more deep tech small companies to Finland. And of course, in Tesi, we invest in venture capital funds and so on, players that invest in SMEs. So it is important to have new beginnings in Finland and be able to provide them with long-term financing, and really make sure that these companies can enjoy long-term financing until they break, until they succeed in what they are doing. Well, this morning Ilona Lundström participated in a panel discussion where she very strongly endorsed the government's will that by 2030 Finland's RDI investments will be increased up to 4% of GDP. Well, state investments would be 1.2% and 2.8% should be received from the private sector. And of course, its impact in GDP is a lot, 2.5 million euro a year. That is the amount of private sector funding that we need per year. And only Israel and South Korea have surpassed the 4% level. So we'd like to be one of the top 3 investors in the world. Well, you asked about implementation. So of course, we have to think what the state does and what the operational environment does. But now let's take a look at China. There are some turbulences on the financial market, for example, in China, and thinking about green technologies as an investment. The structure of these investments, whether it's food production, innovative food production, and new energy sources and renewables and new energies, wind power, solar power, and so on. So all the money should be used in further investments. But now companies have to pay a lot of interest, and it increases costs for companies. So there are great uncertainties here. And well, I've been thinking about green transition and how we can proceed. Well, the financial market is a very critical factor because interest rates have a direct impact on their profits. And we need electrification first in order to be able to take these industries forward. Well, I'd like to add here that we look at green investments, and there are a lot of them in the pipeline, more than 150 million euros, and that is a very high figure compared to Finnish GDP. So there's a lot of technological risk involved, also political risk, environmental risk, and at the same time inflation is very high. And at the same time interest rates are high. So the operating environment is very uncertain at the moment, and many investment projects are at risk now. And of course, policymakers have a role here. We have to provide support to these companies and also involve private sector investment. If there's turbulence on the market, I'd like to see other players stepping in and balancing the situation. Of course, it is very challenging, but if we really want to proceed with green transition at the speed that we want to, and of course it is necessary, we cannot accept a delay of 3, 4, 5 years. We should be able to accelerate investments and development. So we need brave entrepreneurs and also brave funding bodies.
I really have to continue from this. Well, this is the greatest panel ever. As a moderator, I just hand out speeches. as a chairman, when we talk about risks linked to projects and regulatory work and other risks, well, institutes, for instance, European Investment Bank, Nordic Investment Bank, and Finnvera can actually cover part of those risks. They can choose technology risks, innovation risks from the project, and then private sector will cover other risks that they can handle. And for that reason, the European Investment Bank has know-how on these types of matters. They can estimate the risk and they can also mitigate the risk. And then if we talk about technology as such, and we then have DESI and its venture capital, it can help out different types of startups and funds who in their turn then finance innovative companies. So the risk is not just here in Finland, and there are institutes not just in Finland but also in Europe. They can operate in this way, and I'm convinced that we can work with this. Excellent. Now, concrete financing cases, funding cases in just a minute, but let's look back. Janne, you said that 150 billion is in the pipeline. Very briefly, can you give more details? Which sectors are at stake here? I'm sure there are sectors where Finland is competitive, and these are really good investment targets. Well, in the pipeline, we can see where Finland is ahead, where we are attractive and competitive. 1/3 is land and wind energy. We have the capacity to produce more. And then maritime wind power, we have one of the best conditions for that production in 2030 and onwards. And then thirdly, industrial investments. More than 12 billion euros on hydrogen projects, 6 million for battery projects, taking into account the clean electricity production in Finland as a major input, but also high-tech know-how that we have. And then bioeconomy-based projects based on our strengths in Finland. Solar energy is expanding more than I expected, and then circular economy, 1 billion, all counted together. Then biogas and different types of energy storage, heat pumps, fossil fuel substitutes. So leaning on clean electricity, we can substitute fossil fuels sector by sector, starting from the production of electricity and energy, traffic and transportation, food production. So the beauty lies in the fact that consistently this has followed a theoretical path on green transition and leaning on Finland's own strong points. Well, this sounds really good. So we have a good government program in place and a huge pipeline in use. So now we have to mobilize these investments. Let us look towards Sweden, where the EIB, and this is public information, it can be found on our website, projects to be financed section there. We have funded Gigafactory and also H2 Green Steel factory is being funded in northern Sweden. And these projects are a bit further than what they are in Finland. So the pipeline is good. So, and what about Pia? How do you see the role of public funding? Pasi mentioned the increasing interest rates, and funding is not so readily available as it was perhaps 2 years ago. And before you answer to this, perhaps a brief comment on the government program still from the perspective of DESI? Well, that's quite a question. Yes, the Finnish government program, it's easy to start on that. Our summer was a bit different this time around because it stated in the program that DESI will be linked with environment fund and to other state-owned investment fund companies. So the idea here is that in Finland also we can think about this funding pipeline for the companies in more detail. So there will be one door that they can knock on, and then we will look at the situation from the very beginning to the end on venture capital investments, how we can support them. And also I do see that we also evaluate what can be done on the Finnish level with public and private finance, and then on the EU level. No matter what we do, in Finland we do not have such great funds as other areas have. So we have to make use of the EU funding in our projects. So I do think that this will be a wonderful combination. So we put these blocks together, we give this advice, we have an advisory path for companies in Finland. So public, private and EU funding put together, I'm sure we can go far with that. But as we heard, there are challenges in the markets. If we look at venture capital investment, there are clear challenges, and we have big institutional investors. All our pension funds have been invested in these capitalized funds, and we have also EIB money, which is very considerable. So the TESI role is also to help out with collecting all these funds so that we can move forward. So there are many parts that have to be taken care of, and as the fusion is something that we have to carry out, it's in the government program, so this is what we shall do. I guarantee you this will be the best possible combination on the European level, and it will serve the startups. And Mari, what about the cooperation between national and the EU level? Well, the cooperation is excellent, especially DESI Business Finland. For many years now we've cooperated, and there is more demand than what we can actually fund. Finvera also must be mentioned. And this fusion is a wonderful thing. If we think about venture capital investments, it doesn't go in a way that one company makes something and then another company does something else. Venture capital investment is an international activity, not on the Finnish level. It's international, and the more firepower we have for these activities, the better. And then we can work even better, we can cooperate even better. We have a lot of ideas from different sides, environmental platform and investment systems that we can develop together, even more than before. However, there is a problem in Finland, a small problem, as in many countries, and that is that these type of big innovation growth companies, things originate from somewhere else, not from Finland, not from EU, but outside of EU. So Finnish growth companies need the right investors from the EU that they can grow and remain inside the EU. Because then the next problem would be that if we invest into research and innovation, we then have to invest in the fact that these companies can remain in the EU and keep their markets here. That's very important indeed. Pasi, perhaps. Yes, my question was that how do you see this, the availability of funding? Of course, you've had several private funding rounds, and the EIB has been funding. But the first commercial launching took place in Singapore. I would be interested to hear what's behind this, because of course there's now the fear that growth companies especially if we talk about licensing, then those companies would go abroad. Well, first of all, funding. When we come now to the industrialization phase, we were able to have initial funding, several billions. So we are in the early phases of this company. And now, yes, and we've been able to invest 40 million euros into our first demonstration plant. And during next year, we will produce 5 million portions worth of protein from carbon dioxide and electricity in Vantaa. But the next phase, that will require a few 100 million euros, 500 million perhaps, investments in total. So where do we get this own capital, private capital for this? This is the industrial capital which is needed. In Finland, perhaps we don't have this. Perhaps in Sweden, it still exists. So this industrial private capital to launch things, to get then public funding before afterwards. So this really heavy funding which is needed with a small technological risk is difficult. And with our company, we can see that interest in this comes then from other continents. This was mentioned after the Singapore launching event. We achieved great global visibility. So then the interest of global investors actually increased. And mainly these investors are not European investors. So now we come to this risk window. How do we handle this? And then totally another matter is, in our case, and food technology, we have to remember that 80% of other impact on climate, human-made impact, is due to the food system, and CO2 emissions come from food systems. And now as we go further, 15 or 20 years, so then the emissions from energy system, 70%, and the rest from food production is on the same level. So when I retire, then what I will have on my plate really boils down to doing something environmentally friendly, because by that time we have solved certain problems with energy, for instance, electricity. We are talking about a novel food here. We practice cell agriculture, and this is the quantum computer of the future. So these are novel food products, and legislation on the EU level does not benefit us because the process is so slow. And for this reason, we launched this in Singapore. The dossier was put in on the EU level at the same time, so it will follow eventually. And pitching for European investment funds on this basis is difficult indeed.
Ja muuta, että vaikka me
all these authorizations and so on. So if we have funding, that's only the first step. We need to have proper authorization processes. Now the Finnish government has also planned to reform its industrial policy strategy, and there all these processes have to be reformed as well, that authorizations are efficient so that they don't form an obstacle to actors to locate their business in Finland. So authorizations are key here. And it's very good to think about the fact that we have to have the authorizations at our hand. So it's important to stay in control of authorizations. Well, it's of course trendy to complain about Europe, but if you think about green hydrogen, for example, we can see in Europe that regulation and definitions of green hydrogen is very slow. There are investments plans, but no investment decisions because actors do not know what the operational environment will be. So we have to be active here. Europe has brought us a lot of good, so it's not only critical, but other countries in the world are also interested in these matters. Thinking about India or the US or China, they are very interested in technology investments in green transition. So we should make sure that other countries do not attract our best companies in green transition. So we have to remain competitive. We need to make sure that products and services and companies can operate in these markets. So the problem with authorizations is important. This is not the first time that I hear this, and we would love to build the first industrial scale plant in Europe, but because processes are so slow, these plants are often established in the US or in China. We'd like to stay in Europe, but it's not always easy. We know that European Investment Fund has thought about this, and they are very keen on attracting big investments in Finland. But how does it work in practice? Well, we have progressed with this. There are very good member states in the European Union. Germany, France, Spain and Belgium, for example, have launched a program with 3.7 billion euros and investing in big equity funds where the minimum volume has to be 1 billion euro. And here, well, looking at these funds in Europe who've sent their application for European Investment Fund, it's very much about biotechnologies and life science companies, but not that much environmental companies or companies focusing on the environment. So I would have thought that I'd see more hydrogen companies, but no, nor food companies. So our private equity players are not there yet. So we have to communicate, we have to let people know that European Investment Fund can finance you through this program. So 500, 600 million euros, we can lift them higher and give them 1 billion altogether, and then they have enough firepower to invest to 100 million or 200 millions on a single project. And in this way we can start and then maybe expand to other industries as well. And in this way we can facilitate the lives of innovative growth companies. Well, in Finland we do not have venture funds of that size that invest in growth companies. So our task is to develop the markets in Finland, and it means at the moment that we want to increase their size. It's 50 million euros in Finland now, whereas in Europe it's 100 million euros, and you talked about 1 billion euros. So we still operate with small funds in Finland. We are a public player and we've invested 500 million euros in Finnish funds, and in that way we've been able to attract 2.4 million private money, including AFI monies. But we still have to work to attract private investors to increase the size of the funds, because in that way we can have access to European projects where we operate in a different class than what we do now in Finland. But it's very important to stay in the European framework. We are lagging behind a little bit, but still we are positively progressing, and I think we are heading towards the right direction. Well, the progress has been a bit slow, but we have to be patient. So it is important to have a seamless chain. When companies grow, they should almost automatically receive funding. And of course, the funding sources might be different. First, it's national support money, and then soft loans, and after that, equity money and venture money, and then Finnish equity investors, and then after that, European, hopefully. So it does take time. Well, at this stage, are there any questions from the audience to our panelists? We are happy to take your questions now.
Joo, Petri Tolonen.
Petri Tolonen from CF Bioforce. Well, we are collecting money now for our first industrial scale bioprocessing plant. I have two parts in my question. I've heard today that we should receive more funding from the EU. Well, we've been successful in this 50 million euros from EIB. Thank you for that. So for a small startup, it is very much work to send these funding applications. So it took us 2 years to finalize our application, and these resources are away from day-to-day work. Could the public sector help us compared to Spain, for example? Spain helps SMEs to prepare these funding applications. Pia Santavirta from TESI told us that there will be a climate fund in TESI. Well, I've heard this already for 2 years, and it's I'd like to see some concrete results. And you invest time in your merger. So how do you make sure that the ongoing projects are being implemented? Well, first I'd like to comment on EIC. Well, I'm sorry it took 2 years, but I believe that your industry is a bit difficult. Talking about authorizations and regulations, that everything that has to be taken into account. Of course, it takes time, but this was a new project, new program, so the beginning was a bit slow until we got it going, but now it functions very well. I see one colleague here who takes care of our businesses, and now if you send your application now, it would be a quicker process than 2 years. Well, on the other hand, we have to understand that when we are talking about EU budget money, there are a lot of regulations that we have to take into account, and we have to follow them. We have to report to the European Commission, to the Parliament, even to the Court of Auditors, and these rules are there to make sure that monies go to right recipients. And there's control in place that it can be verified afterwards how these funds have been used. On the other hand, it is difficult and complex, I understand, because there are many rules to follow. But on the other hand, it's good because it guarantees that funding goes to right recipients and right destinations. Okay, well, thank you for your question. And that's correct. When a merger begins, you could imagine that that a lot happens. But we've also had these meetings regularly that we follow our projects, making sure that there are no overlaps and our financial instruments complement each other in companies' development phases. So this goes on during the merger as well. It should be finalized by January 25, and our messages to our owners, i.e. the ministries, is that during this merger, we have to make sure that startups and growth companies can always operate and they can plan their development path also during the merger process. Of course, there are a lot of questions as to how to finance this new entity and how to put together different interests and what are the new focus areas to be selected. And these discussions will be held now in the autumn. And as we are a state-owned company, we of course have to wait for political decision making as to what our priorities are. For the time being, it seems that we have wonderful cooperation, and we had a fantastic summer because we sat down together and thought about the future, and we really created a good sense of community, and everybody knows where we are heading to. We have a common goal here, and I'm sure that this will be a very good thing in the end, and that is our only objective. But well, you can always contact us. Well, in the future, we only have one place that serves Finnish companies.
Hyvä, jos nyt ei...
Unless there are no further questions, I'd like to ask something now that we are here in Europe Forum. So let's talk about Europe and European issues. And Marjut, Invest EU is a program in the European Union, and the Commission offers guarantees to intermediaries such as European Investment Bank. And now the midterm review of multi-annual financial framework is going on. So what are your messages to the Commission? How could we improve this investment program in the coming years? Well, that is a very good question. So Invest EU is one of the most important programs to finance SMEs. Invest EU has been a program. Well, unfortunately, the funding that we have received in EIF is not even close to the demand that we faced with. So in Finland, we've tried to increase our know-how and understanding as to what can we achieve with the European budget. There's a lot of demand for EIF funding in Finland. In EIF, we have cooperation with 47 different institutions, banks and other financial institutions. I'm not talking about TESI here, but just let's talk about banks. We have 47 cooperation partners, and they're all interested in receiving Invest EU funding. They all want to do something for the green transition, for example. Well, the problem here is that the funding that we receive from the European Union is not enough. We would need much more money because there's so much demand. And guarantees for SMEs, well, there's a lot of demand for these guarantees. So there's so much demand that we could achieve so much more if only we had more funding and more funds available. It was great that the European Commission decided that we can finance different themes, not only deep tech, but also other industries, even social affairs and employment and microfinancing for very small companies and so on. So it is a good thing. Well, the bad news here is that there are so much regulation. For some banks, it's close to impossible to proceed with these programs. And then smaller actors, they cannot participate because the reporting obligations are so high. So if the amount of money is not big enough, it's not worth participating in this program if only the rules weren't so strict. Well, thank you for these messages. I see that our time is time is up, but just for quick conclusions, I'd say that, well, deregularization would be important here. So reducing bureaucracy at national level, at the EU level, and the relation between EU funding and national funding works well. Of course, there's always room for improvement. And TESI and Finnvera together will be an important actor here. Very positive to us, because through that we can find new collaboration partners. And there's a lot of demand for funding because there are a lot of investments in the pipeline. Well, I'd be happy to receive 30% as funding for our investment. 50% would be an excellent result. And I wish all the best to Solar Foods. And as we are waiting for bigger investments, EIB will step in and help companies. Well, with these words, I'd like to thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. And 5th of October, the European Commission will organize EU Finance Days event in Kamppi, Helsinki. It's a seminar about EU funding. So all of you who are interested, warmly welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the next session, which is about European energy market and what is the future direction for Europe when it comes to energy markets. Today, we have a short introduction from European Commission. Director Katarina Sigyn gives us overview what's happening in the EU bubble and what is the most discussed issue around electricity and energy markets at the moment in Brussels. Then we will have after the introduction a debate with Aurélie Bouvet from Euroheat and Power, your managing director of Euroheat and Power, which is an industry association of district heating and district cooling companies in Europe. And then we have Marjut Falkstedt from European Innovation Fund, Chief Executive. Title went right. Great. And I'm Antti Kohopää, leading the discussion today, working as head of EU affairs at Finnish Energy, which is industry association of Finland-based energy companies, and we are organizing this event together with Energiakaupungit and Eurooppalainen Suomi. So welcome to the debate, and I will give first floor for Katarina. Go ahead, please.
Many thanks, Antti, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very sorry for not being able to be present today in Turku. So let's then a couple of words on the what we are discussing in the energy markets today. Well, first of all, our aim, as you certainly perfectly well know, and you've heard in the previous sessions today, the aim is to be decarbonized by 2050, and the tool to that effect is the European Green Deal. European Green Deal is not only about environment and climate, it is also a lot about investment and boosting our economy. The Green Deal started with the current Commission and entered into quite challenging times some years ago, or in the recent times when, first of all, after we came out from COVID and economies started picking up, the supply chains suffered a lot, and shortages then in the end led to inflation. At the same time, we also know the unprovoked attack by Russia on Ukraine created a lot of issues for the economy as a whole, but even more so for the energy market when Russia cut off gas to many European member states and also cut electricity supply to, among others, to Finland. What we have then seen in the implementation of the Green Deal, we are now aiming at, on the one hand, diversifying away from Russian supplies, and that was one of the reasons why electricity prices were so high last year, because we still produce a lot of electricity with gas in addition to heat. And what we also learned is that dependency on a third country supplier like Russia is not a wise long-term policy. So we need to bring diversification on the one hand, and we need to also rely much more on domestic production like renewables in our electricity mix in Europe. The electricity market is a key element in making sure that investments take place and also that electricity can flow from where it is produced to where it is mostly needed. Our internal market has been gradually built up using as models very much also what has been done in the north, in Finland and in the Nordic market. And we now have a market that covers the whole EU, including some of our neighboring countries as well, like in the Western Balkans. This market has been, as I said, gradually built up, learning from experience, correcting it where need be, and making sure that it serves our aims and purposes. And it has done so very well in the past decades. We have the most reliable electricity system in the world. And even last winter, which was extremely difficult, extremely tight in terms of supply, we did not see any blackouts in the EU. But of course, we also learned from the crisis that there are improvements needed. And one improvement, obviously, was that there was not enough possibilities for consumers to protect themselves against high prices in a crisis situation. There was too much reliance on short-term prices and lack of long-term instruments to allowing households and companies then to protect themselves, hedge their risks in the optimal way. And then the second lesson learned was what I already touched upon briefly, the over-reliance on, in this case, on gas coming from Russia. And that requires even acceleration on investments in renewables. Commission proposed numerous tools and emergency legislations to address the challenges that the crisis brought about, and the whole Repower EU is also the investment arm that comes with it. Then just a couple of words on the electricity market design. European heads of state and government, so the European Council, also asked the Commission to come up rapidly with a proposal to adjust the European electricity market. And this is the electricity market design that we tabled in March. We are now discussing with the co-legislators, the European Parliament and the Council, or starting the discussions. Council is still reflecting on its common position on how to approach certain aspects. What does the market design proposal do? So first of all, it proposes to improve, to create even, if you wish, the longer-term price signals that we were lacking and we realized in the crisis. And this is either reinforcing the market for power purchase agreements, so-called PPAs, that many companies already use, but smaller companies, for instance, have difficulties in accessing this market. It also then provides tools to when there is government support needed, and this is not always, but when it is needed, be it for renewables or for nuclear, to use two-sided contract for difference for this purpose. And the two-sided contract for difference means that there is an upper limit, a ceiling on the remuneration on the price, and then also a lower floor to ensure investment certainty. And this will then, with time, bring more stability to prices and cut the huge volatility that we also saw last winter. The proposal will then adjust several elements also in how the market works, providing better possibility for hedging, better possibility also to access larger markets in the EU. Consumer protection is also reinforced. We realized during the crisis that not every member state has legislation on a supplier of last resort, for instance, in place, and when suppliers had to leave the market for various reasons, there were consumers then left without a supplier. So many aspects improving consumer protection, also in possible future crisis situations. So as I mentioned, the negotiations are the so-called trialogue negotiations between the Council and the Parliament that the Commission then supports technically, are still to start because the Council is working on its common position, its negotiation position vis-à-vis the Parliament. The Parliament is ready. And the main issue for the Council that is still open is not so much linked to the market functioning itself, but it is linked to the contract for difference and the situation whereby there might be revenues. So we are speaking about a high price situation that would then bring revenues beyond the strike price to governments. And there is a discussion on what one may do with such revenues, because it links obviously to industrial policy and industrial competitiveness, and links to some extent also to nuclear, which is, as you know, an interesting discussion in the European context. So we hope that the Council will come up with its common position very, very rapidly, so we could start then the negotiations with the Parliament in order to find the compromise that will then become law. My last point here is that even if we look into the future, we do believe that in the electricity market side, we have the tools, if not yet in place, coming very soon, hopefully, with the electricity market design. And what we then need is implementation. With the Green Deal package, which you remember had something like 12 legal proposals, we must implement these so that we benefit from what they bring about. And in our context, the implementation is in particular the clean energy package that was entered into force a couple of years ago, not yet fully implemented in all member states. Renewables directive, which is now agreed by Council and the Parliament to put that in place also in all member states, transpose the permitting rules, for instance, rapidly so that promoters can do their projects urgently. And then as soon as we have the compromise on the market design, to implement that one as well. We need investment certainty. Investors want to know what is in place and what will come. Otherwise, they will not deliver on the investments that we need more urgently than ever. So I think I leave it here. I look forward to the discussion. Many thanks.
Thanks, Katarina. You touched quite many topics we are going to discuss during the debate, and do you have some immediate reactions or comments to Katarina's introduction, or do we have some comments from audience already at this point?
Maybe I may start, because I think in this context it's important to remind us that when the European Commission is making proposals for European policies, and then the Council and Parliament decide on the implementation, then there's something like European Investment Bank that facilitates the implementation by the financing what we do. And for example, when I think about the last decade, their EIB has invested more than 100 billion euros in renewables, in energy efficiency, in storage, in networks, in cross-border networks, for example, in energy security, all types of these type of things. So it's a combination of, when Katarina was alluding how to make then the investments done, then institutions like the EIB or the Nordic Investment Bank are there to help in the implementation. So I'm very much looking forward that the decisions are made.
Yeah. Maybe if I may continue from here with question, you mentioned that you're using huge amounts of money in renewables and different parts of the energy system. How you combine and coordinate your funding, public funding, with private private funding and private money in order to keep the market attractive for private investors and to avoid that kind of fragmentation or avoid overflooding the market with public money?
It's a good question because here I think we have to talk about risks and we have to talk about the long-term sustainability. And here there are two issues. First, there are risks which institutions like public institutions like the EIB can take. They can be linked to first-time technology or the project risk and risk which a private sector do not take so easily. And that type of risks we can cover with our financing. And normally a project can be really phased into different types of risks, and then the decision can be done who takes what type of risk. This is one point. Second point is that when the EIB is financing, we finance usually 20 years. Of a private sector, it's very difficult. But it gives the project promoter the comfort to see that the part that is financed by the public sector is not immediately, or let's say rather soon, subject to refinancing. It is really therefore to stay. And then private sector can come in, take the risks, what they can take, for the period they can. And then very likely this part of the financing will go into refinancing route later on. So I would say the role of the institution like the EIB is not to crowding out private sector. It's really to take the risks which a private sector would not easily take and then help the project promoter to make the project happen and ensure a longer term sustainability.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go to the district heating a bit and heating market. We quite often, when we talk about energy market, at least in Finland, we talk about electricity, and also in Europe, or we talk about gas and gas markets. But heating is market as well, at least how we see that. What is the district heating actors and cooling actors' role in energy market?
I think indeed you're right to say that often heating ends up being in the shadow in between electricity and gas, whereas it's true that it's a huge part of our energy demand, and those markets tend to be very local, of course, which is why maybe at European level they're not so prominent. But I think we are a very important part of the discussion nowadays, because the market fundamentals, it's very interesting to discuss the future of markets today, because it's true that initially we thought, or at least as it was conceived back in the days, the role of the market was to deliver the lowest price to the consumer. And as we go, price is not only the main issue. Sustainability has to be also something that is driven by the market. Security has to be something that is driven by the market. And what we have noticed, with all of us being in the past 10 years working on energy, and we have noticed how we ended up year on year sometimes facing a challenge where those objectives were not matching together with market fundamentals. So in particular, when it comes to price volatility, something that we have been facing very recently in the electricity market, for example, and that has been increasing with international uncertainty and also simply with the growing electrification of uses, which is pushing very strongly the demand. The contribution of district heating and cooling becomes very interesting, because those local markets can basically complement those pan-European market by providing better flexibility, by managing price volatility, smoothing the curve, as we call it, making more resources available to decarbonize, like geothermal energy, solar thermal energy, bioenergy still, of course, and now more and more strongly the use of electricity to decarbonize our own networks via boilers or heat pumps. So we're becoming more strongly integrated to the electricity market in a way, and that's why why the market design discussions in particular were also interesting for us, and why I think heating is becoming more strongly under the radar at the moment.
Yeah. If you look at that kind of basic market fundamentals,
yes,
can you see district heating expanding or growing in future? Because so far we have been living in steady curve, let's say,
yes,
that way. If we look at the European scale.
Yes. Well, it's funny because the growth of I was working previously as well in the solar sector, and we saw that, for example, when we were in the renewable electricity sphere, the market was not the prime driver to the growth. It was actually the national targets, and back in the days, the incentives, and the market took over. For us, of course, initially, the market is about pricing CO2. It had to be about that, because we are much more efficient when it comes to heating buildings compared to individual solutions, in particular individual fossil solutions. So we were very strongly looking for a level playing field in the past that was not there, and therefore what drove the development of district heating and cooling was more having cities, pioneering cities that realized the potential, committed companies locally that are able to provide this service, and projects just used to happen. But now, in particular, with what happened with the gas prices, and the stronger volatility of prices that put a lot of consumers in a very difficult situation, actually the surprising stability of the prices when it comes to district heating and cooling supply really triggered a strong market opening in various cases, even in Denmark, where we couldn't believe there could be more than that, and yet 58,000 Danish citizens connected last year. And we observed that France, Austria, Germany, and the Netherlands have recently implemented very ambitious regulation. But we cannot do it alone, and that's why I'm very happy also that Marjute, and I hope I'm not scorching your name, is here with us, because financing is a critical bottleneck for us, because indeed we're not a pan-European market, we're a local project, we're talking smaller projects, where it's more what are the type of investors, how can a city commit to such long-term and important investments, and how we can de-risk it is very important to us.
May I add here something?
Yeah, sure.
Because now I have to make some promotion. And here Katarina certainly would promote it as well. And this is a program called Elena. And Elena is a program that is funded, in fact, by the European Commission. It's managed by the EIB. And it's about municipalities and combining, let's say, many smaller projects and making really an investment plan. And this is one of those good programs that the European Union has. So I had to make some promotion on this one.
Yes.
Yeah. So you are involved in funding of district heating and cooling as well. Yeah. Do you have some other wishes to European Investment Bank or Commission when it comes to funding or financing of investments?
I think we've noticed that. So you're right. Elena is an interesting tool and instrument, and yet I think the need to access those funds also relies a lot on the capacity building at city level and their ability to put together those projects, and that's something that we miss in a lot of countries. More broadly, with regards to the state aid framework, so the German state aid scheme for district heating, which was approved this year, actually, it took them 2 years to get it approved at Commission level, notably. And we know that Germany is normally a country that knows how to manage its way through European complexity. So then you can imagine how countries like Czech Republic or other struggle sometimes. So we are very keen, of course, to collaborate, because we know that there is a will also from the Commission side to remove the bottlenecks to decarbonization. And so that's something important. And of course, stepping the steps in the big plate, the taxonomy, sometimes is a struggle. I think what started to be a good attempt, sometimes became a major obstacle, in particular when it comes to accessing public finance for decarbonizing existing assets which still have fossil. And here it's a madness sometimes, because even if it's to invest in something clean, which may be a heat pump or something else, if you still have, in some cases, fossil in your portfolio, which is 2023 remains very common for a lot of energy players, then it can be a struggle. So I think we're very keen. I know the taxonomy was adopted not so long ago, and for a lot of us it has been a relief, but in a way we still think it's not perfect, and it absolutely needs to be improved, because financing is the nerve of war, as we call it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have some reflections on the taxonomy.
Well,
Do you apply the taxonomy?
On taxonomy, so much that, it basically, the idea was to cover all actions that are green, or those that are energy-heavy industries. But then there's I think there's still quite some work to do, also in terms of small and medium-sized enterprises, by the way, to help in getting green, becoming green.
Exactly.
We are not yet there. So I think this is something we need some more policy embedded here as well. I'm looking at Katarina, she doesn't see it, but I'm looking at Katarina to help in finding ways and giving some policy, let's say, advice, how this should be tackled.
Yes.
Can you, Katarina, help us?
Thanks. Very good comments indeed on these respects. I think it is very much learning by doing type of an approach, and I think the taxonomy, which was a very ambitious initiative and has done, as Aurélie also said, a lot of good. But perhaps indeed we need to look at now the transition per se, as Marjut also said. So how do we get towards the optimum, towards the long-term aim where we need to get, especially knowing how different our member states are from the other. So there is certainly here not one size fit all and not one path fit all either. So I think we need to look into that much more, and learning from the experience that we have with the taxonomy, talking then to investors and to sector representatives on the one hand, and then the banking side and the investor side on the other side. So we are certainly, as always, listening and then devising our approach and policies then accordingly. So that would be my address. It's not DG Energy is not in the lead on the taxonomy, but obviously we contribute to the discussion and bring our lessons learned and our concerns or our best practices into the discussion within the Commission. Thanks.
Yeah. Katarina mentioned you mentioned investments and importance of market rules and market framework for investments, and that we probably all agree that investments are the only way out of crisis and out of dependencies, and those investments are needed in many places of energy system. Eurelectric, which is an industry association of electricity industry at the European level, has estimated that annual investments to electricity production should be 80 billion during next decades, annual investments. And investments in electricity distribution networks should be 60 billion during a few decades. And obviously there are then industries changing their processes, customers electrifying their processes, and then we have district heating and cooling investments. So And we all probably agree that the current investment level is not enough to achieve our goals. And you raised some obstacles which are hindering those needed investments. But what else we are in a way missing still? Because my feeling is that investors are still a bit waiting for. So what they are waiting for? What is feedback you're receiving?
Investors need return. So investors want to have or can have only a certain level of risks, and this risk which they are taking has to be rewarded. So what we need is profitable investments. One thing. Second thing, what we need is, and what again the European Investment Bank and other public banks can take, is that these banks, the public banks, are taking those risks which the private investor cannot accept. However, the return also has to be, of course, it has to be a shared return between the different the stakeholders. But this is what they are expecting, and a long-term view, really stable view on the investment environment. Nothing is worse for an investor than a changing regulation. And for example, if I think about the case that happened, for example, in Spain, if I remember correctly, in the solar panels, suddenly the feeding system, the tariff system linked to the feeding tariffs was changed. That is a catastrophe for an investor. There has to be some stability, some certainty on the pricing systems, for example. So what we need, we have to increase investor confidence, and how can that be done is indeed to provide the certainty what is needed. And we do have a huge problem in Europe, I think it has been already mentioned, and this is linked to the regulations, this is linked to the fact how long a permitting process can be in different countries. Yes. It does not help investors' interest in investing into projects either. So we need faster processes, and we need more certainty, certainly.
Yeah. Do you have something to add?
I think it's very spot on what you just said, and for us also, I mean, in district heating and cooling also, when it comes to licensing and permitting, the variety and creativity of local frameworks is great, and it's true that in some countries, like I was in Ireland not so long ago, and they were explaining that to put a pipe in a road in Ireland, every house is owning the road. So in a specific road in a neighborhood, actually, you have like 15 or 20 owners to this road, meaning as much licensing to require. So we would be very keen indeed to work with the European Commission in the next mandate, maybe to see what are the elements which require a minimum level of harmonization to provide the certainty that you mentioned, and also the possibility to have some scalability in the investments that you do, because there are very particular situations, but you also need minimum amounts of scalability to be able to bring the cost down and have those investments going forward. And I think this certainty for us, it's a delicate equilibrium, I would say. We need to be sure that the market will continue to favor CO2 neutral solutions, that the ETS will be stable, that the ETS2 for the buildings will deliver in the long run. We know that the price, in fact, in buildings of CO2 should be much higher, but we know also that there are very concrete bottlenecks and challenges when it comes to consumer protection and affordability, and those are non-negotiable. So we need to be sure that on the long run that will still deliver, that we will have a level playing field between solutions in buildings. And yeah, I think there's a big question for markets and infrastructures, and it's valid for electricity and for heating and cooling. Where are the infrastructures standing in this environment? Because yes, in electricity it's a regulated asset. In heating and cooling, for example, when you invest in your infrastructure, when you build your district heating and cooling network, you need to be sure that maybe in 10 years' time, you will not have half of your consumer disconnected for some kind of reason. So it's specific challenges sometimes that we encounter. And that's why the heating and cooling planning assessments, which are in the Fit for 55 package currently, we see it as a powerful tool because it acknowledges the fact that in some cases, in some areas, if we think about sustainability as the prime driver, it just makes sense to install those networks and keep them there. And then the last issue we have will be financing in the end.
May I add one point?
Yes.
Because I was talking about risk and reward, but for the investors, of course, investors nowadays also adhere to ESG principles, so environmental, social governance standards. And there also, when you think about an investor making an investment decision between a proposal, for example, for wastewater, or for energy, or for, let's say, educational infrastructure, maybe the educational infrastructure is basically the one he would choose, in particular if it's in energy efficiency, because it covers the environmental part. The permitting process might be faster. It might be still, risk might be low and reward acceptable, compared to something which is longer term, where the permitting process is complicated and so on. So it's in fact, it's very complicated puzzle that one has to put together.
Yes.
When we talk about long-term energy investments and projects that take time until they are
where that profitability and reward for investors should primarily come?
Of course, through the profitability of the investment. So
from
prices.
markets. From markets.
Sorry?
Through the market mechanism.
Exactly.
Through prices
yes,
of
yes.
energy products. Yeah. What kind of feedback you have received to the Commission after the proposal, or after the EMD proposal, electricity market design proposal? Are investors satisfied and happy and confident that your proposal will deliver those investments we need? Katarina, what kind of feedback you have received?
Yeah, I mean, we did receive overall across the board very positive first reactions when we tabled the proposal, because it has several aims, and one of the aims is the investment certainty and investment boost. And here, actually, market design proposal is only one element, and that's where the possibilities then for companies to better hedge for long-term risks are reinforced, which is very much welcome from also smaller company side. But at the same time, there is also the certainty for instance, renewable investors through the contract for difference system, that they also will have their money back in case we are back in a situation where we were 5-6 years ago, when the prices were extremely low and investors had difficulties in getting sufficient remuneration from the market to cover their investment costs. So overall, a very positive feedback from that. And here I would want to comment also on the permitting that was mentioned by my two co-panelists, because we have proposed in the emergency framework accelerated permitting for renewables and accompanying grids, which will be valid until next summer. And these provisions were largely taken up in the Renewables Directive that was recently agreed by the Council and the Parliament. And there, the permitting provisions are expected to be transposed by member states by next summer, so that there will be no gap in between. So I think it is something, it's extremely ambitious permitting timelines, and this is something that should take away the complaints that we have had from many places that permitting takes far too long. So there, I think the ball is in the camp of the member states, and it is important that we help them implement, help them transpose, and there I can certainly rely then on all the sectoral players who need these investments. So that's how I would react to your question. Thanks.
And in combination to that, the EIB and the EIF, we have the Repower EU program, under which, together with all these policy measures, we hope that we will be able to generate investment of something like 115 billion euros. So this is additional investment within the European Union for energy efficiency, renewables, energy storage, and so on, infrastructures. I think it's a good combination.
Yeah. If I may comment on that, I think those two aspects are absolutely fundamental. Here in the implementation, I think for us it will be important again to keep in mind the transition process, because it's true that what was put in place for the permitting for renewable is very important. Does it concern, for example, or will it cover the possibility for a city to quickly expand its district heating and cooling system to phase out all the gas boilers in a certain area? If this district heating and cooling system has maybe 70% renewable and waste heat, but not totally, are those type of infrastructure covered? Because they are also facing the same time of permitting and licensing issues. I think that's for us a gray area, a strongly gray area. Is it considered as a renewable grid or infrastructure, yet it is critical to develop it, to decarbonize and phase out individual fossil heating solutions. And a bit the same happened with the Repower EU, where when you look at it, it's renewable and waste heat district heating and cooling projects only that are being mentioned. So how does it translate for the funding? How do we deal with transitioning assets? And we need to remember that in Poland, 20 million citizens are connected to district heating and cooling, 18% of the Bulgarian population, about 5 million Czech citizens. And for this type of countries, we're talking basically about transitioning systems. So we're very keen to work further with the European Investment Fund and the European Commission to make sure that those are enabled and benefiting from those very important measures.
Yeah, there are quite clear messages to the next commission and next mandate from your side. Katarina, we have now at least government which has promised to be active and influential in EU issues, and we as industry, we have always been active in developing European energy market, and therefore my question to you is that what would be your advice to us, what we should focus when we influence to the next Commission work program? What are those big issues, big topics, which will probably raise in the upcoming months or years?
Okay, this is very personal thinking. Now it's wouldn't say that it is the Commission official position. I think first Finland, as part of the Nordic market in general, has a good lessons to bring to Europe in a very good, I would say, electricity mix with different complementary elements in it, largely decarbonized already. So I think that kind of how did you get there, and okay, it's based on a well-functioning market, interconnectors and all the rest. So bringing the good experience and to Europe on the one hand. But here I'm still reading the new government's intentions. The European electricity market is very much taking inspiration from the very good experience that has been there in the Nordic market development, where the market is really working, where competition is functioning across the whole market area. So this has been also very much our aim when we have then expanded it to elsewhere in the EU, where a much more regulated system has been in place with higher prices as a consequence, as any economist would probably say. So also this, I think this is something would be interesting to see what will be the priorities for the government. Very happy to have heard that there is strong priority on investing more in production, in green production or nuclear production. So I think that is very, very interesting. And I think that is something where the necessary tools, so stable regulatory framework, and also then access to capital and all the rest is again something that could come from Finland towards the Commission. Personally, but this is my personal view, I wouldn't suggest coming strongly with the need to review the market design again, because I think that would easily create a situation where the investors would say that, okay, then I will sit and wait until I know what European policymakers really want me to do. So those were my personal reflections. Thanks.
Okay. Pretty much appreciated those personal reflections as well. Perhaps even more than official ones. Marjut, I give you the last word. What would be your ultimate wish, one wish for the next Commission when it comes to energy?
I have one wish, and this is to reduce the red tape in general. And this is not only in energy, it's in any type of management of the European Union budget and implementation of policies, because there's a policy setting, but then the implementation tends to be hundreds of pages of regulation. So please, less red tape and more trust to the market players, to the public sector who is implementing in the countries.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I would say that we have quite good conclusions. We need less red tape. We need functioning market model which facilitates investments through market revenues. We need faster processes, mm-hmm. and we need trust to market players.
Mostly, yes.
Thank you for the debate. Thank you for participating from Brussels. Thank you for the audience on site and online.
Kiitos.
Kiitos.
Thank you. Kiitos paljon. Moi.
Hyvät kuulijat, tervetuloa työelinkeino.
Dear participants, welcome to the session organized by the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment. My name is Matti Herola. I'm the moderator of this session. Dear participants, a new government entered into office last summer with Petteri Orpo as Prime Minister. And the new government program has ambitious goals for reforming Finnish labor legislation. The timing is very ambitious as well, and the first initiatives are to be taken to the Finnish Parliament in September, and others will follow. So all reforms are going to be made very quickly. In this session, we will talk about local bargaining, local agreements. The government is aiming at achieving reforms to put Finnish employment life and labor life to a similar position with other Nordic countries, and we have followed Sweden's development carefully. So Sweden is one of our main competitors in the world, along with Germany. The Swedish labor market system is one of our examples, and therefore we have invited Irene Vennamo from Medlingsinstitute from Sweden, and she will give her presentation in English. First we will hear State Secretary Timo Jaatinen and his presentation. He is an expert in this area. And then before Irene's presentation, we also hear Elina Pylkkänen's presentation of labor markets challenges and labor demand and supply and balance between these two. And then we have panel discussion after that. And next I give the floor to State Secretary Jaatinen. You have the floor.
Ja hyvää iltapäivää kaikille sinne Turkuun.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody over there in Turku and also those participating this online. It was not possible for me to come to Turku today to participate for several reasons. We have a lot of things going on. We just had a tripartite negotiation on work peace, and I was also talking about environmental authorizations to Pori. So an interesting day. I'm sure you are having an interesting event there in Turku, and I heard from Matti that this tripartite working party that I'm chairing and what we are doing, I can tell you about that and tell you why local bargaining is important, why local agreements are very important, and what is the political decision-making process in that. First of all, local agreements are important because situations in companies vary a lot from one to another. It's impossible this way to improve the operations and competitiveness of companies, and also then we can achieve economic growth and create jobs. And this is what we need in Finland. In comparison to other Nordic countries and in terms of employment, we are lagging behind, and partly for these reasons we are reforming our labor markets. It's good to remember that in same sectors and within same agreements, there might be great variations due to market variations, economic situations, the product choices, and therefore it's very important to have this possibility to carry out tailor-made agreements, find flexible solutions, taking into account the needs of companies. And I want to underline the word possibility, opportunity here. There is no agreement if both parties do not want to have the agreement. So local agreements increase the resilience of these companies and serve also the rights of the employees. This has to do with working time and salaries and their payments. There's been a lot of talk about local agreements, and we have to remember that this is done at company level already a lot at the moment. And then, of course, there is the legislative framework and labor market structures. And for their part, we have discussed what type of conditions are possible and how and who can locally draft agreements. We have made headway, and we have made a lot of surveys, investigations. We have excellent reports on this from the previous government mandates. However, we've never really managed to make any legislative proposals or gain any big results. When now the government negotiated, this was included in the government negotiations. It's very difficult to see where the limits are, and we didn't start from scratch. We saw that if we did that, this would be a very long process. So therefore, in the government program, there's a very clear definition on objectives linked to legislative reform in terms of local agreements. So what matters lie under legislation. That will not be changed, but who and where these agreements can be made is included in the government program, and this is now under the tripartite working party. The working party has convened, and we will finish our work by the end of January, and then it is taken to the parliament. And according to the government program, local agreement will be reformed in a way that same opportunities apply to all, regardless of how the companies are organized, what trade unions are involved, etc. So the starting point is that we want to extend it in a way that certain prohibitions are now deleted that would then hinder certain companies not to make these local agreements. On the other hand, and this is the second dimension, we also want to bring in those companies that agree on a company basis. Legislation will be changed in a way that these exceptions are possible in the same way that it's possible to make exceptions on a national level. However, in this regard, the government program has a condition that this sort of company-specific local agreement can have as a partner only with such employee association that belongs to a national trade union or organization. So the government really here wants to emphasize a certain limitation so that so-called yellow trade unions would not be created. So that it's the and then another change in the government program is that this local agreement is not tied to the representation or the form of representation that it takes. Even in organized companies, we have situation where there is no shop steward to represent the employees. So this is all done at a company level where there can be a person who is responsible for this, a representative for the employees, personal representative, when agreements are done covering the whole staff for a longer period of time. And of course, it's necessary to make sure that those who represent employees have the ability and the mandate to do this, and that employees are protected by law in the same way that also representatives are protected by law. And there must be a possibility for training to carry out this type of activity. Then finally, let's look at what's happening outside of Finland. We're in the Europe Forum now, and the government wants to emphasize that in all these labor market reforms, we want to see what takes place in other Nordic countries, similar solutions and opportunities, taking into account, of course, the differences between the different country systems. But we want to strive for Nordic reforms here. And we want to maintain the central role of these bargaining agreements. And in the collective agreements, of course, there are clear stipulations on working time, etc. And the government wants to respect the collective agreement system and bring forward these possible local agreements. All this takes place in a coordinated manner, sector by sector, but also on company level. And there are also local agreements that are drafted. In Finland, the trend is the same as in other Nordic countries, and therefore it's essential that in the future, export industry and open international competition are taken into account in these agreements and solutions. Nordic countries, individual countries are different. In Iceland, the situation is different compared to Sweden. In Sweden, local agreements are more generalized, much more than in Finland.
Institutet en viktig roll när det gäller om att stödja och övervaka parterna i löneförhandlingarna.
Medlingsinstitutet plays a major role in Sweden in conducting these negotiations. I recently visited Stockholm with Minister of Employment Arto Satonen, and we had the possibility to meet colleagues from Medlingsinstitutet and hear about their actions in Sweden. It's great that we have Irene Vennamo today in Turku, so she can tell us more about the Swedish model. I'd like to thank you very much, Irene. It was a pleasure to meet you in Stockholm.
Puheenvuoron täältä.
And hereby I finalized my speech. I wish you have a wonderful discussion over there in Turku on local agreements. Thank you.
Helsinki.
Thank you very much, Timo, to Helsinki. And thank you very much for telling us about the guidelines in the government program and what takes place now within the working party that you are chairing. So the work has started quite swiftly. And already during the summer, the working parties have started their work, and now the work continues. Now, then the word goes to State Undersecretary Elina Pylkkänen concerning the labor market challenges and the skills mismatch and demand and supply challenges.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. It's good to see you here in Turku. I will next present you the latest statistics released today. This is about Finnish labor market. What is the situation in terms of demand and supply of labor? So I will present you an animation starting in 2014. So we have really the latest information here from July 2023. And now that I want to save a little bit time, so I show you very quickly what happened in 2014. So we have oversupply of labor here. There's unemployment because we measure unemployment by the horizontal axis, and the further right it goes, we have unemployment, i.e. oversupply of labor. As these bullet points are moving upwards, there's more. It means that there's more demand for labor. So supply of labor is measured by the vertical axis, and you can see changes in different regions. in Finland. So Finland as a whole is marked with the red, with a yellow bigger bullet here, and you can see how these follow the economic cycles, and we are moving towards skills gap. That means that we have at the same time unemployed job applicants, job seekers, and also vacant positions. And then we went towards Corona, so to a more less favorable situation, and then again moving towards 2021, the demand for labor increases, and then we are moving again towards skills gap situation, and there's no region in Finland in balance. Åland Islands was fairly close to the balance point in Origo, but it's also suffering from shortage of labor. So now this is the latest situation. Now we are quite close to in the middle, so not in balance, but also not in a very bad skills gap situation. So this means, however, that in some fields we have shortage of labor, and supply and demand of labor are not in demand. So we have to find solutions for this situation. We can use labor-based immigration for this, but also retraining, reskilling are important factors, because we have unemployed people in professions where there's no demand anymore. So let's take a look at different industries and sectors then. So we have put some smaller fields together, and let's see which are the fields that are most critical. Starting from 2014, we can see HoReCa is approaching a skills gap situation in 2016, when economic cycle becomes favorable in 2016. And then these bullet points have moved quite quickly over the last years and months, but I try to illustrate to you how the balance between labor supply and demand develops in different sectors. And here you can see 2018 moving towards balance. Oversupply was over, and we were moving towards balance situation, even to shortage of labor situation, true balance situation. And then 2019, well, now you see what happens to HoReCa sector when the pandemic hit us in 2020. You can see that HoReCa moves very quickly to the right, and there's a lot of unemployment in HoReCa sector. And then shortage of labor here. And then what about social and healthcare? It's now on the left-hand side. It starts to suffer from shortage of labor very quickly, at the same time when HoReCa moves very quickly towards skills gap situation. So social and healthcare sector suffers from shortage of labor very clearly, and that is the situation now as well. So there's some balance being achieved, but still social and healthcare sectors greatly suffer from shortage of labor. And next I'd like to show you the top professions. So I wanted to show you this slide because there are certain professions that suffer from shortage of labor and certain professions which are in totally opposite situation. On the left-hand side, you see the situation if we forced social and healthcare professionals to take any jobs that is offered, we would still have shortage of labor. And then if you take a look at the right-hand side, at the bottom, there are people in professions which are not in demand anymore. So the lower left or right-hand side corner requires reskilling and retraining, and moving towards the left-hand upper corner. So we should strive for balance, and we should think of means to to improve this situation, maybe use monetary incentives, i.e. salaries, to attract people to those fields where there's shortage of labor. If we cannot do this, we give up economic growth and welfare, which is connected to right policy choices. So this is everything that I wanted to show you on the present situation. So this is where we are in right now, and this serves as a basis for our panel discussion later on.
Hyvä, kiitokset Elina hyvin informatiivisesti.
Well, thank you, Elina. That was very informative indeed, and it was a really interesting illustration of recent history of how demand and supply of labor move between different fields and how to attack this problem with labor market and negotiations. And then it's time for our keynote speaker, presentation of the Swedish model, as Timo Jaatinen said. So we have Irene Vennemo from Sweden, Medlingsinstitutet. Irene, you know very well what we've done here in Finland. The new government has introduced some reforms to the labor market. So how do you see the situation from the Swedish point of view? Is there something that we should pay special attention to? Irene, you have the floor.
Pleasure to be here, and I'm rather good in a lot of Nordic languages of the Nordic countries, but Finnish is an exception, so I have to stick to English, but I hope it will work out fine. And I know that you're in a process of a big reform of the labor market, and I think it's really interesting I know that you're looking at Sweden, and I think it's really interesting to do it, because we have some experience that really are important for Finland. And when I have to go back to the really beginning of the Swedish labor market model to really show you both the similarities but also the differences between Sweden and Finland. And it started with the TUC was founded in 1898, and then the Swedish Employers Organization followed 4 years later. And the first compromise between these two partners was the so-called December Compromise in 1906. And actually, it was something of a copy of the Danish September Compromise from 1899. And I think our compromise was following by compromises in both Finland and in Norway later on. But as a part of this compromise, we started a mediation office, or as we called it then, Förlikningsmannaexpeditionen, nearly the same name as you have on your institute. The success for this mediation wasn't so good. In fact, Sweden had the highest rate of conflicts on the labor market in the entire world at that moment. Norway was number 2. So it was really a problematic situation, and it was a lot of commission that was looking at what should we do to have a better functioning labor market. And in 1928, there were a law on collective agreement, and in this law, they stipulated that if you have a collective agreement, then you don't have a possibility to do industry strikes or blockades or industrial disputes of other kind. And instead of having this, you have to go to the labor court. So if you are not satisfied with your employer and you have a collective agreement, then you can go to the labor court. And it was founded as a combination of people from the state and from the social partners. And TUC was extremely negative to this reform when it came. It was a liberal government who forced it through. But after 2 or 3 years, they thought that this labor court was really a very effective way of dealing with the situation at the labor market. 10 years later, we had the Saltsjöbads agreement, which is very well known in Sweden. It was the second big compromise between the central partners and the labor market. And in Sweden, this Saltsjöbads agreement really started it was they had a sort of division of labor between the government and the social partner. But the social partners were responsible for the wage formation and the labor law, all regulation of the labor market. But the state were responsible for the welfare policy and for taxes and so on. And also and I mean, in Finland you have much more of a tripartite solutions. But in Sweden we have a much more a division between what are the partners doing, the social partner, and what are the state doing. And also this time the TUC wasn't totally enthusiastic for this reform. Actually, a lot of parts of the TUC never signed this agreement. And after the war, most of the conflicts about the Saltsjöbads agreement was forgotten, but there were new problems. And I think we have had 5 inflation shocks in Sweden during the last 100 years. The first was the World War, and then the inflation was extremely high, and it nearly became a revolution in Sweden, and we had a revolution in other countries connected to the crisis and the war. The second crisis, inflation shock, was in the Second World War, but then of course it was much more a planned economy, so market economy nearly disappeared during this year. And after the Second World War, we had social democratic governments, and they tried to introduce more of a market economy again after the war economy. But then we had a special crisis in the beginning of the 1950s. It was the Korea crisis. It was a rather big war in Korea, and the inflation increased a lot, from 1.5% to 17% in 1 year. And the government had to solve this problem, but it wouldn't go back to the war economy again. They were trying to find a new solution. And together with the social partners, they introduced coordinated negotiations. So it was actually the employers that wanted to have coordinated negotiations with the TUC. So instead of having a decentralized negotiation, they had negotiation on the central level. So first, it took some while to do it, but I shouldn't talk too much about this. But this coordinated negotiation, there LO and the employer started to discuss how much can wages be increased in the total economy for the coming years. And when they had decided about then there was sector-level negotiation between the trade unions and the branch organizations. But then they had decided upon the total wage sum that was reasonable to increase the wage with. And then we have local negotiation. But in these local negotiations, there is no possibility to use strikes as a weapon. So you have to look at the central negotiation, and you can deviate from the central negotiation on the local level, but you don't have possibility to use the strike weapon. And this was a rather well-functioning model for many years. So during the 50s and 60s, we had good real wages and very few conflicts at the labor market, and a good increase in the Swedish economy. But in the beginning of the 1970s, the Social Democratic Party had a lot of problems with the upcoming election, and it was leftist wind in the Swedish society. So they said that before this election, 1973, the Social Democratic Party said that we want to reform the labor market. We want to introduce a lot of new labor laws. And they won the election very narrowly, and they introduced this new labor laws. And this laws was really pro-trade union. The problem with this model was that the employers they thought that they have an agreement with the TUC that the labor market was their responsibility, not the state's responsibility. And they saw this as a sort of, they left both TUC and others left this model that had functioned very well. So this was the start of the problem. But of course, as many of you know, there were a lot of other problems during this period of time. We had the fourth inflation shock that came, and it was connected to war in Vietnam, it was war in the Middle East, and the OPEC countries reduced their production of oil, and the oil price really peaked, and inflation started to increase rather rapidly. And this model of wage formation that had worked rather good during the 50s and 60s started to have a lot of problems because the white-collar workers had started to be well organized. And in the 1950s, they didn't play any role for wage formation. But in the 1970s, the white-collar workers were rather well organized and wanted to have a role in wage formation. But we also had a public sector. And these sectors were not a part of these coordinated negotiations. So after the oil price shock, the LO-SAF negotiated a rather modest wage increase, not to start a wage price spiral. But trade unions from the white-collar trade unions and the public sector, they didn't feel, they didn't need to follow this. So they had higher wage increases, and then of course LO also wanted it in the next negotiation round. In addition, we didn't have any independent central bank. We had high inflation expectations. There were a lot of industrial disputes in the 1970s, and there were also wage drift in some sectors. So even if the negotiation said that the wages should be increased, for example, with 6%, everybody knew that in the industry, 6% meant 10% out. And then, of course, other groups that didn't have this wage drift also wanted 10%. So this was really a start of a really problematic period for the Swedish model. So it started in the mid-1970s, but then for the entire period until the crisis in the 1990s, Swedish economy was in a sort of wage and price spiral. And of course, the political parties tried to do interventions to change the situation, but it was very hard because we didn't have any coordination. So even if they were talking with some social partners about low wage increases, other parties did exactly what they wanted to do. And everybody thought that it's better to try to get so much as possible because all other actors in the system did that. And it was first, it really became a big crisis for the Swedish system in the 1990s. And then when unemployment increased a lot, there were a commission that really had extremely intense discussion with the social partners to reduce the wage increase level. And at the end, they were successful, even if it was extremely hard to manage to do this. So, and the problem was that LO, also TUC, they wanted to always to go back to the old system where they played a very important role. The employers, they wanted totally decentralization of wage formation. And the white-collar workers, they wanted to have it exactly as it were, but they had a big impact, and nobody could force them to do something else that they wanted. And so wage increase reduced a little during the crisis, but then we were nearly out of the crisis again. Then it was a wage round in Sweden, and then the paper industry, they were in a little better situation than other parts of the industry, and they increased their wages, and they thought, okay, we are increasing it just for our sector, but of course, all other sectors followed in the path of the paper industry. And then I think that the employees in the industry realized that this isn't a fruitful way of doing it. We have to do a new agreement with the social partners, but we have to do it in another way than the earlier one, where the industry plays a more important role. So in 1997, the industry agreement was launched. And in this, it's rather close to the old system, but in it, we can see that we didn't have any negotiation on the central level. We start with negotiation in the industry between the trade unions in the industry and the branch organization in the industry. And after that, when they have reached an agreement, then we have other sectors that negotiate. And then we have local negotiation, exactly the way as we have, but where we have no possible to use industrial disputes. But of course, the industry can't force other sectors to do what they want. They have to find another instrument for doing it. And one of these instruments is that they use the central organization, but in another way than earlier on. So when the industry have agreed on a new wages, then they tell the central organization that they have to force all the members to follow this mark. And this is done in a little different ways. In the Swedish enterprises, there it's a rather close connection where you can't do an agreement without having okay from the others organizations. So you have to go there and meet the others, chief negotiator from the different, all other organization, and get an accept. But this is okay, you can do this, this is not against this mark we have set in the first. And in LO, there it's always, they always start all negotiations with agree on what should we try to force through together, all trade unions in LO. And if we keep to this, we will also follow the industry when it comes to the wage increase. And then we have the white-collar workers, and nobody understands exactly how they are doing it, but it works very well, and they don't want to tell exactly how this system works, but it's very effective. So they always keep to the mark inside the private sector white collar. But when they started this model, they wasn't sure that this really would work. So therefore, they also introduced a new institution, and that's Medlingsinstitutet, where I'm a director general. And this Medlingsinstitutet was really, it built upon the old system with förlikningsmannaexpeditionen, but it was changed in a little way. And I mean, the most important thing in this system is that when it's mediation, when the social partner can't agree, then they come to us, and then we help them to find a collective agreement that is acceptable for both partners, but we never do it on another level than the industry. So we always follow the industry agreement. And when they did this reform, they did some changes in our in the regulation of this mediation office. So one new thing was that we had one objective, that was to support a good working wage formation. That was something completely new, and this has been interpreted that we are following the industry. Mediate in industrial disputes, what we're doing earlier. We also become responsible for the national wage statistics. It was actually part of another statistics reform in Sweden. And there were also some changes when it comes to the authorities. You always have to send a notice if you will do an industrial action to us, but we It was earlier, it was 7 days in advance. It was changed to 7 work days in advance. It's not so much more time, but we have a little more time for mediation. We can call the parts for consultation. It's like before. We are appointing mediators in all conflicts. Earlier on, it was the government who was doing it in big conflicts, and we took care of the small one. But now it's always this institution who do it. And the deviation is that if you have an agreement as we have in the industry, then they have their own mediators. We also have a possibility to postpone disputes for 2 weeks, one time. And when this reform was introduced, everybody thought that this will be a very big change, that the mediation office will use this method very often when it comes to conflict. In practice, in 23 years, we have used this 1 or 2 times. So it's very seldom be used because we don't think it's effective. But of course, the social partners know that we can do it. So sometimes they are postponing the conflicts by themselves. So that happens rather often that they do. And they know that we have this possibility. So it has an effect, but we are not using it as a weapon so often. And when it comes to the agreement, the public sector and the trade unions in the public sector has also accepted this model. So they are also following the mark and have stipulated that in different ways. They are not forced to do it, but they have chosen to do it. And it works very effectively, I would say. And when it comes to how does it work, then you can see that if Sweden compare Germany, and the green one is the industry, the black one is the average, and the gray one is different sectors. Then you can see that it has been other branches has been extremely close to this industry mark. So we have really followed it. So it has been very effective. So no, it's very seldom that you have more than the mark, but it's also very seldom that you have less than the mark. So it's really very important for the overall wage level. And also if you go, and we have a model without, it's no minimum wages in the Swedish model, but this model works rather good for the entire labor market. During this period of time, even if different sectors really follow the mark from the industry, it's a reduced wage gap between men and women. So it's not, sometimes some trade unions, especially in the public sector that are dominated by female members, say that the industry mark is negative for them. But we can't see in the statistics. In the statistics, we can see that the wage gap between men and women actually has decreased during this period of time. We also have very few industrial disputes. You can see that in the 1970s and 80s, there were a lot of industrial disputes at the Swedish labor market, not as in the 1920s and 30s, but rather high level. But it has really been reduced to a very low level. And I mean, we haven't changed the possibilities to use industrial disputes more than in a very modest way, but we can see it's really a positive effect on the. And actually, 2 years ago, for the first time ever, we had 0 days in 1 year. It was my first year as a director general, and then I thought it can never be better, so why continue? But I continued. And one other thing that's really very interesting, that we have a new central agreement for the first time since Saltsjöbaden in 1938. And this time it's not just between the Swedish enterprises and LO, but also PTK, it's the organization for white-collar workers in the private sector, have a new central agreement about transition at the labor market, labor law, but also possibilities to re-education and so on. And this has been really extremely important for the relations at the labor market. It's so much better, and it's built on much more trust than before. And this is really has been very important during the last year with high inflation. And you can see even if we had high inflation, wage increases are still at a good level. It has not increased so much, and everybody hoped that this stable, I mean, we have increased the bargaining wages a little during this period of time, but it's a big acceptance that we shouldn't follow the inflation rate and try to force to increase wages too much. And during this wage round, during the last year, we had a big wage round. It became, despite the fact that we had high inflation that really worried everybody and was a really problem for the Swedish economy and all the wage earners, despite that fact, we had a very peaceful wage round, and we hadn't any mediation in the industry, not in the retail sector, not in restaurants and hotels, not the big transportation agreement, not for construction and not for white collar, with some exception. And this was, I would say, the best time ever when it came to that they were possible. They could do this agreement without our help from our authority. But of course, it's always some groups that have problems. So we had mediation in some sectors, but everybody accepted the mark in this negotiation. So it was negotiation about other things than the actual wage increases that were accepted. I can change this. Yesterday, the taxi sector also finished. And we had one strike, a small strike, and it was the painters. But it was very few days lost in that conflict. And finally, I would say that we really have made a new cooperative climate in Sweden. We had, in the 1990s, this model had extreme problems in Sweden, and we were looking at Finland because we thought Finland was so successful in their labor market model, and there were no trust between the social partners. It was a lot of conflict. It was high unemployment. But today we are in a totally different situation, and this cooperation between the social partner and consensus on very important things has really been effective. And we really can see it this year when we have high inflation and we had this wage round without any big conflicts at all, and a big acceptance between, even in the trade union, that this is a right way to go. But it also has really strengthened the employers' organization, and the Svenskt Näringsliv, Swedish enterprise, has really become a stronger organization again. It lost their power in the 1980s, but now it's really an important factor again. And when Swedish enterprises, this organization are strong, also the trade unions become stronger and more important, because when they agree on something, then they go to the government, and the government has often has to follow these agreements. So it really has changed the Swedish labor market, but also to some extent the political scene, I would say. So, thank you very much. I end there.
Tusen tack, Irene, för väldigt information.
Thank you very much, Irene, for this information, and in the following conversation it will be possible to pose some questions to Irene. Now let's move on with our program, and we have a panel discussion here, and we will try to look at some myths and preconceptions about local wage bargaining. And before I invite the participants here to the fore, I just remind the participants that you can participate in this viastiseina.fi/TEF, and then you can choose the word cloud. What are the 3 words that describe in the best possible way local agreements in Finland? And while the audience is tinkering with these words, we'll continue here. Panelists come to the fore. First of all, Markku Jalonen, Managing Director of Local Government and County Employers, then Aki Kangasharju from Etla Economic Research, and then Päivi Niemi-Laine, the chairperson from JHL, Trade Union for the Public and Welfare Sectors, and then also Elina Pylkkänen, State Undersecretary from the Ministry of Economic Activity and Employment. Right. Let us start the panel discussion after having heard Director Venemu's presentation on how things have evolved in Sweden and how with the collective agreement it's been possible to achieve good results, and a local agreement has also an important role. How does it look like to you? What ideas do you get from this presentation of the situation in Sweden, especially concerning local agreement? Markku, you can start. Yes, local agreement is very important. I represent local government and county employers, and for a long time already we've had large possibilities to have different agreements since the beginning of the 90s. It's an extended possibility to agree locally. There are some local agreements that have been formed after crisis, and then salary raises were targeted to certain areas and were taken forward in these negotiations in a way that the salary raises of well-being services counties were local batches in order to promote availability of workforce. As you saw from the presentation, especially in the local government and in municipalities, there is a lack of labor force. This is about 40% of all the labor force, so it's very important to be able to use local agreements there. And then the whole Finnish labor market model, I think it's good that the employment minister has invited the social partners to carry out this dialogue. It's necessary what type of model we want to have here. We draw lessons from the Swedish model, but of course it's not possible to copy it as such to Finland. But it's important that social partners have a dialogue on the workforce model in Finland, including local agreements. And what about the employees' perspective? How does it sound to you? What should we learn from the Swedish situation? Well, first of all, what Markku Jalonen just said, it's easy to agree with him. We've done a lot of local agreeing for a long time. We have a long tradition with this, and I think we've been quite successful. Well, on the national level, we've had some problems. We've been requesting for better salaries, and of course the starting point was that in a male-dominated sector, salaries developed in a different way than what they do in the public sector. And in this negotiation round, where the mediation committee made the final solution for the municipality level for female-dominated sectors, that it's good to continue in this vein. And I would like to say that the Swedish model as such is not applicable in Finland. We have to first look at the Finnish labor market model and see how the public sector will be genuinely participating in this model. And I'm pleased to hear that Arto Satonen is very actively taking this forward. We have this seminar where we discuss this new labor market model, and I hope that also this female-intensive sector will be taken into account. Also in the level of salaries that we reach 100%. As Mr. Jalonen said, we cannot copy the Swedish model. We have to see what we want to do in Finland.
Sinä katsot tätä tietenkin taloustieteilijän näkökulmasta.
Aki Kangasharju, you look at this from a research and economist's point of view. And referring to Ms. Vennemu's presentation, what types of benefits have you gained from this kind of tradition of agreeing? Yes, we heard about the benefits, less strikes in Sweden compared to Finland, and maybe another point that wasn't so clear, even though in Sweden local agreements are very general, but then also the salary gaps are smaller than in Finland. I don't know what this means for the whole system. But specifically, I paid attention in the presentation to the fact that in Sweden, the state is clearly not in the table. So there are the agreements, then they go to the private side, and then the public side uses that as a model. Well, in Finland, the state is always involved. It has always been sticking its nose in there. We have the collective bargaining agreements and try to mediate for them. And so our culture does not have this type of situation where these social partners are taught to negotiate without always crying for help from the state, from the public side. We need a genuine discussion between the partners, and then the state should just concentrate on finance politics. Yes, we saw from Vennemu's presentation that the National Mediation Office has a significant role in this whole system. Ms. Pylkkänen, is this something that we could look at when we think about the Finnish model? Yes, definitely. I think that we have a vacuum here now. There's no one who has the obligation to produce statistics on this situation, how the real salaries develop and what is the employment situation in different sectors. As I show you just in my presentation, we are collecting this information, but not systematically. Another important matter is anticipation. What sectors need skilled workers? So this kind of anticipatory activity is lacking from here, where we get this information and who analyzes information from the labor markets. So, and also our education system should follow this. What is happening to our production structures? And we have to be one step ahead and prepare ourselves for the changing world. The world is changing all the time. Our production structures are changing, and our production is moving towards services. So this is something we have to react to. Perhaps Finland is in a bit different situation compared to Sweden because we form a part of the Euro region, and of course we have to completely take into account what is decided for us in that union. So therefore it's even more important to pay attention to this. In salaries we must react to supply and demand of labor force. Only this way we can achieve stability. And when there are salary raises in sectors with not enough labor, otherwise this doesn't work. This leads to inflation and unemployment. So therefore we should be very determined since our system and salaries are determined by the markets?
Varmaan tietenkin kuntatyönantajan näkö.
Well, Jalonen, from local government and county employers side, you suffer from shortage of labor according to Pylkkänen's presentation. So what do you think of this local bargaining? Well, we are talking about municipalities and welfare counties. Well, I'd like to present the good sides of the Swedish model. There's a very strong statistical base for wages and employment affairs in general. So I've been involved in conducting collective bargaining negotiations. So there's no return to collective agreements, very tight ones, but we have a good basis now that we start negotiations, now that we negotiate with unions and with different sectors. Of course, in local government and county employers side, we conduct detailed negotiations. So I think a good way would be to have a common basis for and common situational image of how the national economy is developing. And it's about our welfare services and how welfare services are provided. Can they be provided as the legislation says? Now we cannot do it because we suffer from shortage of labor. So we need more labor to these professions. We need to add education places, and we have to think about many different issues, including labor-based immigration. But then again, local bargaining could be one option. All this has been widely criticized in public debate, but it is a good idea to mediate and try to find solutions on a flexible manner, and also salary systems were changed in order to attract more employees to these professions. Thank you very much. Then Niemiläinen. Well, this discussion is very interesting indeed. In the public sector, we are talking about local bargaining, and we are really progressing well here. So I think we are already doing fairly well. We can manage our competitiveness in the public sector. Of course, economists may see things differently, but as Jalonen said, public welfare services have to be provided. It's defined by law. Now that we have this 5-year salary program, and the criteria that was included in this program are such criteria that attracts employees. It keeps us competitive, and it keeps us competitive in terms of salaries. We have to be able not only to attract people, but also keep them at work. And salaries play a key role here. I've been involved in local government, and the most awkward situation that we ever discussed was that we have to put salary ceilings to doctors, for example. Well, it's not possible. Now professionals are able to ask for offers for their salary, and they go for the highest salary. This is reality now. And we are talking about local salary increases, and that it doesn't affect us, but it does, because we are also representing sectors that suffer from shortage of labor. It's not only teachers and nurses, but we don't have common statistics, as Elina said. We should have a common understanding and shared situational image of what is going on in the Finnish economy before the negotiations. Is it Bank of Finland or Ministry of Finance, or what could be the organization to produce such situational image? And we have very intelligent people among us. For example, the system for state mediator. And we do not have resources for producing this information and really collecting economists' views to serve as a basis for these negotiations and draw conclusions as to what is the situational image in Finland in terms of labor and employment and the economy. So we should have extensive information in order to be able to draw conclusions together. Okay, well, I'm a researcher, so can I add something to this discussion? I'm also interested in statistics. Well, this is a very good demand. We need concrete statistical basis. We have some recent research results from single companies that if you employ somebody in your company and release his or her salary, it's not leading to negative results. Quite the contrary. It's been very positive in some companies when they have released salary information to all employees. I'd like to ask something. Well, during the last elections, we remember Sari the nurse, and salaries were raised significantly, and then other sectors were very jealous and they also wanted to have their salaries increased. Well, that's exactly what I talked about. If you start increasing wages, then other sectors follow. So what is the system then? How do you break this circle? I mean, this cycle. If some sector starts, how do you prevent others from following suit? Well, first of all, we have to think about the time we live in. Salary negotiations follow current trends. So I cannot give you a direct answer. I can only say that now we have to remain vigilant. We have seen what works in Sweden. So in Sweden, they enjoy high employment and high participation rates and also 0 industrial action days. So very good results. So this model fits very well in Sweden, it seems. But we are in Finland now, so maybe we should adopt a little bit different model. Our centralized collective bargaining system has worked very well because it has served as a basis for our welfare system. And originally it was built with an idea that it encourages people to take up jobs. But now the world around us has changed a lot, and therefore maybe we should change the system. Well, thinking about collective bargaining and centralized collective bargaining and what it has meant to Finnish society, of course, there have been very good results, and tripartite negotiations have led to good results in the past. But now the situation seems different, that the tripartite system doesn't function that well anymore. So should we maybe reform it? And what would be the alternative for the tripartite system? Jalonen, well, I don't think we can ever go back to centralized collective bargaining, but coming back to harmful salary development, well, it is very difficult when we are talking about labor and employment and labor markets. Well, there's a lot of competition. It's not only trade unions, but also employers who compete for the best employees. Once the business representatives or the employers Finland, they had to accept very high salary increases because labor was so scarce. So when we agree on salary increases, most of them should be local in nature and see how the conditions at local level are and what needs are there. So this is the way to proceed now, maybe. Well, the mediation office explained that it's also active at local level. So mediation office works very extensively in all society and producing shared situational image.
Tämä on niin kuin aina käy paneeli.
Well, time flies, as it always happens in a panel discussion. There's a lot to talk about, and let's move on. We've asked the audience to give their views on what are the key words linked to local agreements. So perhaps we can see the words. A central word in the middle is opportunity, possibility. There's one-sided, confusing, not feared for no reason, this type of expressions here linked to local agreement. What do you think about this, of these words from the audience? I think it's very positive that the word opportunity and trust are mentioned here quite clearly. From the forestry and technological side, we were afraid that when we moved towards local agreements that salaries would drastically drop, but from ETLA research we have seen that it's quite the contrary. Salaries have increased, and so this is based on the old results that we have had from the differences of these different systems. Actually, the more we agree locally, the more salaries increased, and if it's more centralized, then production slows down, productivity slows down, and in order to not have quick salary increases there, we need more trust and opportunity. So positively, I see that the audience has a positive take on this. I'm just trying to take the floor. Opportunity and trust. This is reality, I think. In 2017, the public sector was invited to a technology seminar to listen what this type of local agreement is. Well, this didn't create a lot of trust because there was no genuine negotiation. But now we can see that the minister is creating this opportunity, this possibility very openly. We can discuss this in a seminar in order to have better agreements, and also cost-benefit situation should be improved. When we talk about public economy, we have certain commitments. Politicians make agreements. We do not get the funds always in the public sector that we need. So anticipation is what we need, both in the public and private side, on how the labor market operates. Yes, trust is very important here, as you stated, and how to build trust. All agreements require trust, and dialogue is based on trust. And what do you think? How can we build trust in the workplaces in Finland so that the conditions for local agreements would be better? In Sweden, there is some statistics on this. It seems that trust in workplaces is in a better shape than what it is in Finland. So how do you see this? What do you think we should do in order to build trust? Let's start here with Elina Pylkkänen. I had a discussion with Irene Vennemo before we started this session, and both of us were wondering that there are no legislative constraints to strike days, and they don't have strikes even, and they don't limit this right either. So I think that when the atmosphere is full of trust, it's possible to negotiate instead of using industrial action. And in Sweden, industrial action is the last resort for partners. And then this word opportunity, it's good to emphasize that in local agreement, because if we have a centralized agreement, then how is it possible to create relative salary differences? Because if it's always centralized, then we would always have the increases which are the same everywhere across the line. But in this economic situation, we need to be able to react to changes in exports, in production capacities, etc. So therefore, the words opportunity and trust are the most important words here. Mr. Jalonen. Yes, I think these words describe the situation in Finland very well. Opportunity and trust indeed are very important here. And also it's a question of culture. How this culture of local agreements came about, what type of agreement solutions are possible both on a national level, employees and employer side. For them, it's very important to have guidelines for this and, for instance, for training. And this is very important for local agreements. We have them a lot. The fact that it's possible, it doesn't automatically lead to the fact that it's done at a local level, but it's up to the partners to decide this. The mere fact that it's a possibility, it doesn't make it happen. Also, the telling others what to do was mentioned here. What about this? What is your idea? Well, I think that trust is the core here. Trust at workplace and in the public sector. We have this trust. Of course, there are always some problems when we are negotiating. We don't always agree on things. But I have always liked Markus' negotiation technique and tactics. He is very patient. He is willing to discuss, to turn matters, look at them from different perspectives. And this applies to the local level as well. And as Markus said, we need to have a common education, common training. And in the public sector, this is not a problem. Our staff is very well trained and very reliable staff also in these negotiations. And this working party that we heard about from State Secretary Jaatinen, in their work they should really respect and listen to the employees' side and try to change the culture and build trust. Because finally my impression from Mr. Jaatinen was that for the employer side, the trade unions are a good partner that they can work with. And we need to work on this on a long term. And we shouldn't let down the different partners here, the employees or the employer's side.
Mikä on tietenkin muutenkin.
And in this government program, we have also these productivity elements. Do you think that local agreements have an impact on productivity? Ms. Pylkkänen. Yes, this is a very good question. The Swedish model, I believe that it leads to a certain evaluation and it needs reform, even though it works very well at the moment. But the fact that we would be able to arrive at salaries that correspond to results, to productivity, so we award those who try to get good results at work. So productivity and salaries linked together is what we are talking about here. So salary based on productivity. And if this were to happen, I think this is quite fair.
Kangasharju. Well, research cannot tell us what the impacts of local bargaining are. Well, of course, there's a correlation. If it's very centralized, very controlled, usually productivity remains low. Then, of course, there have been some discussion on certain shocks and how to react to external factors. What Elina said about motivation and productivity and fairness, well, these are good points, but as long as we have small salary differences and such a strong progression in taxation, salary taxation, so if my neighbor earns a bit more, but he has to pay 60% taxes, the net difference is not so big. If we would like to improve productivity in Finland, it's lagging behind compared to other Nordic countries and many other countries as well. If we would like to increase our productivity, it's not about local bargaining, it's about reforming our taxation system so that we allow salary differences to grow, and in that way we could reward people for good productivity, and that would encourage people to educate themselves more and strive for better results. What about Niemiläinen? Well, we've agreed on a welfare agreement with employers that well-being at work is important here, that there's a certain agreement with the employers, and it's related to productivity, of course, and good results. We need to support well-being at work, support employees in their work, take care of occupational health and other support systems. Well, this is something that should be emphasized more. Of course, salaries are important, but employees have to be given well-being or welfare incentives to avoid sickness absences. People are away from work, and that costs a lot. Especially in private sector, there are some companies which do not have proper well-being at work programs in place. Of course, we have some national incentives, and we try to get all employers on board, but people need other services as well. It's not only about salaries. If you feel that you don't feel good in your work, if your well-being at work is at risk, you don't feel good. And of course, nurses, for example, suffer from this. Nurses have been employed as nurses, but in reality they have to clean the place, cook food, take care of many other things, and not their actual profession. So good management is important, and well-being at work as well. Well, local bargaining is not only about agreeing on salaries. Yeah, well, of course, and more new elements should be added in. Well, it is very important that we increase productivity, and local bargaining is one tool for that. Of course, we need a lot of discretion at the local level. How do we reward people? There are different situations. It's not only results, but also maybe taking more responsibility or working well in a team or something. Well, of course, we have different reward possibilities in our collective agreements already. Well, thank you. Thank you, panelists. And now I give the floor to our audience. You can ask anything about labor market bargaining, also in Swedish. And maybe the state mediator has something to add to the bargaining system. What do you think of the Swedish system presented by Swedish Mediation Office? How does it look like from the Finnish perspective? Well, thank you very much. Well, I don't have a specific question. The development in Sweden and in Finland has been very different, and Irene exhaustively explained the situation in Sweden and what the results have been. Of course, you cannot copy a system from another country to another, but it is important to have this discussion. As Elina said, the world is changing around us, and we have to adjust the institutions accordingly and update them whenever necessary. I'd like to agree with Markku and Aki here. So we would need a common situational image here and joint analysis with other parties to understand better how other events in other parts of the world affect us, not only major events but also smaller local events. So we should create a common situational image, especially in these turbulent times. And thinking about the Swedish system, in Sweden the labor market parties have a very strong feeling of being part of the Swedish welfare state, being its cornerstones. And we are lacking this thinking, how to react in these turbulent times. It would be very important to build a common good and look for common solutions and common tools. I've discussed this a lot with Irene Vennemo, so it's not something that can be copied, but of course we can take the Swedish system as an example. Thank you, Anu. Well, it seems that now if we think about the seminar that the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment has organized, and thinking about these elements that should be strengthened in Finland when we develop a reformed Finnish model. Now Jarkko Eloranta has the floor. Well, thank you very much, Matti, and thank you to our panelists. Very interesting. Aki said that the different parties should be said that they shouldn't always ask the state for help, and also the state should be told that it should remain outside of labor market negotiations. And openness in terms of salaries was an interesting thing to hear. So many parties have been against openness in salaries in Finland, but maybe the contrary is better. Well, local agreements become more common nowadays, and I'm always concerned about equality. How do we make sure that all parties are equal in these negotiations? Well, that was a very direct question, and let's collect short answers from our panelists here. Well, it's also about culture. So different sectors have different negotiating cultures. So trust has to be everywhere, not only in the central level, but also at local level. It may take years to strengthen trust in different levels, but deeds are important. So all parties have to commit to this development. So all parties should be retrained to this new system. And Kangasharju, well, as an economist, well, we are not so good in discussing soft things. But of course, the public sector representatives here could tell us what is the degree of trust in the field, but you only represent part of Finnish employees. So what are the problems in the private sector then? We don't know. Niemilainen, well, I think the starting point here is that the parties have to trust one another. So discussions that require changing the other party are not very fruitful. Trade unions have traditionally been very good negotiators, and I'd like to strengthen trade unions' role and organize common education sessions. But Jaatinen's presentation today made me conclude that trade unions still have a very strong position in this negotiating system, and this is something that we should develop together. So it's time for our last question. Please present yourself. I don't see who you are. Well, there are two questions. So let's take 2 questions. We are running a bit over time. Well, I'm from the smaller trade union. Now you talk about public sector productivity. How do you measure public sector productivity? Well, I represent people who work in very important professions in safety and emergency services. So what if we don't have professionals who negotiate? Without professionals and trained people, it's difficult to conduct negotiations. What about you? Niemi, Laine and Jalonen, you may be the best ones to answer. Well, this is something that we have discussed for a long time. It is difficult to measure productivity of services, but the taxpayer has to receive the service that he or she is entitled to. Well, this is not reality, sadly, in healthcare, for example. So we need to make sure that people receive social and healthcare services that they are entitled to. So this is more about impact, not productivity. It is very difficult to measure productivity in service sectors. But of course, there are different productivity definitions. And of course, if you need one, you can always find one for service sectors as well. But I would rather use the term impact. Well, measuring results is very difficult in the public sector, especially in these emergency services, firefighters and nurses and so on. So I think the best way is to compare results to objectives. And of course, if there's less staff in these services, productivity decreases. And so it is very difficult to measure productivity in such services. We can only hope that there's very little fires and other accidents, but still it is difficult. Well, here we need trust, because we need to take maybe softer indicators here. Well, I think part of this productivity is visible in the private sector as well. If the public sector produces, let's say, education services, health services, that means that the public sector produces good employees. And this is then visible in the private sector. If this person works in the private sector, you cannot distinguish these two. You cannot separately measure the total productivity of the public sector. Of course, we first need public sector services before an individual can go to work. A person first receives welfare services, and after that he goes to work. And it's difficult to distinguish which part of productivity is due to private sector work or previous public sector services. Okay, thank you very much. And then last question, very quickly, please. We are running over time. What about the Swedish model? Has it impacted the currency exchange rates in Sweden? Well, it works, this microphone, I mean. Well, the industrial agreement, when we started with it,
when the industry agreement was formed, then the industry was really convinced that we will be a part of the euro. So it was really made for dealing with the problems. I mean, that we didn't have a free crown. So I don't think it's necessary to be outside the euro for having a functioning model. But actually, we can see today that we have had a tendency towards I lost the word. Svagare, weak. No, it's not weaker. Yeah, weaker crown than earlier on. But I don't think it's really the wage formation isn't the problem. So it's other factors that lead to this situation for the Swedish crown, I would say.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank our panelists. Unfortunately, I have to call it a day. It's been a very interesting discussion, but of course this discussion will be continued. And thank you, Irene. That was a very interesting presentation. It was interesting to hear about the Swedish model. Thank you to our fantastic panelists. And Elina Pylkkänen, you were supposed to give your concluding remarks. Would you like to say something? Well, I would only like to thank our audience. It's very important to have this discussion. This is not the end of it, of course. And our task at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment is to make sure that labor market functions well. And this is something that we invest in during this government term as the government program dictates. So we wish the best for the Finnish economy, increasing productivity, good employment rates and economic growth. Well, thank you very much. Thank you all participants here and online.